Papillon. Henri Charrière. Translated by June P. Wilson and Walter B. Michaels. NLJ Channel, April 2024. Meet Henri Charrière. The son of a local schoolmaster, Henri Charrière was born in 1906 in the Ardèche region of the south of France. Following a shadowy career in the Paris underworld, he was arrested in 1931 for murder, though he always maintained his innocence, and was sent to a penal camp on the coast of French Guiana to serve his sentence. After a series of daring attempted escapes, he finally made it to Venezuela in 1945. There he married, settled in Caracas, became a Venezuelan citizen, and made a living as a restaurant owner. Information about Charrière's life after the publication of Papillon is patchy at best. He appeared as a jewel thief in a small-budget heist movie called The Butterfly Affair in 1970, and was on set in an advisory role for the filming of the 1973 Hollywood adaptation of Papillon. He died of throat cancer in Spain on July 29, 1973, but is reportedly buried in France. He was 66. Introduction. This book would probably never have been written if, in July 1967, 1 year after the earthquake there, a young man of 60 had not read about Albertine Sarrazin in the Caracas newspapers. This small black diamond of a woman who had been all sparkle, laughter and courage, had just died. She was known all over the world for 3 books she had written in just over a year, 2 of them about her cavales and her life in prison. The man's name was Henri Charrière, and he had come a long way. From the ban in Cayenne, to be precise, where he'd been sent in 1933. He had lived outside the law, to be sure, but he had been sentenced to life imprisonment for a murder he hadn't committed. Henri Charrière, called Papillon in the underworld, was born to a family of teachers in Ardèche in 1906. French by birth, he is now Venezuelan. For the people of Venezuela chose to be impressed by his manner and his word rather than by his criminal record, and judged that the 13 years he had spent struggling to escape from the horrors of the ban were more eloquent of his future than of his past. In July 1967, Charrière went to the French bookshop in Caracas and bought L'Astragale. Until then it had never occurred to him to write a line about his own adventures. He was a man of action who loved life. He had great warmth, a sharp eye and the rich and somewhat gravelly voice of a man from the Midi. You can listen to him for hours because he tells stories like all the great storytellers. Thus the miracle happened. Following the example of Albertine Sarrazin, with no contacts and free of any literary ambition, in his letter to me he said, "Here are my adventures. Have a professional write them up." He wrote the way you tell a story. You see him, you feel him, you live his life, and if it's your bad luck to have to stop at the bottom of a page just when he's telling you that he's about to go to the toilets, a place that has a multiple and important function in the ban, you find yourself forced to turn the page because it's no longer Charrière who is going there, but you yourself. 3 days after he had finished reading L'Astragale, he wrote at one sitting the first 2 sections in a student's spiral notebook. He stopped long enough to get some advice about this new adventure, probably more astonishing to him than all the others that had come before, then at the start of 1968 launched into the rest. In 2 months he had finished all 13 notebooks. As with Albertine, his manuscript arrived by mail, in September. Charrière was in Paris 3 weeks later. I had published Albertine with Jean-Jacques Porvet, and that is why Charrière entrusted his book to me. The book was written in the white heat of recollection, then typed by enthusiastic amateurs not too familiar with French, but I altered virtually nothing. I corrected the punctuation here and there, amended a few Spanish isms that were too obscure, and corrected some confusions of meaning and an occasional inversion that stemmed from the fact that the everyday language of Caracas comprises 3 or 4 dialects that can only be learned by ear. As for its authenticity, I can vouch for it. Obviously, after 30 years, some of the details had become blurred and modified by memory. As for the background facts, you need only read Professor Devesey's book entitled Cayenne, Juilliard's Collected Archives, 1965, to be convinced that Charrière did not exaggerate either the way of life in the ban or its horror. Quite the opposite. As a matter of principle, we changed the names of all the bagnads, guards and wardens in the penal colonies. The purpose of the book was not to attack individuals but to describe particular types in a particular society. The same holds true for dates. Some are precise, others approximate. That seemed enough. It was not Charrière's intention to write a history but to tell a story as he had lived it, to the full, with no holds barred and with complete faith in himself. The result is the extraordinary epic of a man who would not accept the disparity between society's understandable need to protect itself from its criminals, and a system of repression unworthy of a civilized nation. Jean-Pierre Castelnau. 1. I wrote this introduction in May 1969. The book was published in France in June of that same year. By April of 1970 it had sold 1 million copies there. As is perhaps inevitable when a writer has sold so phenomenally and has been so leonized as M. Charrière, the authenticity of his work has recently been questioned in some quarters. On March 17, 1970, a press conference was held in Pans by Editions Lafont and the author for the purpose of answering such charges. Charrière reaffirmed, allowing for lapses of memory in some instances as to dates and minor facts, that the book was as accurate and true as he could make it. After all, as he said, he did not go into that hell with a typewriter. To the Venezuelan people, to the humble fishermen in the Gulf of Paria, to everybody, the intellectuals, the military and all the others, who gave me the chance to live again, and to Rita, my wife and dearest friend. The Descent into Hell. First Notebook. The Assizes. It was a knockout blow, a punch so overwhelming that I didn't get back on my feet for 14 years. And to deliver a blow like that, they went through a lot of trouble. It was the 26th of October, 1931. At 8 o'clock in the morning they let me out of the cell I'd been occupying in the conciergerie for a year. I was freshly shaved and carefully dressed. My suit was from a good tailor and gave me an air of elegance. A white shirt and pale blue bow tie added the final touches. I was 25 but looked 20. The police were a little awed by my gentlemanly appearance and treated me with courtesy. They had even taken off my handcuffs. All 6 of us, the 5 policemen and I, were seated on 2 benches in a bare anteroom of the Palais de Justice de la Seine in Paris. The doors facing us led to the courtroom. Outside the weather was grey. I was about to be tried for murder. My lawyer, Raymond Hubert, came over to greet me. They have no real proof, he said. I'm confident we'll be acquitted. I smiled at that we. He wasn't the defendant. I was, and if anybody went to jail, it wouldn't be him. A guard appeared and motioned us in. The double doors swung wide and, flanked by 4 policemen and a sergeant, I entered the enormous room. To soften me up for the blow, everything was blood red, the rugs, the draperies over the big windows, even the robes of the judges who would soon sit in judgment over me. Gentlemen, the court. From a door on the right 6 men filed in, one after the other, the president, then the 5 magistrates, their caps on their heads. The president stopped in front of the middle chair. The magistrates took their places on either side. An impressive silence filled the room. Everyone remained standing, myself included. Then the bench sat down and the rest of us followed suit. The president was a chubby man with pink cheeks and a cold eye. His name was Bevan. He looked at me without a trace of emotion. Later on, he would conduct the proceedings with strict impartiality, and his attitude would lead everyone to understand that, as a career judge, he wasn't entirely convinced of the sincerity of either the witnesses or the police. No, he would take no responsibility for the blow. He would only announce the verdict. The prosecutor was Magistrate Pradel. He had the grim reputation of being the number 1 supplier to the guillotine and to the domestic and colonial prisons as well. Pradel was the personification of public vengeance, the official accuser, without a shred of humanity. He represented law and justice, and he would do everything in his power to bend them to his will. His vulture's eyes gazed intently down at me, down because he sat above me, and down also because of his great height. He was at least 6'3", and he carried it with arrogance. He kept on his red cloak but placed his cap in front of him and braced himself with hands as big as paddles. A gold band indicated he was married, and on his little finger he wore a ring made from a highly polished horseshoe nail. Leaning forward a little, the better to dominate me, he seemed to be saying, "Look, my fun-loving friend, if you think you can get away from me, you're much mistaken. You don't know it, but my hands are really talons and they're about to tear you to pieces. And if I'm feared by the lawyers, it's because I never allow my prey to escape. It's none of my business whether you're guilty or innocent. My job is to use everything that's available against you, your bohemian life in Montmartre, the testimony extorted from the witnesses by the police, the testimony of the police themselves. With the disgusting swill the investigator has collected, I must make you seem so repulsive that the jury will cast you out of the society of men." Was I dreaming or was he really speaking to me? Either way I was deeply impressed by this, devourer of men. Don't try to resist, prisoner. Above all, don't try to defend yourself. I'm going to send you down the road of the condemned anyway. And I trust you have no faith in the jury. Have no illusions in that quarter. Those 12 know nothing of life. Look at 'em, they're in front of you. Can you see them clearly? Those dozen cheeseheads brought to Paris from some distant village. They're only petty bourgeois, some retired, others small businessmen. Not worth talking about. You can't expect 'em to understand your 25 years and the life you've led in Montmartre. To them, Pigalle and the Place Blanche are hell itself, and anybody who stays up half the night is an enemy of society. They like to serve on this jury, are extremely proud of it, in fact. Moreover, I can assure you, they're all acutely aware of their own mean little lives. And here you are, young and handsome. Surely you realize I'm going to hold nothing back when I describe you as a Don Juan of Montmartre. I'll make them your enemies straight off. You're too well dressed. You should have worn more humble garments. Ah, that was a major tactical error. Don't you see they envy you your clothes? They buy theirs at Samaritain. Never have they gone to a tailor, even in the dreams. It was now 10 o'clock, and we were ready to start. Before me were 6 magistrates, one of whom was an aggressive attorney who was going to use all his Machiavellian power and intelligence to convince these 12 shopkeepers that I was guilty, and that the only proper sentence was prison or the guillotine. I was going to be judged for the murder of a pimp and stool pigeon who operated in Montmartre. There was no proof, but the cops, they got a promotion each time they brought in a lawbreaker, were going to insist I was guilty. For lack of proof, they would say they had, confidential, information that put it beyond the shadow of a doubt. They had primed a witness, a walking tape recorder at police headquarters by the name of Papillon, and he would be the most effective element in the prosecution. Since I maintained that I didn't know him, in due course the president would say to me with a fine show of impartiality, "You say this witness lies. All right, but why should he lie? Your Honor, if I've been staying awake nights since my arrest, it wasn't because I was sorry I killed Roland Le Petit. I didn't kill him. It was because I kept trying to figure out this witness's motive, why he was determined to harm me as much as possible, and why, each time the prosecution threatened to collapse, he found something new to prop it up with. I've reached the conclusion, Your Honor, that the police caught him committing a crime and made a deal with him. We'll look the other way if you testify against Papillon." I didn't know then how close to the truth I was. Papillon was presented to the court as an honest man with a clean record. A few years later he was arrested and found guilty for trafficking in cocaine. Hubert tried to defend me, but he couldn't compete with the prosecutor. Only one witness, Bouffray, boiling with indignation, gave him even a few moments' trouble. Cradle's cleverness won the duel. As if that weren't enough, he flattered the jury and they swelled with pride at being treated as collaborators and equals by this impressive character. By 11 that night the game was over. Check and mate. I, who was innocent, was found guilty. French society in the person of Prosecutor Pradel had succeeded in eliminating for life a young man of 25. And no reduced sentences, if you please. This heaping platter was served to me with the toneless voice of President Bevan. Will the prisoner please stand? I stood. The room was silent. Everyone held his breath. My heart beat a little faster. The jury looked at me or bowed their heads. They seemed ashamed. The jury having answered yes to all the questions except one, that of premeditation, you are condemned to hard labor for life. Have you anything to say? I didn't move. I just clutched the railing of the prisoner's box a little harder. Your Honor, yes, I want to say I am truly innocent, that I'm a victim of a police frame-up. Amama rose from a group of specially invited ladies sitting behind the bench. Without raising my voice, I said to them, silence, you women in pearls who come here to indulge your sick emotions. The farce is played out. A murder has been solved by your police and your justice. You should be content. Will a guard please remove the prisoner, said the president. Before I was led away, I heard a voice cry out, don't worry, baby, I'll follow you there. It was my good and true Nenette shouting her love. And those of my underworld friends who were in the courtroom applauded. They knew the truth about this murder and this was their way of showing they were proud of me for not squealing. We went back to the small room where we had waited before the trial. There the police handcuffed me, and then I was chained to one of them, my right wrist to his left. No one spoke. I asked for a cigarette. The guard gave me one and lit it. Each time I lifted it to my mouth or took it away, the policeman had to raise or lower his arm to follow my motions. I finished about 3/4 of the cigarette. Still not a word. Finally I looked at the guard and said, let's go. I went down the stairs escorted by a dozen policemen and came out into the inner courtyard of the Palais. The paddy wagon was waiting for us. We all found places on the benches. The sergeant said, Conciergerie. The Conciergerie. When we arrived at Marie Antoinette's last chateau, the police turned me over to the head warden, who signed a paper. They left without a word, but just before leaving, surprise, the sergeant shook my handcuffed hand. The head warden asked me, what did they give you? Life. I can't believe it, but he took another look at the police and saw it was so. Then this 50-year-old jailer who had seen everything and knew my own case very well had these kind words for me. Those bastards, they must be crazy. Gently he removed my handcuffs and accompanied me to the padded cell specially designed for those condemned to death, madmen, the very dangerous and those sentenced to hard labor. Chin up, Papillon, he said as he shut the door. They'll be sending you your things and the same food you had in the other cell. Chin up. Thanks, Chief. Believe me, my chin is up and I hope they choke on the, for life. A few minutes later I heard a scratching on my door. What is it? A voice answered, nothing. It's only me. I'm hanging up a sign. Why, what does it say? Hard labor for life. Watch closely. They really are crazy, I thought. Do they actually think the blow that just hit me could make me want to commit suicide? My chin's up and I'm going to keep it that way. I'm going to fight them all. Starting tomorrow, I go into action. As I was drinking my coffee the next morning, I asked myself, should I appeal? Would I have better luck in another court? And how much time would I lose doing it? 1 year, maybe 18 months. And what for? To get 20 years instead of life. Since I had decided to escape at all cost, the number of years didn't matter. I recalled the question another convict had addressed to the presiding judge. Your Honor, how long does hard labor for life last in France? I paced back and forth in my cell. I had sent a consoling wire to my wife and another to my sister, who, alone against the world, had tried to defend her brother. It was over. The curtain was down. My people would suffer more than I, and my poor father far away in the provinces would have a hard time carrying this heavy cross. With a start I came to my senses. You're innocent, sure, but who believes you? I asked myself. Stop going around claiming your innocence. They'll just laugh at you. Getting life for a pimp, and on top of that saying it was somebody else who did it, that's too thick. Better keep your trap shut. So much for that. The first thing to do was to make contact with another con who wanted to break out. I thought of a man from Marseille called Diga. I'd probably see him at the barber's. He went every day for a shave. I asked to go too. When I arrived, there he was with his nose to the wall. I noticed him just as he was surreptitiously letting another man go ahead of him so that he would have longer to wait his turn. I took a place directly next to him, forcing another man to step aside. I spoke very fast, under my breath. Well, Diga, how's it going? Okay, Pappy, I got 15 years. What about you? I heard they really screwed you. Yes, I got life. Are you going to appeal? No, I'm going to eat and keep in shape. You've got to be strong, Diga. Someday we're going to need strong muscles. Got any money? Yes, 10,000 francs in pounds sterling. What about you? Not a sou. Want a piece of advice? Get some and get it fast. Hubert's your lawyer. He's a bastard. He'll never lift a finger. Send your wife to Dante with a loaded plan. Tell her to give it to Dominique Lariche and I guarantee you'll get it. SSH. The guard's looking at us. So you're having a little chat. Oh. Nothing interesting, Diga answered. He says he's feeling sick. What's he got? Courtroom indigestion. The slob burst out laughing. So this was it. I was on the road of the condemned already. A man makes jokes and laughs like crazy at the expense of a kid of 25 who's in for life. I got my plan. It was a highly polished aluminum tube, that unscrewed right in the middle. It had a male half and a female half. It contained 5,600 francs in new bills. When I got it, I kissed it. Yes, I kissed that little tube, 2.5 inches long and as thick as your thumb, before shoving it into my anus. I took a deep breath so that it would lodge in the colon. It was my strongbox. They could make me take off all my clothes, spread my legs apart, make me cough or bend over double, for all the good it would do them. The plan was high up in the large intestine. It was a part of me. Inside me I carried my life, my freedom, my road to revenge, for that's what was on my mind. Revenge, that's all that was, in fact. It was dark outside. I was alone in my cell. A bright light shone from the ceiling so that the guard could see me through a lit TLE hole in the door. The powerful light blinded me. I placed a folded handkerchief over my sore eyes. I stretched out on the mattress on one, worth about $1,250 in 1970. 2. A metal cylinder for holding money which the convict carries in his lower intestine to safeguard it from frisking or theft. Probably from plan as in plan d'evasion, meaning, plan of escape. By inference, the basic ingredients needed to realize such a plan. See glossary. My iron bed and, lying there without a pillow, went over and over the details of that terrible trial. To make you understand this long story as it unfolds and what sustained me in my struggle, I may have to be a little long-winded just now. I must tell you everything that happened and what I saw in my mind's eye during those first days after I was buried alive. What would I do after I escaped? For now that I had my plan I never doubted for a moment that I would. Well, I'd make it back to Paris as fast as possible. And the first man I'd kill would be that stool pigeon, Pauline. Then the 2 informers. But 2 informers weren't enough, I had to kill all informers. Or at least as many as possible. I'd fill a trunk with all the explosives it would hold. I didn't know exactly how much that would be. 20, 30, 40 pounds. I tried to figure what I'd need for lots of victims. I kept my eyes closed, the handkerchief over them for protection, and I could see the trunk very clearly, looking very innocent but crammed with explosives, the trigger carefully primed to set 'em off. Wait a minute, it must explode at exactly 10 in the morning, in the dispatch room on the second floor at police headquarters, 36 Quai des Orfèvres. At that hour there would be at least 150 cops in the room, receiving their orders for the day and listening to reports. How many steps were there to climb? I had to get it right. I must figure exactly the time it would take to get the trunk from the street to its destination at the very second it was to explode. And who would carry the trunk? All right, be bold. I'd arrive in a taxi immediately in front of the entrance, and with an authoritative voice I'd tell the 2 guards, take this trunk up to the dispatch room. I'll be right up. Tell Commissioner Dupont that Chief Inspector Dubois sent it and that I'll be along in a minute. But would there be? What if it was my luck that, out of all those idiots, I picked the only 2 intelligent men in the force? Then I'd be finished. I must think of something else. And I thought and thought. I would not admit that nothing would ever be 100% sure. I got up for a drink of water. So much thinking had given me a headache. I lay down again without the blindfold. The minutes dragged. And that light, that goddamned light. I wet the handkerchief and put it back on. The cold water felt good and its weight made the cloth stick to my eyes. From then on I always did this. The long hours I spent piecing together my future revenge was so intense that I began to feel as if the project were already underway. Every night, and even parts of the day, I wandered through Paris as if my escape were already a fact. I would escape and I would return to Paris. And, naturally, I'd present my bill to Pauline first, then to the informers. But what about the jury? Were those bastards to go on leading peaceful lives? Those old crocs must have gone home, smug and satisfied at having done the duty with a capital D, full of importance, puffed up with pride in front of their neighbors, and the wives waiting, hair uncombed, to guzzle soup with them. All right now, what should I do with the jury? Nothing. That was the answer. They were a pitiful bunch, really not responsible. I'd leave them alone. As I write down these thoughts I had so many years ago, thoughts that come back now to assail me with such terrible clarity, I am struck by how absolute silence and total isolation were able to lead a young man shut up in a cell into a true life of the imagination. He literally lived 2 lives. He took flight and wandered wherever he liked. To his home, his father, his mother, his family, his childhood, all the different stages of his life. And more important still, the castles in Spain that his fertile brain invented induced a kind of schizophrenia, and he began to believe he was living what he dreamed. 36 years have passed and yet it taxes my memory scarcely at all to write what I actually thought at that point in my life. No, I wouldn't harm the jurors. But what about the prosecutor? I wouldn't botch that one. Moreover, thanks to Alexandre Dumas, I had just the right recipe. I'd do exactly as they did in the Count of Monte Cristo with that poor bugger they put in the cellar and left to die of hunger. Oh, that vulture decked out in red. He'd done everything to deserve the most horrible possible end. Yes, that was it. After Pauline. And the police, I'd concentrate exclusively on him. I'd rent a villa, one with a very deep cellar and thick walls and a very heavy door. If the door wasn't thick enough, I'd pad it myself with a mattress and cotton batting. Once I had the villa, I'd find Master Pradle and kidnap him. I'd chain him to the rings in the wall as soon as we arrived. Then my turn would begin. I am face to face with him. I see him with extraordinary clarity beneath my closed eyelids. I look at him the same way he looked at me in court. I feel the warmth of his breath on my face. The powerful spotlight I've aimed at him blinds his vulture's eyes. They're wild with terror. Huge drops of sweat run down his apoplectic face. Yes, I hear my questions. I listen to his replies. I live the moment intensely. You miserable clod, do you recognize me? It's me, Papillon. Papillon, you so blithely consigned to hard labor for life. Do you think now it was worth all those plodding years to educate yourself, spending all those nights on Roman codes, learning Greek and Latin, sacrificing your youth? To get you where, you bastard, where you could create a better social code, convince the mob that peace is the most important thing in the world, preach a saving new religion, or simply influence others to become better men, or at least stop being bad. Tell me, did you use your knowledge to save men? You did none of that. Only one ambition moved you. To climb the ladder of your wretched career. To you, glory was being the best caterer to the ban, the most generous provider to the hangman and the guillotine. If Diabolo felt a shred of gratitude, he would send you a case of the best champagne at the end of each year. Isn't it thanks to you, you pig, that he was able to cut off 5 or 6 extra heads this year? In any event, I've got you now, chained tight to this wall. 3. A penal colony. From the Italian Bagno, because Italian convicts were kept in cellars below sea level. When sails superseded galleys, convicts were given other forms of hard labor instead. Starting in 1854, all French convicts were deported to French Guiana. The penal colonies were suppressed. During World War II, all prison sentences are now served in metropolitan France. See glossary. 4. Chief executioner in 1932. How well I remember your smile when you heard the verdict, your look of triumph. Well now, my friend, I'm going to change all that. You have one advantage I didn't have, of course. I couldn't scream. You can. So go ahead, scream. Scream as much as you like, as loud as you like. What am I going to do with you? Let you starve to death? No, not good enough. First, I'll gouge out your eyes. No, that comes later. First I'll cut out your tongue, that terrible tongue, as sharp as a knife. No, sharper than a knife, more like a razor. That tongue you prostituted to your glorious career. I walked and I walked, my head spun, but I stayed face to face with him. Until all of a sudden the lamp went out and the pale light of day crept into my cell through the bars of the window. How come? Was it morning already? Did I spend the whole night avenging myself? What beautiful hours those were. How fast it went, this long, long night. I listened as I sat on my bed. Nothing. Absolute silence. From time to time, a small tick, on my door. It was the guard in noiseless slippers raising the small iron slide so that he could fasten his eye to the tiny hole and watch me without my seeing him. The machinery conceived by the French Republic was now in its second phase. It functioned wonderfully well. The first phase had eliminated a troublesome man. But that wasn't enough. The man must neither die too quickly, nor must he escape by committing suicide. They needed him. What would the penal administration do if there were no prisoners? So he must be watched, and he must go to the ban in order to justify the lives of other bureaucrats. Hearing the tick, again, I had to smile. Relax, I told them silently, you're wasting your time. I won't escape you, at least, not the way you fear, by suicide. I ask only one thing, that I stay as healthy as possible and leave soon for French Guiana. Hey, my old prison guard who makes that tick, all the time, I know your colleagues are no choir boys. You're a kind papa compared to them. I've known this a long time, because when Napoleon III Crescent added the bands and was asked, but who will guard these bandits? He answered, worse bandits. Later on, I was able to confirm the fact that the founding father of the bands had not been lying. Clack, clack, a wicket 8 inches square opened in the mid-DLE of my door. I was handed coffee and a piece of bread weighing almost 2 pounds. As a convict, I no longer had the right to eat in the restaurant, but so long as I had money, I could buy cigarettes and a little food at the modest canteen. A few days more and I'd have nothing. The conciergerie was the waiting room for solitary confinement. I smoked a Lucky Strike with delight, 6 francs 60 the pack. I bought 2. I was spending my odd change because they'd be taking it all anyway to pay the costs of justice. I found a small note slipped inside the bread. It was from Diga, instructing me to go to the delousing room. You'll find 3 lice in the matchbox. I took out the matches and there they were, 3 fat and healthy lice. I knew what I was to do. I must show them to the guard, and tomorrow he'd send me and all my belongings, including my mattress, to the steam room to kill all the parasites, except me, of course. And so the next day I met Diga there. No guards. We were alone. Thanks, Diga. Thanks to you I got my plan. Does it bother you? No. When you go to the toilet, wash it well before you put it back. Right. I think it's good and tight because the bills are still in perfect condition. And I've been carrying it for 7 days. I'm glad it's working. What are you planning to do, Diga? I'm going to play crazy. I don't want to go to the ban. Here in France I'll do maybe 8 or 10 years. I have connections and might get 5 years off. How old are you? 42. You are crazy. If you lose 10 or 15 years, you'll be an old man when you get out. Does hard labor scare you? Yes, and I'm not ashamed to say I'm scared of the ban. It's terrible in Guyana, you know. Every year they lose 80% of the men. Each convoy replaces another and the convoys carry between 1,800 and 2,000 men. If you don't catch leprosy, you get yellow fever, or dysentery, which can finish you off, or tuberculosis, or malaria. If you escape these, you stand a good chance of being assassinated for your plan or dying in a break. Believe me, Papillon, I'm not saying this to discourage you, but I know what I'm talking about. I've known several cons who returned to France after even short terms, 5 to 7 years. They were human dregs. They spent 9 months of the year in the hospital. As for escaping, it's not as easy as you think. I believe you, Diga, but I have confidence in myself, and I'm not going to hang around there, that's for sure. I'm a good sailor, I know the sea, and I'm going to waste no time making a break. Can you see yourself doing 10 years in solitary? Even if they take away 5, and there's no guarantee they will, do you think you can stand complete isolation without going nuts? Look at me now. Alone in my cell 24 hours a day, with no books, no way to get out, nobody to speak to. Those hours aren't 60 minutes long, but 600. And that's not the whole story either. Maybe so, but you're young and I'm 42. Listen, Diga, what are you really afraid of? Is it the other cons? If you want the truth, Pappy, yes. Everybody knows I was a millionaire. And from there to killing me because they think I'm carrying 50 or 100,000 francs around isn't a very long step. Listen, do you want to make a deal? Promise me you won't go to the nut house, and I promise I'll always stick by you. We'll help each other out. I'm strong and quick, I learned to fight early, and I'm good with a knife. So don't worry, the other cons won't just respect us, they'll be afraid of us. For a cavale, we need nobody. You've got dough, I've got dough. I know how to use a compass and sail a boat. What more do you want? He looked me straight in the eye. We embraced. The pact was sealed. A few moments later the door opened. He went his way and I went mine. Our cells weren't very far apart, and we could see each. 5, from Kavala, to beat it, or scram, especially from the police. Derived from the Latin cabalus, meaning horse. First used by Victor Hugo. See glossary. Other from time to time in the barbershop, at the doctor's, or at chapel on Sundays. Diga had been caught in the scandal of the counterfeit national defense bonds. A forger had made them in a very original way. He bleached 500-franc bonds and reprinted them with the number 10,000. It was a beautiful job. Since the paper was the same, the banks accepted them without question. This had been going on for some years, and the Treasury had just about given up when one day they caught a man named Briolet red-handed. Louis Diga was quietly minding his bar in Marseille, where the flower of the Midi underworld gathered every night along with the world's biggest traveling crooks. By 1929 he was already a millionaire. One night a pretty, well-dressed girl came up to the bar. She asked for Monsieur Louis Diga. "That's me, madam. What can I do for you? Would you step into the next room? I am Brioulet's wife. He's in prison in Paris for selling counterfeit bonds. I saw him in the visitor's room at the Santé. He gave me the address of your bar and told me to come and ask you for 20,000 francs to pay the lawyer." So Diga, one of the biggest crooks in France, faced with the danger of a woman's knowing his part in the affair, said the one thing he shouldn't have said. "Madam, I know nothing about your husband, and if it's money you want, go walk the streets. You'll earn more than you need, for you are very pretty." This was too much for the poor woman. She ran out in tears. Then she went back to Paris and told her husband. Brioulet was furious. The next day he spilled everything to the examining judge and formally accused Diga of being the man who had furnished the counterfeit bonds. A team of France's smartest cops went after Diga. A month later Diga, the forger, the printer and 11 accomplices were arrested at the same time in different places and put behind bars. They appeared before the assizes of the Seine and the trial lasted 14 days. Each prisoner was defended by a top lawyer. Brioulet never retracted. The upshot was that for 20,000 miserable francs and an idiot remark, the biggest crook in France was ruined and stuck with 15 years at hard labor. This was the man with whom I had just signed a life and death pact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. For several hours I'd been pacing back and forth between the window and the door of my cell. I smoked, I was alert, my morale was good and I felt ready for anything. I promised myself not to think about revenge for the moment. Let's leave the prosecutor where I left him, chained to the rings, facing me, but with no decision yet on just how I would finish him off. Suddenly a cry, a horrible anguished cry of despair, penetrated the door of my cell. What was it? It sounded like a man being tortured. But this was no police station. No way of finding out. They shattered me. Those screams in the night. What force they must have had to penetrate my padded door. No doubt someone had gone mad. It was so easy in these cells where nothing ever happened. Out loud I asked myself, what the hell does it matter to you? Think of yourself, only of yourself and your new partner, Diga. I bent down, straight end up, then gave myself a sharp whack on the chest. It really hurt, so everything was all right. The muscles of my arms were in good shape. What about my legs? I should congratulate them, for I'd been walking over 16 hours and wasn't the least bit tired. The Chinese invented the drop of water falling on the head. The French invented silence. They suppressed every possible distraction. No books, no paper, no pencil, the window with its thick bars completely covered with planks of wood, although a few holes let a little light through. That harrowing cry left me deeply troubled. I charged around the cell like a beast in a cage. I felt I'd been abandoned, literally buried alive. I was really alone. Nothing would ever reach me but screams. The door opened. It was an old priest. You're not alone after all. A priest is standing there, right in front of you. Good evening, my son. Forgive me for not coming sooner, but I was on holiday. How are you? With no further ceremony, the kind old man came into my cell and sat down on my cot. What did you do? He asked. I saw how ridiculous it was to insist on my innocence, so I answered promptly, the police say I killed a man, and if that's what they say, it must be so. Who was it? A pimp. And for an underworld killing, they gave you hard labor for life. I don't understand. Was it premeditated? No. I can't believe it, my poor child. What can I do for you? Do you want to pray with me? Father, forgive me, but I never had religious instruction. I don't know how to pray. It makes no difference, my child. I'll pray for you. The blessed Lord loves all his children, baptized or not. Will you please repeat each word I say? His eyes were so gentle and his wide face glowed with such kindness that I was ashamed to refuse him. He was kneeling. I did the same. Our Father who art in heaven. Tears came into my eyes, and when the good Father saw them, he put his pudgy finger to my cheek, caught a large tear, brought it to his lips and licked it. Your tears, my son, are the greatest reward that God could give me. Thank you. He got up and kissed me on the forehead. We sat down on the bed again, side by side. How long has it been since you last cried? 14 years. 14. Why? My mother died. He took my hand in his and said, "Forgive those who have made you suffer." I tore my hand away and, without knowing what I was doing, leaped off the bed and stood in the middle of the room. Oh no, not that. I'll never forgive. You want me to tell you something, Father. I spend all day, all night, every hour, every minute, plotting how and when I'll kill the people who sent me here. That's what you think and say now, my son. You're young, very young. When you're older, you'll give up the idea of punishment and revenge. 34 years later I agreed with him. What can I do for you? The priest repeated. Break a rule. What rule? Go to cell number 37 and tell Diga to ask his lawyer to get him sent to the jail in Con. Tell him I did it today. That's the jail where they make up the convoys for Guyana, and we must get there as fast as possible. If we miss the first boat, we have to wait 2 more years in solitary before there's another. Come back here when you've seen him, Father. What shall I use for an excuse? That you forgot your breviary. I'll be waiting for the answer. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the dreadful ban? I looked at this traveling salesman of the Lord and, convinced he wouldn't give me away, I said, so that I can escape sooner, Father. God will help you, my child, I'm certain. And you will make your life over, I feel it. You have the eyes of a good boy and you have a noble soul. I'll go to 37 and bring you back the answer. He returned in no time. Diga had agreed. 1 week later, at 4 in the morning, 7 of us were lined up in the corridor of the consigliere. The guards were there in full strength. Strip. We undressed slowly. It was cold. I had gooseflesh. Put your clothes in front of you. Turn around. Take 1 step back. We each found ourselves in front of a package. Get dressed. The cotton undershirt I was wearing a moment before was replaced by a heavy stiff shirt of unbleached cloth, and my handsome suit by a jacket and pants of coarse sackcloth. My shoes vanished and I shoved my feet into a pair of sabots. Until that day we had looked like normal men. I glanced at the other 6. What a horror. Our individual ITY was gone. In 2 minutes we had been transformed into convicts. Right turn, single file. Ready, march. With our escort of 20 guards we came to the courtyard, where, each in turn, we were wedged into the narrow cells of a police van. We were off to Bewley, the jail in Con. The jail in Con. We were led into the director's office as soon as we arrived. He sat enthroned behind an empire desk on a platform 3 feet high. Attention, the director will now address you. Prisoners, this is a way station while you wait to leave for the ban. It's a prison. Silence is required at all times. You'll have no visitors, no letters. Bend or you'll break. There are 2 doors available to you. One, if you behave, leads to the ban, the other to the cemetery. Bad behavior, even the smallest infraction, is punished by 60 days in the dungeon with only bread and water. No one has survived 2 consecutive sentences there. You've been warned. He addressed Piero Le Fou, who had been extradited from Spain. What was your profession? Toreador, sir. Infuriated by the answer, the director shouted, "Take this man away." Immediately the toreador was knocked down, bludgeoned by 4 or 5 guards and carried out. We could hear him shout, "You shitheads. You're 5 against 1 and you have to use clubs, you dirty bastards." We heard then the, "ah," of a mortally wounded beast. After that, nothing. only the sound of something being dragged along the cement floor. By a stroke of luck, Diga was put in the cell next to me. But first we were introduced to a one-eyed, red-headed monster at least 6'5" who held a brand new bullwhip in his right hand. He was the trusty, a prisoner who served the guards as official torturer. With him around, the guards could beat the men without exerting themselves, and if someone died in the process, they were guiltless in the eyes of the administration. Later on, during a short stay in the infirmary, I learned all about this human beast. The director deserved congratulations for having chosen his executioner so well. He had been a quarryman by profession. One day, in the small northern town where he lived, he had the idea of committing suicide and killing his wife at the same time. For this purpose he used a good-sized stick of dynamite. He lay down next to his sleeping wife. There were 6 tenants in the house, lit a cigarette and held it to the wick of the dynamite, which was in his left hand between his head and his wife's. Ghastly explosion. Result, his wife literally had to be gathered up in spoonfuls, part of the house collapsed, 3 children were crushed to death under the debris, together with a woman of 70. Others were injured in varying degrees. As for Trebouillard, he lost part of his left hand. Only his little finger and part of his thumb remained, and his left eye and ear. He also had a head wound that required surgery. But now, since his conviction, he was in charge of the jail's disciplinary cells, a maniac free to do what he pleased with the unfortunates who ran afoul of him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and turn. So began again the interminable shuttle between the wall and the door of the cell. You were not allowed to lie down during the day. At 5 in the morning a strident whistle woke you up. You had to get up, make your bed, wash, and either walk or sit on a stool attached to the wall. You were not allowed to lie down. Crowning refinement of the penal system. The bed folded against the wall, and there it remained. This way the prisoner couldn't lie down and he could be watched more easily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 14 hours of walking. To master the art of performing this continuous movement automatically, you had to learn to keep your head down, hands behind your back, walk neither too fast nor too slow, keep your steps the same length and turn automatically on the left foot at one end of the cell, on the right at the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The cells were better lighted than those at the conciergerie and you could hear noises from the outside, some from the disciplinary section, but also a few from the countryside. First notebook, the jail in Con. Beyond. At night you could catch the sounds of laborers whistling or singing on their way home from work, happy on a good cup of cider. I had a Christmas present. Through a crack in the planks that covered my window, I could see the countryside all covered with snow and a few big trees picked out by the full moon. Just like a Christ Mass card. Shaken by the wind, the trees had dropped their mantles of snow, black silhouettes against the white. It was Christmas. It was even Christmas in part of the prison. The administration had made an effort for the convicts in transit. We were allowed to buy 2 squares of chocolate. I said 2 squares, not 2 bars. Those 2 squares of 8-bell chocolate were my New Year's Eve for 1931. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The restrictions of justice had turned me into a pendulum. This shuttle back and forth in my cell made up my entire universe. It had been mathematically worked out. Nothing, absolutely nothing was to be left in the cell. The prisoner must have no distractions. Had I been caught looking through the crack in my window, I would have been severely punished. Actually they were right, since to them I was only a living corpse. By what right did I permit myself to enjoy a glimpse of nature? A butterfly flew past, light blue with a thin black stripe, and a bee bumbled not far from the window. What were these little beasts looking for? Drunk with the winter sun, perhaps, unless they were cold and wanted to get into prison. A butterfly in winter is like life after death. Why wasn't it dead? And why had the bee left its hive? How foolishly bold of them to come here. Trabouillard was a true sadist. I had a feeling something would happen between us, and unfortunately I was right. The day after the visit of my charming insects, I got sick. I couldn't take it anymore. I was suffocating with loneliness. I needed to see a face, hear a voice, even an angry one, but at least a voice. I had to hear something. Standing naked in the glacial cold of the corridor, facing the wall with my nose almost against it, I was the next to the last in a row of 8 men waiting their turn to see the doctor. I wanted to see Papillon, and I succeeded too well. The trustee came upon us at the moment I was talking under my breath to Julot, the man with the hammer. One whack of his fist against the back of my head and I was almost done for. I hadn't seen it coming and I banged my nose against the wall as I fell. The blood spurted out, and, as I picked myself up, I made a tentative gesture of protest. That was all the giant needed. He gave me a sharp kick in the gut which flattened me again. Then he went on to flog me with his bull whip. That was too much for Julot. He jumped on him. There was a wild struggle. Since Julot was getting the worst of it, the guards stood by impassive. No one took any notice of me. I looked around for some kind of weapon. Suddenly I saw the doctor leaning forward in his office chair to see what was going on in the corridor, and at the same time I noticed a lid bobbing over some boiling water. The big enamel pot sat on the coal stove that warmed the doctor's office. The steam probably served to purify the air. I quickly picked up the pot by its handles. They burned me, but I didn't let go, and in the same motion I threw the boiling water in the trustee's face. He hadn't seen me because he was too busy with Julot. He let out a terrible scream. I'd really got him. He rolled around on the floor trying to peel off his 3 woolen sweaters. When he got to the 3rd, his skin came off with it. The neck of the sweater was tight, and in his effort to get it over his head, the skin of his chest, his cheeks and part of his neck came too, stuck to the wool. His only eye was scalded, so he was blind as well. He finally got to his feet, hideous, bloodied, his flesh raw, and Julot took the opportunity to give him a violent kick in the groin. The giant collapsed and started to vomit and froth at the mouth. He had got his. As for us, we didn't have long to wait. The 2 guards who had watched the scene were too cowed to attack. They called for help. It came from all sides and the clubs rained down on us like hail. I was lucky enough to be struck unconscious at the start, so I didn't feel the blows. When I came to, I was 2 floors below, completely naked in a dungeon flooded with water. I slowly came to my senses and felt my bruises. They hurt. There were at least a dozen bumps on my head. What time was it? I couldn't tell. In this place there was neither day nor night. Then I heard a knocking on the wall. It came from far away. Pang, 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 pang. The knocks were the ringing of the telephone. I had to knock twice if I wanted to get on the line. Knock, yes, but with what? In the dark I couldn't see a thing. Fists. First notebook. The jail in Con. Weren't enough. The sound wouldn't get through. I moved closer to where I thought the door must be. It was a little lighter there. I banged into the grill. Feeling around, I figured that the door to the dungeon must be about 3 feet beyond and that the grill prevented me from reaching it. This was designed so that if anyone entered a dangerous prisoner's cell, the prisoner couldn't get at him because he was in fact in a cage. You could talk to him, throw water on him, throw food at him, insult him, all with impunity. On the other hand, you couldn't strike him without exposing yourself to danger, for to get at him, you had to open the grill. The knocking resumed. Who was trying to get in touch with me? The guy certainly deserved a reply. He was taking a big chance. As I walked around in the dark, my foot slipped on something round and hard, and I almost fell flat on my face. It was a wooden spoon. I grabbed it and got ready to reply. Ear to the wall, I waited. Pang, 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 pang. Stop, pang, pang. I answered. Pang, pang. Those 2 taps meant, Go ahead, I'm listening. The taps began. Pang, pang, pang. The letters of the alphabet rolled by quickly. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, R, L, M, N, 0, P, stop. It stopped at the letter pages. One tapped a hard pang. This was to tell him I had registered the letter P. Then came an 4, app, an I, etc. He was saying, Pappy, how's it going? You really got it. I have a broken arm. It was Julot. We telephoned for over 2 hours, oblivious to the danger. We were carried away. I told him that I had broken nothing, that my head was covered with bumps, but that I had no open wounds. He had seen me being pulled down the stairs by the foot and told me that at each step my head had banged against the one above. He had never lost consciousness. He thought that Trabouillard had been badly burned and because of the wool was in serious condition. He was through for a while, at least. 3 quick taps warned me that there was trouble coming. I stopped. A few moments later the door opened. I heard someone shout, "Get back, you bastard. Get to the back of the cell and come to attention." It was the new trustee. My name is Batten and my name suits my profession. He trained a big ship's lantern on the dungeon and my naked body. Here's something to put on. But don't you move. Here's bread and water. Don't eat it all at once. It's all you'll get for the next 24 hours. He let out a savage yell, then put the lantern up to his face. I saw that he was smiling, and not unkindly. He placed a finger to his lips and pointed to the things he was leaving me. There must have been a guard in the corridor, yet he wanted me to know that he was not my enemy. And he wasn't. In the bread I found a big piece of boiled meat and, in the pocket of the pants, oh riches, a package of cigarettes and a lighter. Here such presents were worth $1 million. 2 shirts instead of 1, and woolen underwear that reached to my ankles. I'll never forget Batten. What it meant was that he was rewarding me for getting rid of Trabouillard. Before the incident he had been only an assistant trustee. Now, thanks to me, he had the full title. Since it required the patience of an Indian to locate the source of the telephone taps and only the trustee could do it, the guards being too lazy, Julot and I went at it to our heart's content. We spent the entire day sending messages back and forth. From him I learned that our departure was imminent, in 3 or 4 months. 2 days later we were led out of the dungeon and, each of us flanked by 2 guards, were taken to the office of the director. 3 men sat behind a table facing the door. It was a kind of tribunal. The director acted as president, and the assistant director and the head warden were the associate judges. "Ah, my fine fellows, so you're here. What have you to say for yourselves?" Julot was very pale, his eyes were swollen, and he probably had a fever. His arm had been broken for 3 days now. He must be in great pain. He answered very quietly, "I have a broken arm." "Well, you asked for it. That should teach you not to attack people. You'll see the doctor when he gets here. I hope it will be within the week. The wait will be good for you. Perhaps the pain will teach you something. You don't expect me to have a doctor come specially for a choice character like you, do you? So you wait until the doctor has. First notebook, the jail in Con. The time to come, then he'll take care of you. Which doesn't prevent me from sentencing both of you to the dungeon until further notice." Julot's eyes met mine. He seemed to be saying, "That elegant gentleman has a nice way of disposing of other people's lives." I turned back to the director and looked at him. Thinking I wanted to speak, he said, "You don't care for my decision. You take exception to it." I replied, "No, sir. It's just that I feel an acute need to spit in your face. But I won't because I'm afraid to soil my saliva." He was so surprised that he blushed, uncertain how to react. But the head warden knew. He called to the guards. "Haul him away and take good care of him. I expect to see him groveling in an hour. We'll break him in. I'll make him clean my shoes with his tongue, both tops and bottoms." Give him the works. He's all yours. 2 guards grabbed my left arm, 2 others my right. I was forced to the ground, face down, arms behind my back, hands touching my shoulder blades. Handcuffs were put on me and a thumb screw joining the index finger of my left hand to the thumb of my right. Then the warden pulled me up by the hair like an animal. No need to go into further details. All you need to know is that I wore the handcuffs behind my back for 11 days. I owe my life to Batten. Each day he threw me the regulation piece of bread, but without the use of my hands I couldn't eat it. Even when I pushed it against the bars with my head it was no use. But in addition Batten threw in bite-sized pieces of brachied, enough to keep me alive. I made little piles with my feet. Then, flat on my stomach, I ate them like a dog. I chewed each piece thoroughly so as to get the full value. On the 12th day they took off my handcuffs. The metal had cut into my flesh and it was covered in spots with rotten meat. This scared the warden, especially when I fainted from the pain. When I came to, I was taken to the infirmary and washed, with sterilized water. The attendant insisted they give me an anti-tetanus injection. My arms were paralyzed. I couldn't get them back to their normal position. Only after a half-hour's massage with camphorated oil was I able to bring them down to my sides. I went back to my cell, and when the warden noticed the 11 pieces of bread, he said, "You're going to have a feast. It's funny, but you don't seem very thin after 11 days fasting." I drank a lot of water, Chief. "Oh, so that's it. I get it. Better eat a lot no so you'll get your strength back." And he left. The idiot. He thought I hadn't eaten anything for 11 days and that if I ate it all in one gulp, I'd die of indigestion. Toward evening Batten slipped me some tobacco and cigarette papers. I smoked and I smoked, blowing the smoke into the heating duct, which of course didn't work. I was at least putting it to some purpose. A little later I called Julot. He also thought I hadn't eaten for 11 days and advised me to go slow. I was afraid to tell him the truth for fear some bastard might decipher the message. His arm was in a cast, he was in good spirits, and he congratulated me for holding out. According to him, the convoy would be leaving soon. The orderly had told him that the vaccine for the departing convicts had arrived. It usually came a month before the departure. Foolishly, Julot also asked me if I'd held on to my plan. Yes, I'd held on to it, but I won't describe what I went through to do it. My anus was painfully sore. 3 weeks later we were taken out of our cells. What was up? We were given sensational showers with soap and hot water. I felt myself come back to life. Julot laughed like a kid, and Piero Le Fou was radiant with joy. As this was our first time out of the dungeon, we had no way of knowing what was going on. The barber wouldn't answer the brief questions I whispered to him. An unfamiliar prisoner with an ugly face said, "I think we're out of the dungeon. Maybe they're scared of an inspection. The important thing is to keep us alive." We were each led into a normal cell. At noon, in my first hot soup in 43 days, I found a small piece of wood. On the bottom side I read, "Departure in 8 days. Tomorrow vaccination." First notebook, the jail in Con. Who had sent me this? It must be some prisoner kind enough to give us the news. He was aware that if one of us knew, all would know. It was surely pure chance that the message had come to me. I quickly notified Julot by telephone. Pass the word along. All night long I heard the telephone going. Once I'd given the message, I stopped. I was too comfortable in my bed and I didn't want to get into trouble. And I wanted no part of a return trip to the dungeon, that day least of all. En route to the Bagne. St. Martin de Ré. During the evening Batten slipped me 3 gauloises and a piece of paper on which I read. Papillon, I know you're leaving with a pleasant memory of me. I may be a trustee, but I try to do the prisoners as little harm as possible. I took the job because I have 9 children and I'm in a hurry to get out. I'm going to try to win my pardon without doing too much harm. Goodbye. Good luck. The convoy leaves the day after tomorrow. The next day we were assembled in groups of 30 in the corridor of the disciplinary section. Medics had come from Con to vaccinate us against tropical diseases. Each of us got 3 inoculations and 2 quarts of milk. Diga stood near me. We were no longer observing the rules of silence, for we knew we couldn't be put back in the dungeon once we'd been inoculated. We talked in low voices under the guards' noses. They didn't dare say anything in front of the medics from town. Diga was troubled. Are they going to have enough paddy wagons to take us all at one time? He asked me. I don't see how. Saint Martin de Rey is pretty far, and if they take 60 a day it'll take 10 days. There are almost 600 of us here alone. The main thing is that we've been inoculated. That means we're on the list and we'll soon be in the ban. Cheer up, Diga, we're on a new lap. You can count on me. I'm counting on you. He looked at me and his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He placed his hand on my arm and said, "In life or death, Pappy." The convoy was not worth describing except that we suffocated in our little closets in the van. The guards refused to let in any air, even to leave the doors ajar. When we reached La Rochelle, 2 men were dead of asphyxiation. The people strolling on the quay, for Saint Martin de Rey was an island and we had to take a boat to cross the channel, witnessed the discovery of the poor devils. They showed us no ill will. The police put the corpses on board with us, for they were supposed to deliver us at the other end dead or alive. The crossing didn't take long, but it gave us a chance to take in some good gulps of sea air. I said to Diga, "It smells of cavale." He smiled, and Julot, who stood next to us, said, "Yes, it sure does smell of cavale. Let's try to stick together." At St. Martin they picked 10 people at random for each cell. Julot was wrong. When we arrived, he and 2 others were summoned and placed apart. They were all escaped prisoners from the ban. They'd been picked up in France and were going back for the 2nd time. In our cells, in groups of 10, we began a life of waiting. We were allowed to talk, to smoke, and they fed us well. The only danger was to the plan. For no reason you might suddenly be told to undress, then you were closely examined. First, every inch of your body down to the soles of your feet, then your clothes. Finally, get dressed, then back to the cell. That was our life. The cell, the mess hall, the yard where we spent long hours marching in line. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 12. We marched in groups of 150. The queue was long. Our wooden shoes clattered. Silence was obligatory. Then, break ranks. Everybody sat on the ground. Groups formed according to social categories. First, the men of the real underworld from all over, Corsica, Marseille, Toulouse, Brittany, Paris, etc. There was even one man from Ardèche, me. And I must say in Ardèche's favor that there were only 2 in that convoy of 1900 men, a policeman who had killed his wife, and me. Conclusion. Men from Ardèche are good men. The other groups just happened, for there were more amateurs going to the ban than members of the underworld. Those days of waiting were called observation days. And they were. We were watched all the time. One afternoon I was sitting in the sun when a man came up to me. He was small and thin and wore glasses. I tried to place him, but in our uniforms it was hard. "Are you Papillon?" "Yes, that's me. What do you want?" "Come to the toilets," he said and left. "That's some Corsican square," Diga said. "Most likely a Mountain bandit. What does he want?" "That's what I'm going to find out." I went to the toilets in the middle of the yard and pretended to urinate. The man stood next to me, in the same position. Without looking at me he said, "I'm Pascal Matre's brother-in-law. When he came to visit me, he told me that if I needed help, I was to come to you and use his name." "Yes, Pascal is a friend of mine. What do you want?" "I can't carry my plan anymore. I've got dysentery. I don't know who to trust and I'm scared someone will steal it or the guards will find it. Please, Papillon, carry it for me for a few days. And he showed me a plan much bigger than mine. I was afraid it was a trap, that he was asking me this to find out if I had one. If I told him I wasn't sure I could carry two, he'd know. So I asked him coldly, how much is in it? 25,000 francs. Without another word I took his plan. Very clean it was, too, and right there in front of him I pushed it up my anus, wondering if it was possible for a man to carry two. I had no idea. I stood up, put my pants back on. It was all right, it didn't bother me. My name is Ignace Galgani, he said before leaving. Thanks, Papillon. I went back to Diga and told him the story. It's not too heavy. No. Oh. Okay then. We tried to get in touch with the men who had escaped before, if possible with Julot or Leguitu. We were hungry for information. What it was like over there, how they treated you, how to keep your plan, etc. As luck would have it, we fell in with a very unusual character. He was a Corsican who had been born in the Ban. His father was a guard and lived with his wife on the Les du Salut. He had been born on the Tle Royale, one of the 3 islands, the others being Saint Joseph and Diable, Devil's Island, and, oh destiny, he was going back not as a guard's son but as a convict. He had been given 12 years at hard labor for burglary with forced entry. He was 19, open-faced, with clear bright eyes. We could tell right away that he was a victim of circumstance. He knew very little about the underworld, but he would be useful in giving us information on what lay ahead. He told us about life on the islands where he had lived for 14 years. We learned, for example, that his nurse on the islands had been a convict, a famous gangster who got his on the butte in a duel with knives over the beautiful eyes of Casque d'Or. He gave us some invaluable advice. We must plan our escape from Grande Terre. From the islands it would be impossible. Then, we mustn't get listed as dangerous, for with this label we'd no sooner land at Saint Laurent du Maroni, our destination, than we'd be interned for years or for life, depending on how dangerous they thought we were. In general, fewer than 5% were interned on the islands. The others stayed on Grande Terre. The islands were healthy, but Grande Terre, as Diga had already told us, was a real bitch of a place. All sorts of diseases gradually drained a con, or he met with various forms of sudden death. We hoped we wouldn't be interned on the islands. But I felt a knot in my throat. What if I had already been labeled dangerous? With my life sentence, the business with Trebouillard and the director, I was not in good shape. Saint Martin de Ré was bursting at the seams with prisoners. There were 2 categories, between 800 and 1,000 convicts, and 900 reléqués. To be a convict, you had to have done something serious or, at least, been accused of having done something serious. The sentences ranged from 7 years of hard labor to life. A convict granted a reprieve from the death penalty automatically. Got life. With the relégués it was different. A man became a relégué after 3 to 5 convictions. It's true they were incorrigible thieves and you could understand why society had to protect itself. On the other hand, it was shameful for a civilized people to employ this extra form of punishment. The relégués were small-time thieves, and clumsy ones, since they were caught so often, and being a relégué in my time came to the same thing as a life sentence. No nation has the right to revenge itself or rush to eliminate people just because they cause society anxiety. They should be healed instead of given such inhuman punishment. We had now been on Saint Martin de Ré 17 days. We knew that the name of the ship taking us to the Ban was La Martinière. It was to carry 1,800 convicts. 800 or 900 of us were gathered in the courtyard of the fortress. We had been standing in rows of 10 for about an hour, filling the courtyard. A door opened and out came a group of men dressed very differently from the guards we had known. They wore sky blue suits of a military cut and looked well dressed. They weren't police and they weren't soldiers. They all wore wide belts with holsters hanging from them. We could see the handles of the guns. There were about 80 of them. Some wore stripes on their sleeves. All were sunburned and looked to be between 35 and 50. The older men seemed sympathetic. The young ones stuck out their chests with an air of importance. The commanding officer of the group was accompanied by the director of Saint Martin de Ré, a police colonel, 3 or 4 army doctors in colonial dress and 2 priests in white cassocks. The police colonel put a loudspeaker to his mouth. We expected an attention, but not at all. Listen carefully, the colonel said. From here on you are under the jurisdiction of the officials of the Ministry of Justice representing the penal administration of French Guiana, whose administrative center is the city of Cayenne. Warden Barrett, I transfer to you the 800 prisoners present and listed here. Will you certify that they are all present? The roll call began. So-and-so, present, so-and-so, present, etc. It took 2 hours. Everything was in order. Then we watched the exchange of signatures by the 2 administrations on a small table provided for the occasion. Warden Barrett, he had as many stripes as the colonel, though his were colored instead of silver, took his turn at the loudspeaker. Transportees, from here on that's what you'll be called. Transportee so-and-so, or transportee such and such a number, whichever you are given. From this moment on you are under the special laws of the ban, its regulations, its internal tribunals which, when called upon, will make the decisions they think necessary. These autonomous tribunals can punish you, depending on the offense you commit in the ban, with anything from a simple prison sentence to the death penalty. These disciplinary sentences, whether for prison or solitary confinement, may be carried out in any one of the places that belong to the administration. The police you see before you are called wardens. When you address them, you must call them, Mr. Warden. After supper each of you will receive a navy pack with your clothing for the ban. Everything has been anticipated. These are all you'll need. Tomorrow you will board La Martinière. We will make the trip together. Don't feel sorry to leave. You'll be better off at the ban than in a penitentiary in France. You can talk, play cards, sing, smoke. Don't worry about being mistreated so long as you behave. I ask that you wait until you're in the ban to settle any personal differences you may have. Discipline during the trip must be very severe, and I trust you understand why. If there are any of you who don't feel well enough to undertake the trip, go to the infirmary, where you'll be examined by the medical captains who are accompanying the convoy. I wish you bon voyage. The ceremony was over. So, Diga, what do you think? Papillon, old man, I see I was right when I told you the big danger was the other cons. That thing he said about, wait until you're in the ban to settle any personal differences spoke volumes. There must be a lot of killings. Don't worry about it, just trust me. I sought out François Lepasse and asked, is your brother still an orderly? Yes, he's a relégué. Go see him as soon as you can and ask him to give you a lancet. If he wants money, tell me how much and I'll pay him. 2 hours later I was the owner of a lancet with a very strong steel handle. Its only drawback was that it was a little too long, but it was a fearsome weapon. I sat down near the toilets in the middle of the courtyard and sent for Galgani so that I could give him back his plan, but it must have been hard to find him in the shifting mob of 800 men filling the enormous yard. We hadn't seen Julot, Leguitou or Santini since we'd arrived. The advantage of communal life was that we lived, talked and belonged to a new society, if you could call it a society. There was so much to say, to listen to do that there was no time to think. When I realized how much the past had blurred and been relegated to second place in relation to my present life, I figured that once you arrived at the ban, you probably forgot who you were and why you were there because you concentrated on only one thing, escape. But I was wrong. By far the most absorbing thing was to stay alive. Where were the cops, the jury, the court, the judges, my wife, my father, my friends? They were back there, very much alive, and each one had a place in my heart, but because of the excitement of departure, the great leap into the unknown, the new friends and acquaintances, they didn't have the same importance as before. But it only seemed that way. Once I willed it, when my brain was ready to open the drawer where each of them belonged, they'd all be there again. They were leading Galgani to me, for even with his thick glasses he could barely see. He seemed in better health. He came up and without speaking squeezed my hand. "I want to give you back your plan," I said. "Now that you're well, you can carry it yourself. It's too much responsibility for me during the trip, and who knows if we'll be anywhere near each other or even if we'll see each other at the ban. So it's better if you take it." Galgani looked unhappy. "Come on, come to the toilets and let me give you your plan." "No, I don't want it. You keep it. I give it to you as a present. It's all yours." "Why do you say that?" "I don't want to be killed for my plan. I'd rather live without money than be killed because of it. I give it to you because, after all, there's no sense in you risking your life to keep my money. This way, if you risk your life, it's for your own benefit." "You're scared, Galgani. Have you been threatened?" "Yes, 3 Arabs are on my tail all the time. I haven't come to see you because I don't want them to suspect we're in this together. Every time I go to the toilet, day or night, one of those spooks comes and stands near me. I've tried to make it clear I don't have a plan, without making a big deal of it, but they keep watching me. I'm sure they think somebody else has it. They don't know who, but they follow me around to see if I get it back." I looked at Galgani and realized that he was terrified. I asked, "What part of the yard do they hang around?" "Near the kitchen and laundry." "All right, you stay here and I'll go over." "No, you come with me." I took the lancet out of my cap and held the blade up my right sleeve, the handle in my hand. We spotted them right away. There were 4 of them, 3 Arabs and a Corsican named Girando. I understood right away. The Corsican had been snubbed by the underworld guys and had spilled to the Arabs. He must have known that Galgani was Pascal Matra's brother-in-law and therefore had to have a plan. "How are things, Mokrane?" "0. K. Papillon, how are things with you?" "Not so good. I came over to tell you that Galgani is my friend. If anything happens to him, the first one to get it is you, Girando. The rest will follow. Take it any way you like." Mokrane stood up. He was as tall as I, about 6 feet, and just as broad. He was ready for a fight, but then I pulled out the lancet, all shiny and new. I held it in the palm of my hand and said, "If you move, I'll kill you like a dog." Clearly bewildered because I had a weapon, for we were constantly searched, and impressed by my air of assurance, not to mention the length of the lancet, he said, "I was only getting up to talk, not to fight." I knew this wasn't true, but since it was in my interest to help him save face in front of his friends, I offered him an easy exit. "Okay, since you were only getting up to talk. I didn't know Galgani was your friend. I thought he was an amateur. You know how it is, Papillon, everybody steals from you here and you have to have money for the cavale." 0. Okay, fair enough. You have every right to fight for your life, Mokrane. Only remember, this is forbidden territory. Look somewhere else. He held out his hand and I shook it. Jesus, that was a close one. If I had actually killed the guy, I sure wouldn't have sailed the next day. Galgani walked back with me. I said to him, "Don't tell anyone about this. I don't want to get in Dutch with Papa Diga." I tried to persuade Galgani to take back his plan and he said, "Tomorrow, before we leave." But the next day he hid himself so well I had to set off for the ban with both plans. That night in our cell no one spoke. We were all thinking that it was our last day on French soil. Each of us felt at least a little nostalgic about leaving France forever, for an unknown land and an unknown way of life. 10 of the 11 men in our cell were from the underworld, all but the little Corsican who had been born in the ban. All these men were in a state of suspension, reduced to silence by the gravity and importance of the moment. The cigarette smoke billowed out of the cell into the corridor, and you had to sit below the clouds of smoke to keep your eyes from smarting. The movie of my life unwound before me. My childhood in a family full of love, educated, mannerly, noble, the flowers in the fields, the murmuring of the streams, the taste of the nuts, peaches and plums that our garden produced in quantity, the perfume of the mimosa which bloomed by our front door each spring, the outside of our house, and the inside, filled with my family's special movements. All of it filed through my mind. It was a sound movie. I heard the voice of my poor mother who loved me so much, and then my father's, always tender and caressing, Clara's barking, she was my father's pointer, calling. 40. Me from the garden to come out and play. The girls and boys I played with during the happiest days of my life. I had not asked to see this movie. It was the projection of a magic lantern brought to life by my subconscious, filling with emotion this night of waiting for the leap into the great unknown. It was time to take stock. I was 26 years old, in good health, and in my gut I had 5,600 francs of my own and 25,000 francs belonging to Galgani. Diga, next to me, had 10,000. I figured I could count on 40,000 francs, for if Galgani wasn't able to defend his money here, it would be even more difficult on the boat and in Guyana. And he knew it, which is why he hadn't come to claim his plan. Soy could count on this money, granted it meant taking Galgani with me. It was his money. He must reap the benefit. I'd use it for his good, although indirectly I'd benefit too. 40,000 francs was a lot. It would make it easy to buy accomplices, cons, escaped prisoners, guards. As soon as arrived, then, I would escape with Diga and Galgani. I would concentrate on that and that alone. I touched the lancet, pleased to feel the cold steel. To have such a formidable weapon gave me a feeling of confidence. I had already proved its usefulness in the incident with the Arabs. About 3 in the morning, 11 bulging navy packs were lined up outside our cell, each with a large label. One of them read, C. Pierre, 30 years old, 5 feet 9, size 42, shoe size 8, identification number X. That Pierre C. was Pierrot Le Fou, the man from Bordeaux convicted for murder in Paris with a sentence of 20 years at hard labor. He was a good guy, a straight and dependable member of the underworld whom I knew well. I tried deliberately to make my brain conjure up a picture of the courtroom, the jury, the prosecutor and all the rest. It refused outright. All I got were vague outlines. I understood then that if I were to relive those scenes in the Conciergerie and Bewley as intensely as I had felt them when they occurred, I would have to be alone, completely alone. It was a relief to know this, and I realized that the communal life that lay in store would produce new needs, new responses, new projects. Pierrot Le Fou came up to the grill and asked, "How goes it, Pappy? How about you? You know, I always dreamed of going to America, but being a gambler, I never managed to save enough money for the trip. The pigs decided to offer me the trip free of charge. No question, it's a good thing, eh, Pappy?" He was talking naturally, not putting it on, seeming very sure of himself. This free trip to America has definite advantages. I'd rather go to the band than spend 15 years in solitary in France. I suppose we should wait until the returns are in, but I think I agree with you. Look, Pierrot, that's your tag. He bent down to read it and said, "I can't wait to put that outfit on. How about those red stripes? I'd like to open the pack and do it right now. Nobody, one else say anything. After all, they're mine. Don't wait until we're told. This is no time to make trouble, Pierre. I need peace." He understood and moved away. Diga looked at me and said, "Young fella, it's our last night. Tomorrow we leave our beautiful country. Our beautiful country doesn't have a beautiful sense of justice, Diga. Maybe we'll get to know other countries, not so beautiful, perhaps, but with a more humane way of treating offenders. I didn't know how close to the truth I was. The future would teach me. Departure for the BAGNE. At 6 o'clock, Reveille. Some cons brought us coffee, then 4 guards came. Today they wore white, their revolvers still on their hips. The gilt buttons glistened. One of them had 3 gold stripes in AV on his left sleeve, though nothing on the shoulders. Transportees, go into the corridor by twos. Each of you, find your pack, your name is on the label. Take your pack, stand against the wall and face the corridor with the pack in front of you. When we had done this, he said, strip, make a bundle of your clothes, put it in your jacket and tie it by the sleeves. Good, you there, pick up the bundles and put them in the cell. Now, put your new clothes on, underpants, undershirts, your striped pants, the shirt, shoes and socks. Everybody ready? Yes, sir. Good, keep your sweaters out of the pack in case it rains or gets cold. Packs on your left shoulders. Line up in twos and follow me. With the man with the stripes in front, a guard on either side and the 4th bringing up the rear, our little column marched into the yard. In less than 2 hours they had 800 cons lined up. Then they called out 40 men, among them me, Diga and the 3 who had escaped, Julot, Le Guitou and Santini. We stood in rows of 10. Each row had a guard at its side. No chains, no handcuffs. 3 yards in front of us were 10 policemen. They faced us, rifles in hand, and walked backward all the way, each one guided by another policeman pulling him by the belt. The great gates of the citadel opened and the column slowly moved forward. As we emerged from the fortress, policemen, submachine guns in hand, came alongside the convoy and accompanied it to its destination. They held back the curious who had gathered to watch our departure. About halfway I heard a soft whistle. I looked up and there was my wife Nenette and Antoine D., an old friend, leaning out of a window. Paula, Diga's wife, and his friend, Antoine Guillety, were at another window of the house. Diga spotted them too, and we walked with our eyes riveted to the windows as long as we could. I never saw my wife again, nor my friend Antoine, who died later in the bombing of Marseille. No one spoke. The silence was complete. Neither prisoners, guards, police, nor public broke in on this poignant moment. Everyone understood that these 800 men were leaving normal life behind forever. We went aboard. We, the first 40, were led to the bottom of the hold into a cage made of thick bars. A sign hung from one of them. Room number 1. 40 men in special category constant surveillance. We each received a rolled-up hammock. There were lots of rings to hang 'em on. Suddenly somebody grabbed me. It was Julot. He knew the ropes. He had made the same trip 10 years ago. Quick, come here, he said. Hang your pack on the hook where you're going to put your hammock. Here we're near 2 portholes. They're closed now, but when we're out to sea they'll be opened. We'll have more fresh air than anywhere else in the cage. I introduced him to Diga. We were talking when a man came over to us. Julot put out his arm to stop him. You better stay away from here if you want to reach the ban alive. Understand? The other man said, yes. You know why? Yes. Oh. K beat it. The guy moved off. Diga was delighted with this demonstration of power. With you too, I'll be able to sleep. Julot replied, with us, you're safer than by an open window in a villa overlooking the sea. The trip lasted 18 days, with only one incident worth mentioning. One night a piercing scream woke us. A man was found dead, a knife deep between his shoulders. The knife, a fearsome weapon more than 8 inches long, had penetrated up through his hammock. 44. Second notebook. Departure for the ban. Immediately 25 or 30 guards aimed the guns at us and shouted, everybody strip, and make it fast. We all undressed. I assumed we were going to be searched. I put my lancet under my bare right foot and bore my weight on my left. The steel cut into me, but the weapon was well hidden. 4 guards came into the cage and began to search our shoes and clothing. Before entering, they had left their weapons outside, and the door of the cage closed behind them. However, outside the cage the rest of the guards kept the guns trained on us. "The first man who moves is dead," said the chief warden. The search turned up 3 knives, 2 sharpened nails, a corkscrew and a gold plan. 6 men, still naked, were called out on the deck. The head of the convoy, Warden Barrett, arrived with 2 doctors and the ship's captain. When the guards left the cage, everybody dressed again without waiting for orders. I retrieved my lancet. The guards withdrew to the rear of the deck. Barrett stood in the middle, the others near the stairs. Facing them in a straight line, the 6 naked men stood at attention. "This one belongs to him," said a guard who had made the search. He took one of the knives and pointed to its owner. "That's right, it's mine." "Fine," Barrett said. "He'll finish the trip in the cell over the engines." The owners of the weapons, nails, corkscrew and knives, were identified and each admitted his ownership. Still naked, each of them climbed the stairs accompanied by 2 guards. 2 things remained, a knife and the gold plan, but only 1 man. He was a young man, about 24, well built, at least 6 feet tall, with blue eyes and an athlete's body. "This is yours, isn't it?" said the guard, indicating the gold plan. "Yes, it's mine." "How much is in it?" asked Warden Barrett as he picked it up off the floor. 300 English pounds, $200 and 2 5-carat diamonds. "Okay, let's have a look." He opened it. We couldn't see anything, but we heard him say, "That's correct." "Your name?" "Salvadio, Romeo." "You're Italian?" "Yes, sir." "You won't be punished for the plan, but for the knife, yes." "Excuse me, sir, but the knife isn't mine." "Don't give me that." "Look, I found it in your shoes," the guard said. "I repeat, the knife is not mine." "So I'm a liar." "No, you're mistaken." "Well, then, whose knife is it?" Warden Barrett asked. "If it isn't yours, whose is it?" "It isn't mine, that's all I know." "If you don't want to cook over the boilers, tell us who the knife belongs to." "I don't know." "Don't try to bullshit me. We find a knife in your shoes and you don't know who it belongs to. You think I'm stupid. Either it's yours or you know who put it there. Which? It's not mine, and it's not for me to say whose it is. I'm no stoolie. Do I look like one of your bunch?" "Guard, put him in handcuffs. You're going to pay for your insolence." The 2 officers exchanged words. The ship's captain gave an order to a petty officer who then left. A few moments later a Breton sailor appeared, a giant with a wooden bucket full of sea water and a heavy rope as thick as your wrist. Romeo was tied kneeling to the lowest step. The sailor soaked the rope in the bucket and then, with all his strength, he slowly struck the poor bastard across the buttocks and back. Not a sound came from his lips, but the blood began to run from his buttocks and his sides. In the tomb-like silence a single cry of protest rose from our cage. "You bastards!" 46. Second notebook. Departure for the ban. That was all we needed to set us off. Murderers. Sons of bitches. Assholes. The more they threatened us, the more we yelled. Then suddenly the warden shouted, "Turn on the steam." Wheels were turned and bursts of steam gushed against our chests with such force we were thrown to the floor. We panicked. The men who were scalded didn't dare to cry out. It lasted less than a minute, but everyone was terrified. I hope you troublemakers got the point. Anything happens and I turn on the steam. Is that clear? Now get up. 3 men, seriously burned, were taken to the infirmary. The boy they had whipped was returned to our cell. He was to die 6 years later, in a cavail with me. 77a. During the 18 days we had plenty of time to pick up information about the ban. Nothing turned out as Dulot predicted, but he did his best. He explained, For example, that Saint-Laurent-du-Maroni was a village about 75 miles from the sea on a river called the Maroni. The penitentiary is in this village. It's the headquarters of the ban. That's where they divide us up by categories. The relegways go directly to a penitentiary 95 miles from there called Saint-Jean. The rest are classified in 3 groups. The most dangerous will be called up as soon as we arrive and put in cells in the disciplinary section while they wait to be transferred to the Les du Salut. They're interned there for the duration of their sentences. The islands are 300 miles from Saint-Laurent and 60 miles from Cayenne. Cons hardly ever go to Diable. Those who go there are political prisoners. The second group of dangerous prisoners stay at Saint Laurent and are put to work in the gardens and fields. If necessary, they're sent on to the toughest camps, Forestier, Chauvin, Cascade, Creek Rouge and 40 kilometers, which is called the death camp. Then there's the so-called normal category. They work in the administration, the kitchens, cleaning the village or the camp. Or working at different things in the workshops, carpentry, painting, ironwork, electricity, mattress making, tailoring, the laundry etc. So the hour of truth is the hour of arrival. If you're called up and taken to a cell, it means you're going to be interned on the islands. That means you give up all hope of escape. The only way out is to get hurt fast. Cut your knee or your gut so they'll send you to the hospital. You can escape from there. But don't go to the islands, no matter what. Another hope is, if the boat to the islands isn't ready for the trip, to offer money to the infirmary orderly. He'll give you a shot of turpentine or stick a piece of hair soaked in urine into your flesh to make it fester. Or he'll give you some sulfur to breathe, then tell the doctor you have a fever of 104. While you wait these few days, get to the hospital, no matter what. If you're not called up and you're left behind in the camp barracks, you have time to do something. In that case, try not to get a job inside the camp. Pay the man in charge so that you can work in the village as a cesspool cleaner or a sweeper, or get a job in a sawmill run by civilians. On your way back and forth to work you'll have a chance to make contact with liberated cons living in the village, or the Chinese, so they can start preparing your escape. Stay away from the camps around the village. Everybody there dies fast. There are camps where nobody lasts 3 months. They make you cut a quarter of a cord of wood a day in the middle of the bush. Julot kept feeding us these precious bits of information all through the trip. He was prepared himself. He knew that, as a returned escapee, he'd be going directly into a dungeon. He also had a very small, very sharp knife, really a penknife, in his plan. As we docked, he planned to cut his knee open. Then, as he was leaving the boat, he would fall off the ladder in front of everybody. He hoped he'd be carried from the wharf directly to the hospital. And he was. Saint-Laurent-du-Maroni. Some of the guards went off duty so that they could change their clothes. They came back dressed in white, wearing the colonial cap instead of the kepi. Julot said, "We must be almost there." The heat was intense because they had closed the portholes. Through them we could see the bush. So we were on the Maroni. The water was muddy, the virgin forest vividly green. Birds flew off, disturbed by the ship's siren. We were going very slowly now, which allowed us plenty of time to examine the lush, dense, deep green vegetation. Then came the first houses, wooden, with zinc roofs. Black men and women stood in front of the doors watching the ship go by. They were used to seeing it unload its human cargo and stood impassive. 3 wails of the siren and the noise of the screws told us we were about to dock, then all sounds stopped. Silence. You could have heard the buzzing of a fly. No one spoke. Julot had his knife out and was cutting his pants at the knees and roughing up the edges. He would cut himself only when he reached the bridge so that there would be no telltale trail of blood. The guards opened the cage door and lined us up in 3s. We were in the 4th row, Julot between Diga and me. We climbed up to the bridge. It was 2 in the afternoon and a fiery sun beat down on my eyes and sheared pate. We were lined up on the bridge, then marched toward the gangplank. As the first man reached it, there was a general hesitation. I held Juliet's pack to his shoulder. With his 2 hands he tore at the skin of his knees, dug the knife in and sliced off 3 or 4 inches of flesh. Then he slipped me the knife and resumed holding his pack. As we stepped on the gangplank, he fell and rolled to the bottom. He was picked up, and when they saw he was hurt, they summoned 2 stretcher bearers. The scenario had been played out exactly as planned. A motley crowd was on hand to watch us. Blacks, mulattoes, Indians, Chinese, dregs of whites, probably liberated convicts, examined each of us as we stepped on land and lined up with the rest. Behind the guards stood well-dressed civilians, women in summer dresses, children wearing the colonial cap. They were watching the new arrivals too. When there were 200 of us, the convoy set off. We walked about 10 minutes until we arrived in front of a building. On its thick wooden gate was written, Penitencia, Saint Laurent du Maroni Capacité, 3,000 homs. The gate opened and we entered in rows of 10. 1, 2, 1, 2, march. A number of cons were watching us arrive. They leaned out of windows and stood on rocks. When we reached the center of the yard, a guard shouted, Stop. Put your packs down in front of you. You over there, pass out the hats. Each of us was given a straw hat. We needed it, all right. 2 or 3 men had already fainted from sunstroke. A guard with stripes held a list in his hands. Diga and I looked at each other. We were thinking of what Julot had said. They called to Leguitu. This way. 2 guards flanked him and they left. Same thing with Santini. Girasol, ditto. Jules Pignard. Jules Pignard, that was Julot, was hurt. He's in the hospital. Oh. Okay, now listen carefully. When I call your name, step out of ranks with your pack on your shoulder and go stand in front of the yellow barracks. It's number 1. So-and-so, present etc. Diga, Charrière and I found ourselves among those lined up in front of the barracks. The door opened and we entered a hall about 70 feet long. Down the middle, a passage 7 feet wide. To the right and left, iron bars that ran the length of the hall. Canvas hammocks stretched from the bars to the wall, and each hammock had a blanket. You could go where you liked. Diga, Piero Le Fou, Santori, Grandit and I moved in next to each other and immediately set up housekeeping. I walked to the end of the hall. Showers. 50. Second notebook. Saint Laurent du Maroni. To the right, toilets to the left, no running water. We clung to the bars of the windows and watched the next arrivals. Our relief was intense. Obviously we weren't going to be interned because we were here together in a barracks. If we were, we'd already be in cells, as Julot had said. In the tropics there is no dusk or dawn. You pass from day to night just like that, at the same time, during the whole year. Night falls abruptly at 6:30. And at 6:30 2 old cons brought in 2 oil lamps which they hung from a hook in the ceiling. They gave only the faintest light. 3/4 of the barracks was in total darkness. By 9 o'clock everyone was asleep. The excitement of arrival had passed and we were overcome with the heat. There was not a breath of air. Everyone was down to his undershirt. I was between Diga and Piero Le Fou. We whispered for a while, then fell asleep. The next morning it was still dark when Reveille sounded. Everybody got up, washed and dressed. We were given some coffee and a piece of bread. A plank attached to the wall served as a table for our food and a shelf for the rest of our belongings. At 9 o'clock 2 guards entered together with a young con dressed in white without stripes. The 2 guards were Corsicans and talked Corsican with their countrymen. While this was going on, the infirmary orderly made a tour of the hall. When he reached me, he said, "How goes it, Papi? You don't recognize me?" "No. I'm Sierra, the Algerian. I knew you at Dante's in Paris." "Ah. Yes, now I recognize you. But you came over in 29. This is 33 and you're still here." "Yes, it's not all that easy to get out of this place." Why don't you report sick? What about him? Who is he? Diga. He's a friend of mine. Teal put him down for a visit too. You, Pappy, have dysentery. And you, old man, you have attacks of asthma. I'll see you at 11. I want to talk to you. He continued on his rounds, calling out in a loud voice, anyone sick here? If a man raised a finger, he went over and put him on his list. The next time he passed us, he was accompanied by a very old and weathered guard. Papillon, I want you to meet my boss, Bartolone, the infirmary guard. Mr. Bartolone, this man and that one there are the friends I told you about. 0 OK, Sierra. We can fix it up during the visit. You can count on me. They came for us at 11. We were 9. We crossed the camp between barracks until we came to a newer one painted white with a red cross. We went in and found ourselves in a waiting room with about 60 other men. 2 guards stood in each corner. Sierra appeared, dressed in an immaculate white smock. He said, you, and you and you, go in. We went into what was obviously a doctor's office. Sierra spoke to 3 old men in Spanish. I recognized one of the Spaniards right away. It was Fernandez, the man who had killed 3 Argentinians at the Café de Madrid in Paris. They exchanged a few words and Sierra led him to a bathroom that opened into the main hall. Then he came back to me and said, Pappy, let me embrace you. I'm so happy I can do something for you and your friend. You are both internees. Wait, let me speak. You, Papillon, are in for life, and you, Diga, for 5 years. Have you got any money? Yes. You give me 500 francs each and I'll see that you're hospitalized tomorrow morning, you, Pappy, for dysentery. You, Diga, you knock on the door, or better still, one of you call the guard and ask for the orderly, saying Diga is suffocating. I'll take care of the rest. Papillon, I ask only one thing. If you make a break, warn me ahead of time and I'll be there. For 100 francs each, they'll keep you in the hospital for a week. So you have to move fast. Fernandez came out of the bathroom and handed Sierra 500 francs. I went in, and when I emerged, I gave him not 1,000 but 1,500 francs. He refused the extra 500. I didn't insist. He said, this money is for the guard. I don't want anything for myself. We're friends, aren't we? The next day Diga, Fernandez and I found ourselves in a huge cell in the hospital. Diga had been hospitalized in the middle of the night. The orderly was a man of 35 named Chartel. Sierra had given him all the dope on us. When the doctor passed through. Second notebook, Saint Laurent du Maroni. He was to show him the report of a stool examination that made it appear that I was riddled with amoebae. For Diga, 10 minutes before the doctor's visit, he burned a little sulfur and made him breathe the fumes with a towel over his head. Fernandez, cheek was tremendously swollen. He had pricked the skin inside and had panted so hard and conscientiously for an hour that the swelling had closed his eye. The cell was on the 2nd floor of the building. There were almost 70 sick, many with dysentery. I asked the orderly where Julot was. In the building across the way. Do you want me to give him a message? Yes. Tell him that Papillon and Diga are here and that he should get to a window. The orderly was able to come and go as he liked. He had only to knock on the door and an Arab opened it. The Arab was the turnkey, a convict serving as an assistant to the guards. On either side of the door sat 3 guards, their rifles across their laps. The bars of the windows were rails, and I wondered how we would ever manage to cut through them. Between our building and Julot's was a garden full of beautiful flowers. Julot appeared at a window with a slate in his hand on which he had chalked, "Bravo." An hour later the orderly brought me a letter from him. It said, "I'm trying to get to your room. If it doesn't work, you try to come to mine. Say that you have enemies in your room. So you're interned. Chin up, we'll get them yet." The incident in the Bewley jail where we had suffered together had created a great bond between us. Julot was an expert with the wooden mallet. That's why he was nicknamed the man with the hammer. He would drive up to a jewelry shop in broad daylight when the best jewels were displayed in their cases in the shop window. The car, an accomplice at the wheel, would stop with the motor running. Julot would get out with his large mallet, smash the window with a single blow, grab all the jewel cases he could scoop up and leap back into the car, which would tear off at full speed. He had met with success in Lyon, Angers, Tours, Le Havre. Then he took on an important jeweler in Paris at 3 in the afternoon and carried off almost £1 million worth of jewels. He never told me why or how he was identified. He was condemned to 20 years and escaped at the end of 4. We had now been in the hospital a week. Yesterday I gave Chartel 200 francs, the payment for another week. To win friends, we gave everybody tobacco. A 60-year-old con from Marseille called Carrera made friends with Diga. He acted as his advisor. He kept telling him that if he had a lot of money and people in the village found out about it, thanks to the French newspapers, everyone was up on the news, it would be better if he didn't try to escape because the liberated convicts would kill him for his plan. Diga made me privy to his conversations with Carrera. I told Diga that the old man was obviously a waste of time since he'd been stuck here for 20 years, but he wouldn't listen to me. Diga was much impressed by the old man's prattle, and I had a hard time keeping up my side of the argument. I passed Sierra a note asking him to send Galgani to me. It didn't take long. The next day Galgani was in the hospital but in another room. How to give him back his plan. I told Chartel that I needed desperately to speak to Galgani, letting him think it concerned plans for an escape. He said he could bring him to me at exactly 5 minutes to noon when the guards were changing shifts. Chartel would have him climb to a porch and talk to me through the window, and for free. Galgani appeared at the window at noon and I put his plan directly into his hands. He stood there and cried. 2 days later he sent me a magazine stuffed with 5,000 franc bills and the one word, thanks. Chartel, who brought me the magazine, saw the money. He said nothing, but I tried to offer him some. He refused. We want to get moving, I said. Do you want to come with us? No, Papillon. I'm involved in another one. I don't want to try and escape until 5 months from now when my friend is free. Our cavale will be better prepared and a surer thing. I can see why you're in a hurry. You're an internee. But here, with these bars, it's going to. 54. Second notebook. Saint Laurent du Maroni. Be hard. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you. I don't want to risk my job. I just want to wait here quietly until my friend is ready. Very good, Chartel. In this kind of life we have to be frank with each other. I won't mention it again. But I'll still carry your messages and do errands for you. Thanks, Chartel. That night we heard a burst of machine gun fire. We learned the next morning that Julot had escaped. May God go with him. He was a good friend. He must have seen an opening and made the most of it. 15 years later, in 1948, I happened to be in Haiti, where I'd come with a Venezuelan millionaire to make a deal with the president of the casino to run his gambling tables. One night, as we came out of a nightclub where we'd been drinking champagne, one of the girls with us, as black as coal and as well educated as any daughter of a good French provincial family, said to me, "My grandmother is a voodoo priestess and lives with an old Frenchman. He escaped from Cayenne and he's been with her a long, long time. He's drunk all the time. His name is Jules Marteau." I sobered up immediately. "Girl, let me see your grandmother right away." She spoke to the taxi driver in Haitian dialect and off we went at top speed. We passed a brightly lighted nightclub. Stop. I went up to the bar, bought a bottle of Pernod, 2 bottles of champagne and 2 bottles of the local rum. Let's go. We stopped by the edge of the sea in front of a cozy little white house with a red slate roof. The sea came up almost to the steps. The girl knocked and the door was opened by a large black woman with white hair. She was wearing a shift that reached to her ankles. The two women talked in dialect. Then the old woman said, "Come in, the house is yours." An oil lamp illuminated a tidy room full of birds and fish. "You want to see Julot? Wait, he's coming. Jules, Jules, somebody's here to see you." An old man appeared, barefoot and dressed in blue striped pajamas that reminded me of our uniform in the band. "Who wants to see me at this hour of the night? Boule de neige." "Papillon, it can't be." He took me in his arms and said, "Bring the lamp closer, Boule de neige. I want to see my old pal's face." "Yes, it's you, you old bastard. It's really you. Welcome. The house, the little money I have, my wife's granddaughter. It's all yours. Just say the word." We drank the Pernod, the champagne, the rum, and from time to time Julot broke into song. What times we had, eh, old pal? There's nothing like a little adventure. I went through Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica, Jamaica. Since then I've been here with Boule de neige, the best woman a man ever had. When do you leave? Are you here for long? No, just a week. What are you doing here? I'm trying to arrange with the president of the casino to get the contract for his gambling tables. I'd like nothing better, pal, than to have you around for the rest of your life. But don't have anything to do with that son-of-a bitch. He'll have you murdered the minute he sees you're doing good business. Thanks for the advice. As for you, Boule de neige, get your voodoo show ready, the one not for tourists. I want the real thing for my friend. So Julot made his escape, but Diga, Fernandez and I were still waiting. From time to time I casually examined the bars over the windows. They were real railroad tracks, so nothing doing there. But there was still the door. Day and night, 3 guards were stationed there. Since Julot's escape the surveillance had tightened. The rounds were made at shorter intervals and the doctor was less friendly. Chartal came into the room only twice a day, to give injections and to take temperatures. A second week went by. Again I paid 200 francs. Diga talked of everything but escape. Yesterday he saw my lancet and said, "You still have it." "Why?" I answered angrily, "To save my skin and yours, if I have to." Fernandez was not a Spaniard but an Argentinian. He was a good man, a real adventurer, but he, too, was impressed by old Carrora's nonsense. One day I heard him tell Diga, "They say the islands are very healthy places, not like here, and it's not so hot. Here you pick up germs and get dysentery just from going to the toilets." Every day 1 or 2 of the 70 men in our room died of dysentery. And strangely, they 56. Second notebook, Saint Laurent du Maroni. All died when it was low tide in the afternoon or evening. No one ever died in the morning. Why? A mystery of nature. That night I had a talk with Diga and Fernandez. I told them that the Arab turnkey sometimes came into the room during the night to pull back the sheets and examine the very sick. It would be easy to knock him out and put on his uniform. We all wore only smocks and sandals. Once dressed, I'd go out, grab a rifle from one of the guards, aim it at them, force them into the cell and close the door. Then we'd jump over the hospital wall on the river side, dive into the water and drift with the current. After that we'd see. Since we had money, we could buy a boat and food and set out to sea. They both categorically rejected the project. I sensed they'd grown apathetic. I was very disappointed. And so the days passed. We'd now been in the hospital 3 weeks less 2 days. We had only 10 to 15 days maximum to try for a break. Today, a memorable day, the 21st of November, 1933, Jones Clausiot came into the room. Someone had tried to kill him at the barber's on St. Martin. He was almost blind. His eyes were shut tight and were full of pus. Once Chartal had left, I went over to him. He told me that the other internees had left for the islands more than 2 weeks before but that he'd managed to get left behind. An official warned him 3 days before they were to leave. He had put castor oil grains in his eyes, they abscessed, and the infection had got him into the hospital. He was game for anything and crazy to get going, even if he had to kill to do it. He had 3,000 francs. Once his eyes were bathed with warm water, he would be able to see fine. I explained my escape plan. He liked it, but he said that if we were going to take the guards by surprise, there would have to be 3 of us. We could remove the legs of the beds, and armed with an iron leg each, we could knock them all out. According to him, even if we had their rifles, they wouldn't believe we'd really shoot and they'd go alert the guards in the building Julot has escaped from, which was at least 20 yards away. The first CAVALE. Escape from the hospital. Tonight I buttonholed Diga, then Fernandez. Diga said he had no confidence in the plan but that he would pay any amount of money to get his internment lifted. He asked me to write Sierra, tell him that it had been suggested to him and was it at all possible. On the same day Chartel brought back the answer. Don't pay anybody to lift your internment. It has to come from France, and no one, not even the director of the penitentiary, can do it. If you're desperate, you can try to get out, but only the day after the boat, the Mana, leaves for the islands. We had 8 days left before we were to leave for the islands, and I began to think it might be better to escape from there rather than from our room in the hospital. In the same note Sierra had said that if I wanted to, he would send a liberated convict to talk to me and help me prepare a boat behind the hospital. He was from Toulouse, his name was Jesus, and he had prepared Dr. Boubrat's escape 2 years earlier. In order to see him, I'd have to go for X-rays in another building. This place was built into the hospital wall. The libérés were provided access with fake passes. He warned me that before being X-rayed I should remove my plan, for the doctor might notice it if he took a picture of me below my lungs. I sent Sierra a note telling him to send Jesus to X-ray and to get together with Chartel to have me sent too. That same night Sierra told me it would be the day after tomorrow at 9. The next day Diga and Fernandez both asked to leave the hospital. The Mana had left that morning. They hoped to escape from their cells in the camp. I wished them good luck. My plans were unchanged. I met Jesus. He was an old libéré, as dry as smoked fish, with 2 ugly scars across his weathered face. One eye wept all the time. Ugly face, ugly expression. He didn't give me confidence, and the future proved me right. We spoke quickly. I can fix you up a boat for 4 or at most 5 men. A barrel of water, food, coffee and tobacco. 3 paddles, empty flour sacks, needle and thread to make the mainsail and ajab. A compass, a hatchet, a knife, 5 quarts of rum. All for 2,500 francs. There'll be no moon in 3 days. Starting on the 4th, if you agree, I'll wait for you in the boat every night for 8 days from 11 to 3 in the morning. Once the moon shows the first quarter, I'll stop waiting. The boat will be exactly opposite the corner of the hospital wall. Guide yourself by feeling the wall, for you won't be able to see it even from 6 feet away. I didn't trust him, but I still said yes. What about the money? Jesus asked. T'll send it through Sierra. We parted without shaking hands. Not a good start. At 3 o'clock Chartel went to the camp to give Sierra the money, 2,500 francs. It's thanks to Galgani I have this money to gamble, I reflected, and it's risky. Just so long as he doesn't spend it all on rum. Clausiot was ecstatic. He was full of confidence, in himself, in me and in the project. Only one thing bothered him. The Arab didn't come every night, and when he did come it was usually too early. Then there was another problem. Who to pick for a third? There was a Corsican from the Nice underworld named Biaggi. He'd been in the band since 1929 and was now in the maximum security ward under suspicion of having killed a man. Clausiot and I discussed whether we should speak to him and when. While we were talking, a boy of about 18 came up to us. He was as pretty as a girl. His name was Machuret and he had been condemned to death for the murder of a taxi driver, then given a reprieve because of his age, at the time, 17. There had been 2 of them, a 16, and a 17-year-old, and when they appeared in court, each declared he'd killed the taxi driver. But the driver had been hit by only one bullet. Their behavior in court aroused all the con's sympathies. Macherette approached us and, in his girlish voice, asked us for a light. We gave it to him and I threw in a present of 4 cigarettes and a box of matches. He thanked me with a seductive smile and we let him go. Suddenly Clausiot said, "Pappy, we're saved. I know how we can get that Arab in here as often and any time we like. It's in the bag. How do you figure?" "It's easy. We'll tell that kid, Macherette, to make the Arab fall in love with him. Arabs like boys, you know. It's a cinch he'll want to screw him. All the kid has to do is put on an act, saying he's afraid of being seen, and we've got the Arab coming in exactly when we want him. Let's give it a try." I went over to Macherette. He received me with another seductive smile. He thought he'd aroused me with the first one. I said straight off, "I just want to talk to you. Come into the toilets." We went in and I began, "If you repeat one word of what I'm about to say, you're a dead man. Here it is." I told him our plan and asked him how much money he wanted, or did he want to escape with us. "I want to escape with you." Agreed. We shook on it. He went off to sleep and, after a few words with Clausiot, I did too. The next night, at 8 o'clock, Macherette sat down next to the window. The Arab didn't need to be called. He came by himself and they talked in low voices. At 10 o'clock Macherette went to bed. We had been in bed with one eye open since 9. The Arab came into the room, made the rounds twice, found one man dead. He knocked on the door, and soon afterward 2 stretcher bearers came and took the corpse away. Corpses turned out to be useful for they justified frequent visits by the Arab at any hour of the night. Following our advice, Macherette made an assignation the next night for 11 o'clock. The turnkey arrived on time, passed by the boy's bed, pulled his feet to wake him up, then went on to the toilets. Macherette followed. 15 minutes later the turnkey came out, went straight to the door and left. At the same time Macherette went back to his bed without speaking. The next night the same thing, but at midnight. Everything was working like a dream. The Arab came whenever the boy asked him to. At 4 in the afternoon on November 27, 1933, with 2 legs of the bed ready as bludgeons, I waited for word from Sierra. Chartel, the orderly, arrived but without a note. All he said was, "Francois Sierra told me to tell you that Jesus is waiting at the stated place. Good luck." At 8 in the evening Macherette said to the Arab, "Come after midnight. That way we can be together longer." The Arab said he would. On the stroke of midnight we were ready. The Arab came in at 12:15, went straight to Macherette's bed, pulled his feet and continued toward the toilets. Macherette followed him. I yanked the leg off my bed. It made a noise as it fell. Clausiot made no sound. I was to stand behind the door and Clausiot was to walk up to the Arab to attract his attention. After a 20-minute wait everything went very fast. The Arab came out of the toilets and, surprised at seeing Clausiot, said, "What are you doing in the middle of the room at this hour of the night? Get back into bed." Then I whacked him on the head and he fell without a sound. Quickly I put on his clothes and shoes. We dragged him under the bed and, just before we pushed him completely under, I gave him another crack on the back of the neck. Now he was really out. Not one of the men in the room budged. I went straight to the door, followed by Clausiot and Macherette, who were both in their smocks. I knocked, the guard opened up, and I swung my iron leg, whack. Right on his head. The other guard facing us dropped his carbine. He must have been asleep. Before he could react, I smacked him. None of mine made a sound. Clausiot said, "Ah," before collapsing on the floor. My 2 guards were still on their chairs. The third was stretched out stiff. We held our breaths. To us, that, "Ah," had been heard by the entire world. It was certainly loud enough, yet no one moved. We left them where they lay and took off with their 3 carbines, Clausiot first, the kid in the middle and me last. We ran down the dimly lit stairs. Clausiot had left his bed leg behind. I kept mine in my left hand. The rifle in my right. Downstairs, nothing. Around us the night was as dark as ink. We had to look hard to find the wall next to the river. We went as fast as we could. Once at the wall, I made a footrest with my hands. Clausiot climbed up, straddled the wall, pulled Machuret up, then me. We slid down the other side. Clausiot fell into a hole and hurt his foot. Machuret and I made it without trouble. We both got up. We had abandoned the rifles before jumping. But when Clausiot tried to get up, he couldn't. He said he had broken his leg. I left Machuret with Clausiot and ran toward the corner of the wall, feeling along with my hand. It was so dark that I didn't see when I came to the end of the wall, and when my hand kept on going, I fell flat on my face. Down by the river, I heard a voice. "Is that you?" "Yes." "Jesus." "Yes." He lit a match. I stepped into the water and waded over to him. There were 2 men. "You get in first. Who are you?" "Papillon." 0. K. "Jesus, we have to go back up. My friend broke his leg jumping off the wall." "Then take this paddle and row." The 3 paddles dipped into the water and the boat quickly made the 100 yards between us and the place where I thought they were, for we could see nothing. I called, "Clausiot. For Christ's sake, don't talk. Lenfley, use your lighter." A few sparks flew off. They saw them. Clausiot gave a whistle between his teeth, a Leon whistle. It makes no noise, but you can hear it clearly, like the hiss of a snake. He kept whistling until we came abreast. Lenfley got out, picked Clausiot up in his arms and placed him in the boat. Then Machuret climbed in and finally Lenfley. We were 5, and the water came to within 2 fingers of the gunwales. "Nobody move without a warning," Jesus said. "Papillon, stop paddling. Put your paddle across your knees. Let's go, Lenfley." 64. Helped by the current, the boat plunged into the night. A third of a mile downstream, we passed the penitentiary. We were in the middle of the river and the current was carrying us at an incredible speed. Lenfley was feathering his paddle. Jesus kept the boat steady, the handle of his paddle tight against his thigh, not paddling, just steering. Then Jesus said, "Now we can smoke." It went all right, I think. "You're sure you didn't kill anybody?" "I don't think so." "God damn it, you double-crossed me, Jesus." Lenfley said, "You said it was a simple cavale. Now it seems it's a cavale of internees." "That's right, they're internees. I didn't tell you, Lenfley, because you wouldn't have helped me and I had to have another man." "Relax. If we're caught, I'll take all the blame." "You'd better, Jesus. For the 100 francs you paid me, I don't want to risk my neck if somebody got killed or wounded." I said, "Lenfley, I'll make you a present of 1,000 francs for the 2 of you." "All right then, mec. That's fair enough. Thanks. We're dying of hunger in the village. It's worse being liberated than in prison. In prison you at least get food every day, and clothes." "Mec," Jesus asked Clausiot, "does it hurt a lot?" "Not too bad," Clausiot said. "But how are we going to make it with my leg broken, Papillon?" "We'll see. Where are we going, Jesus?" "I'm going to hide you up a creek about 12 miles from the mouth of the river. You stay there 8 days until the guards and the man-hunters give up looking. You want 'em to think you went down the Moroni and into the sea on the same night. The man-hunters use boats without engines. A fire, talking, coughing could be fatal if they're anywhere near. The guards use motorboats. They're too big to go up the creek, they'd run aground." The night grew lighter. It was nearly 4 in the morning when, after a long search, we finally came to the hiding place known. 2, originally meaning pimp, it has been rubbed down to signify man, guy, pal, buddy and the like, except among the better class of Frenchmen. See glossary. Only to Jesus. We wete literally in the bush. The boat flattened the short brush, but once we had passed over it, it straightened up again, providing a thick protective screen. It would take a sorcerer to know that there was enough water here to float a boat. We entered the creek, then spent over an hour penetrating the brush and separating the branches that barred our passage. Suddenly we found ourselves in a kind of canal and we stopped. The bank was neat and green and the trees huge, their foliage so thick that daylight, it was now 6 o'clock, couldn't get through. Thousands of beasts we had never heard of lived under this impressive canopy. Jesus said, "This is where you stay for 8 days. On the 7th I'll come and bring you supplies." He untangled the thick vegetation and pulled out a tiny dugout 6 feet long. Inside were 2 paddles. This was the boat to take him back to Saint Laurent on the rising tide. It was now time to do something about Clausiot, who was stretched out on the bank. He was still wearing only his smock, so his legs were bare. With our hatchet we split some dried branches to serve as splints. Lenfley pulled on his foot and Clausiot broke into a heavy sweat. Suddenly he said, "Stop. It hurts less like that. The bone must be in place." We arranged the splints and tied them with a new hemp rope we found in the boat. The pain eased. Jesus had brought 4 pairs of pants, 4 shirts and 4 wool sweaters originally intended for legways. Macherette and Clausiot put 'em on. I stayed in the Arab's clothes. We drank some rum. It was the 2nd bottle since our departure. It warmed us. Mosquitoes attacked without mercy, forcing us to sacrifice a packet of tobacco. We put it to soak in a water bottle and spread the nicotine juice on our faces, hands and feet. The wool sweaters kept us warm in the penetrating damp. Lenfley said, "We're off. What about the 1,000 francs you promised?" I went off for a moment and returned with a brand new 1,000-franc bill. "So long. Don't move from here for 8 days, Jesus said. We'll be back on the 7th. On the 8th you go out to sea. While you're waiting, make your sail, your jib, and get the boat ready. Put everything in its place. Fix the pins in the rudder and mount it on the 66. Rear. If we haven't come after 10 days, we've been arrested. There'll be bloody hell to pay because you attacked those guards." Then Clausiot told us that he hadn't left his carbine at the base of the wall. He had thrown it over the wall and the river was so near, which he didn't know then, that it must have fallen into the water. Jesus said that was a good thing, for if it weren't found, the manhunters would think we were armed. Now we could relax a little. They were armed only with revolvers and machetes, and if they thought we had a carbine, they wouldn't go out of their way to find us. Well, so long. If we were discovered and had to abandon the boat, we were to follow the creek upstream until we hit dry land. Then, with the compass, we should keep going north. There was a good chance that after 2 or 3 days we'd come to the death camp called Charrière. Once there, we'd have to bribe someone to tell Jesus where we were. The 2 old cons left. A few minutes later their dugout had disappeared. We could hear nothing, see nothing. Daylight penetrated the brush in a very peculiar way. It was as if we were in an arcade where the sun reached the top but allowed no rays to filter down. It began to get hot. And there we were, alone, Macherette, Clausiot and me. Our first reflex was to laugh. It had gone like clockwork. The only inconvenience was Clausiot's leg, but he said that with the strips of wood around it he was okay. He would like it if we made some coffee. It was quickly done. We made a fire and each drank a mug of black coffee sweetened with brown sugar. It was delicious. We had spent so much energy since the night before that I didn't have the strength to examine our equipment or inspect the boat. That could come later. We were free. We had arrived at the ban exactly 37 days before. If the cavale succeeded, my life sentence would not have been very long. I said, "Mr. President, how long does hard labor for life last in France?" And I burst out laughing. Macherette, who also had a life sentence, did too. Clausiot said, "Don't crow yet. Colombia is still far away, and this boat doesn't look all that seaworthy to me. I didn't answer because up to the last minute I had thought this boat was only to bring us to where the real one was. When I discovered that I was wrong, I didn't dare say anything for fear of upsetting my friends. And also, since Jesus seemed to think it was perfectly normal, I didn't want to give the impression that I didn't know the kind of boats normally used for escapes. We spent the first day talking and getting acquainted with this new unknown, the bush. Monkeys and a small species of squirrel made terrifying somersaults over our heads. A troop of small wild pigs came to drink and bathe in the creek. There must have been at least 2,000 of them. They came down to the creek and swam, tearing at the hanging roots. An alligator emerged from God knows where and caught one of them by the foot. The pig started to squeal like a lost soul, and the other pigs attacked the alligator, climbing on top of him and trying to bite him at the corners of his enormous mouth. With each whack of his tail the alligator sent a pig flying. One of them was killed and floated on the surface with its belly in the air. His companions immediately set to eating him. The creek was full of blood. The spectacle lasted 20 minutes, until the alligator took off through the water. We never saw him again. We slept soundly and in the morning made some coffee. I took off my sweater and washed with a big cake of Marseille soap I found in the boat. Maturette gave me a rough shave with my lancet, then shaved Clausiot. Maturette himself had no beard. When I picked up my sweater to put it back on, an enormous violet-black spider fell from it. It was covered with very long hair which had tiny platinum-like balls at the ends. It must have weighed at least a pound. I crushed it in disgust. We emptied everything out of the boat, including the barrel of water. The water was purple. Jesus must have put too much permanganate in it to keep it from going bad. We found matches and a striking pad in tightly closed bottles. The compass was no better than a child's. It showed only north, south, east and west, with nothing in between. Since the mast was only 2.5 yards high, we sewed the flour sacks into a trapeze shape with a rope around the edges for reinforcement. I made a small jib shaped like an isosceles triangle. It would help to keep us pointed into the wind. When we were ready to mount the mast, I saw that the bottom of the boat wasn't solid. The hole for the mast was completely eaten away. When I inserted the screws for the pin that was to support the rudder, they went right through. The wood was like butter. The boat was rotten. That son of a bitch, Jesus, was sending us to our deaths. Reluctantly I asked the others to take a look. I had no right to hide it from them. What should we do? When Jesus returned, we'd make him find us a better boat. We would disarm him. Then I, armed with the knife and the hatchet, would go with him to the village to find another boat. It was taking a big risk, but it wasn't as bad as putting to sea in this coffin. At least we had enough food, a large bottle of oil and boxes of flour and tapioca. With that we could go a long way. This morning we watched a strange spectacle. A band of grey-faced monkeys staged a battle with some hairy black-faced monkeys. While the fight was raging, Maturette was hit on the head with a piece of branch and got a bump as big as a nut. We had now been here 5 days and 4 nights. Tonight it rained in torrents. We made a shelter of wild banana leaves. The water rolled right off the varnished surface and we stayed dry except for our feet. This morning, as I drank my coffee, I thought about Jesus and what a crook he was. To take advantage of our innocence by giving us this punky boat. For 500 or 1,000 francs, he would send 3 men to certain death. I wondered if, after I'd made him give us another boat, I shouldn't kill him. The cry of jays startled our small world. Such sharp, blood-curdling cries that I told Maturette to take the machete and find out what was going on. He returned after 5 minutes and Beck wanted me to follow. We came to a place about 150 yards away, and there, suspended in the air, was an extraordinary pheasant or waterfowl twice as big as a large rooster. It was caught in a lasso and hung by its claws from a branch. With one whack of the machete I cut its neck to stop the ghastly noise. I felt its weight and guessed it to be at least 14 pounds. We decided to eat it, but then it occurred to us that the snare had been put there by somebody and there might be more than one of him. We went to see and found a curious thing. A barrier 12 inches high made of leaves and creepers woven together. About 30 feet from the creek and running parallel to it. Here and there was a door, and at the door, camouflaged by twigs, a lasso made of brass thread, attached at the other end to the branch of a bush bent double. I figured that the animal would run into the barrier, then walk along it, looking for an opening. When he found the door, he'd start through, but his claw would catch in the thread which would spring the branch back. The animal would then hang in the air until the owner of the traps came to get it. This discovery was very disturbing. The barrier looked well maintained and quite new. We were in danger of being discovered. We should make no fires during the day, only at night when the hunter would surely not be attending his traps. We decided to mount a guard to watch them. We hid the boat under some branches and secreted our provisions in the brush. I was on duty the next day at 10. We had eaten the pheasant, or whatever it was, the night before. The bouillon had tasted marvelous and the meat, even though boiled, was delicious. We each ate 2 bowl-fuls. So there I was, supposed to be on watch, but I became fascinated by some very large black tapioca ants, each one carrying a large piece of leaf to an enormous anthill. The ants were over 1/4 of an inch long and stood very high on their legs. I followed them to the plant they were defoliating and I saw a vast organization at work. First there were the cutters, who did nothing but cut up the pieces. With great speed they sheared through the enormous leaves, which were similar to those of a banana tree, cut them with amazing dexterity into pieces of the exact same size, then let them fall to earth. Below them was a line of ants of the same general species but a little different. They had a grey line running down the sides of their jaws. These ants formed a semicircle and observed the carriers. The carriers approached in a line from the right, then headed left toward the anthill. First they loaded up, then they got in line, but from time to time, in their hurry to claim their burden and get back into line, there was a traffic jam. This brought on the police ants, who shoved the worker ants into the proper places. It wasn't clear to me what grave error one of the worker ants had committed, but it was pulled from the ranks and 2 police ants took over, one cutting off its head, the other slicing its body in 2 at the waist. The police then stopped 2 worker ants, who dropped their bits of leaf and made a hole with their feet. Then the ants' 3 sections, head, chest and the rest, were buried and covered with earth. I was so absorbed in watching this small world and waiting to see whether the police carried their surveillance as far as the anthill that I was completely taken by surprise when I heard a voice say, "Don't move or you're dead. Turn around." There stood a man naked from the waist up, wearing khaki shorts and red leather boots, and carrying a double-barreled shotgun. He was bald, sunburned, of medium height, thick-set, and his eyes and nose were masked by a bright blue tattoo. A cockroach was tattooed in the middle of his forehead. "Are you armed?" "No." "Are you alone?" "No." "How many are you?" "3. "Take me to your friends." "I can't, because one of them has a carbine and I don't want you killed before I know your intentions." "Ah, then don't move and talk quietly. Are you the 3 who escaped from the hospital?" "Yes." "Which one is Papillon?" "Tam." "Well, your escape sure caused a revolution in the village. Half the libérés are under arrest at the police station." He came nearer and, pointing the barrel of his gun to the ground, held out his hand. "I'm the masked Breton," he said. "You've heard of me?" "No, but I can see you don't belong to the manhunt." "Right, I set traps here to catch hoccos. A cat must have finished one off, unless it was you people." "It was us. Want some coffee?" He took a thermos from a pack on his back, gave me a swallow and drank some himself. I said, "Come meet my friends." He followed me and sat down with us. He laughed over the scare I'd given him with the carbine. He said, "I believed you because the manhunt wouldn't go after you when they learned you'd left with a carbine." He explained that he had been in Guyana for 20 years and liberated for 5. He was 45. Stupidly, he had had the mask tattooed on his face, so he had been forced to give up any idea of returning to France. He loved the bush and his whole life centered around it. Snake and jaguar skins, collecting butterflies and, most of all, catching hokkos alive, the bird we had eaten. He sold them for 200 to 250 francs. I offered to pay him, but he refused indignantly. Then he told us about the hokkos. This wild bird is a cock of the bush. Naturally, he's never seen a hen, rooster, or man. So I catch one, take him to the village and sell him to someone who has a chicken coop. They're in great demand. Oh, you don't clip his wings, you don't do anything to him, you just put him in a coop at the end of the day, and in the morning, when you open the door, there he is right in front, looking as if he were counting the hens and roosters as they file out. He follows them, and as he pecks along with them, he watches them high, low and in the surrounding brush. He's the best watchdog there is. In the evening he stations himself by the co-op door, and how he knows that 1 or 2 of the chickens are missing is a mystery, but he knows it and he goes looking for them. And, hen or rooster, he drives them back with sharp pecks of his beak to teach them that it's time to go home. He kills rats, snakes, shrews, spiders, centipedes, and the moment a bird of prey is sighted in the sky, he sends everyone scurrying into the grass while he stares it down. And furthermore, he never runs away. And we had eaten this remarkable bird as if it were a common rooster. The Breton told us that Jesus, Lenfley and about 30 libérés were in prison at the police station in Saint Laurent, where they were being questioned about our escape. The Arab was in a cell, too, under suspicion of being an accomplice. The 2 blows that put him out had done no damage, but the guards had slight swellings on their heads. Nobody bothered me because everybody knows I never get involved. In cavales, he told us that Jesus was a bastard. When I told him about the boat, he asked if he could have a look at it. When he saw it, he cried out, "He was sending you to your deaths, that son of a bitch." At sea, this tub wouldn't last an hour. The first big wave would break it in 2. Whatever you do, don't leave in that thing. It would be suicide. So what do we do? You have money. Yes. I'll tell you what you do. Better still, I'll help you. You certainly deserve it. And I'll do it for nothing because I want to see you and your friends succeed. First, don't go near the village, no matter what. To get a good boat, you'll have to go to the Isle aux Pigeons. About 200 lepers live on the island. There are no guards there and no healthy person ever goes ashore, not even a doctor. Every morning at 8 a boat brings them a 24-hour supply of food. The orderly at the hospital gives a case of medication to their 2 orderlies. They lepers too. They alone take care of the islanders. Nobody, no guards, no manhunts, no priests, ever goes to the island. The lepers live in little straw huts they make themselves, and they have a common room where they get together. They raise chickens and ducks to supplement their ordinary diet. Officially they can't sell anything off the island, but they have a black market trade with Saint Laurent and Saint Jean and with the Chinese at Albina in Dutch Guiana. They're all murderers. They don't often kill each other, but they commit lots of crimes when they're off the island, then they return to take cover. For these expeditions they have a few boats stolen from a neighboring village. The worst offense they can commit is to have a boat. The guards fire on anything they see going or coming from the aux Pigeons. What the lepers do is they sink their boats by filling them with rocks. When they need them again, they dive down, take out the rocks, and the boats float up to the surface. There are all kinds of people on the island, all races, and from every part of France. This boat of yours is good only for the Moroni, and lightly loaded at that. To go out to sea, you'll have to find another, and the best place is the aux Pigeons. How do we get there? Like this, I'll go with you up the river until we come in sight of the island. Alone you'd never find it, or you might make a mistake. It's about 60 miles from the mouth of the river, so you'll have to backtrack. It's about 20 miles beyond Saint Laurent. We'll attach my boat to yours. I'll bring you as close as possible and, after that, I'll get back into my own boat. Then you head for the island. Why can't you come to the island with us? Oh, God, the Breton said. All I needed was to put one foot on the wharf where the administration boat docks. It was in full daylight, but what I saw was enough. Forgive me, Pappy, but I will never set foot on that island again. I wouldn't be able to hide how I felt. I'd do you more harm than good. When do we leave? At nightfall. What time is it now, Breton? 3 o'clock. Oh. I'll sleep for a little while. No, you don't. You've got to load the boat. No, I'm going with the boat empty. Then I'll come back for Clausiot, who'll stay and watch over our things. Impossible. You'll never find this place again, not even in broad daylight. And don't ever be on the river during the day. They're still looking for you. The river is still plenty dangerous. Evening came. He went to find his boat and we attached it to ours. Clausiot sat next to the Breton, who took the tiller. Macherette sat in the middle. I went up front. We had trouble getting out of the creek and by the time we reached the river, night was falling. An enormous reddish-brown sun was ablaze on the horizon across the sea. We could see clearly, 12 miles ahead, the estuary of the majestic river as it threw off pink and silver sequins in its rush to meet the sea. The Breton said, "The tide is out. In an hour it will begin to rise. We'll use it to go back up the Moroni. That way we'll reach the island with the least effort." Night fell suddenly. "Push off," said the Breton. "Paddle hard to get into the mid-DLE of the river. And no smoking." The paddles sliced the water and we sped across the current. The Breton and I pulled in rhythm and Macherette did his best. The farther we got into the middle of the river, the more we felt the rising tide push us. We were skimming along fast now. The tide grew stronger and pushed us even faster. 6 hours later we were very close to the island and heading straight for it. A black spot, almost in the middle of the river, slightly to the right. "That's it," the Breton said in a low voice. Although it wasn't a very dark night, it would be hard to see us from that distance because of the mist on the water's surface. We came nearer. When the outline of the rocks was clear, the Breton got into his boat, untied it quickly and whispered, "Good luck, boys." "Thanks. Don't mention it." The Isle aux Pigeons. With the Breton no longer at the tiller, the boat made for the island broadside. I tried to bring it around but couldn't, and with the current pushing us, we went sideways into the vegetation that hung down into the water. For all my frantic back paddling, we struck with such force that, had we landed against rock instead of leaves and branches, we would surely have cracked up and lost everything. Macherette jumped into the water, pulled the boat under a thicket and tied her up. We shared a cup of rum and I climbed the bank alone, leaving my 2 friends in the boat. I walked compass in hand, cutting back the brush and attaching strips of flour sacking to branches along the way. I saw a faint light ahead, suddenly heard voices and made out 3 straw huts. I moved forward, and since I didn't know how I should present myself, I decided to let them discover me. I lit a cigarette. As the light flared, a small dog came barking at me and nipped at my legs. Just so long as he isn't a leper, I thought. Then, idiot, dogs don't get leprosy. Who's there? Who is it? Is that you, Marcel? It's an escaped prisoner. What are you doing here? You want to rob us? You think we're too well off? No, I need help. For free or for pay? Oh, shut up, Le Tuet. 4 shadows emerged from the hut. Approach gently, friend. I bet you're the man with the carbine. If you've got it with you, put it on the ground. You have nothing to fear from us. 3rd notebook, the Isle aux Pigeons. Yes, that's me, but I don't have the carbine now. I inched forward. I was close now, but it was dark and I couldn't make out their features. Stupidly I put out my hand. No one took it. I understood too late that such a gesture was not made here. They didn't want to contaminate me. Let's go back to the hut, Latuette said. The little cabin was lit by an oil lamp on a table. Have a seat. I sat down on a stool. Latuette lit 3 more lamps and placed one of them on a table directly in front of me. The smoke of the coconut oil had a sickening smell. The 5 of them stood, so that I couldn't make out their faces. Mine was well lighted because I was at the same height as the lamp, which is what they had intended. The voice which had told Latuette to shut up now said, "Langwell, go ask at the main house if they want us to bring him over. Come back with the answer right away. And make sure it's all right with Toussaint. We can't offer you anything to drink here, friend, unless you don't mind swallowing eggs." He placed a basket full of eggs in front of me. "No, thank you." Then one of them sat down near me, and that's when I saw my first leper. It was horrible. I had to make an effort not to look away or otherwise show my feelings. His nose was completely eaten away, flesh and bone. There was only a hole in the middle of his face. I mean what I say. Not 2 holes, but a single hole, as big as a silver dollar. The right side of the lower lip was also eaten away and exposed 3 long yellow teeth that jutted out of the bone of the upper jaw. He had only 1 ear. He was resting a bandaged hand on the table. It was his right hand. With the 2 fingers remaining on his left hand he held a long, fat cigar. He had probably made it from a half-ripe tobacco leaf, for it was greenish in color. Only his left eye had an eyelid. The lid of his right eye was gone and a deep scar stretched from the eye to the top of his forehead, where it disappeared into his shaggy gray hair. In a hoarse voice he said, "We'll help you, mec. I don't want you to stay around here and become like me." "Thank you. My name is Jean Sans Pour. I was handsomer, healthier and stronger than you when I first came to the ban. Look at what 10 years have done to me. Doesn't anybody take care of you? Sure, I'm much better since I started giving myself injections of Chonugra oil. Look." He turned his head and showed me his left side. "It's drying up there." Feeling an immense pity for this man, I made a motion to touch his cheek as a sign of friendship. He threw himself back and said, "Thank you for wanting to touch me, but you must never touch a leper, nor eat or drink from his bowl. Of all the lepers, his is the face I remember, this man who had the courage to make me look." "Where's the mech?" In the doorway I saw the shadow of a very small man not much bigger than a dwarf. "Toussaint and the others want to see him. Bring him to the center." Jean Sans Pour got up and said, "Follow me." We all set off into the night, 4 or 5 in front, me next to Jean Sans Pour, more behind. After 3 minutes we arrived at a clearing faintly lit by the moon. It was the flat summit of the island. In the middle was a house. Light came from 2 windows. In front about 20 men waited for us. As we arrived at the door, they stood back to let us through. I found myself in a room 30 feet long and 12 feet wide with a kind of fireplace in which wood was burning, surrounded by 4 huge stones of the same height. The room was lighted by 2 large hurricane lanterns. On one of the stone stools sat an ageless man with black eyes set in a white face. Behind him on a bench were 5 or 6 others. "I'm Toussaint, the Corsican. You must be Papillon. One aim. News travels fast in the ban. Almost as fast as you do. Where is your carbine?" "We threw it in the river." "Where?" "Opposite the hospital wall. Exactly where we jumped." "So it would be possible to recover it?" "I suppose so. The water isn't very deep there." "How do you know?" "We had to wade through it to carry my injured friend to the boat." "What's the matter with him?" "He broke his leg." "What have you done for him?" "I split some branches and made him splints." "Is he in pain?" "Yes." "Where is he?" "In the boat." "You said you came for help. What kind of help?" "A better boat." "You want us to give you a boat?" "Yes. I have money to buy it with." "Good. I'll sell you mine. It's a great boat and brand new. I stole it last week in Albina. It's not a boat. It's a transatlantic steamer. There's only one thing missing, a keel. But in 2 hours we can fix it up with a good one. It has everything else you could want. A rudder, a 13-foot mast of ironwood and a brand new heavy linen sail. What will you give me for it? Tell me what you want. I don't know what things are worth here. 3,000 francs if you have it. If you don't, go find the carbine tomorrow night and I'll give you the boat in exchange. No, I'd rather pay. Oh, okay, it's a sale. Le Puce, let's have some coffee. Le Puce, the near-dwarf who had first come for me, went over to a board fixed to the wall above the fire, took down a bowl, shining new and clean, poured in some coffee from a bottle and put it on the fire. After a moment he took the bowl and poured the coffee in some mugs. Toussaint leaned down and passed the mugs to the men behind him. Le Puce handed me the bowl, saying, "Don't worry. This bowl is only for visitors. No lepers drink from it." I took the bowl and drank, then rested it on my knee. It was then that I noticed a finger stuck to the bowl. I was just taking this in when Le Puce said, "Damn, I've lost another finger. Where the devil is it?" "It's there," I said, showing him the bowl. He pulled it off, threw it in the fire and said, "You can go on drinking. I have dry leprosy. I'm disintegrating piece by piece, but I'm not rotting. I'm not contagious." The smell of grilled meat reached me. It must be his finger. Toussaint said, "You'll have to stay through the day until low tide. Go tell your friends. Bring the man with the broken leg into one of the huts. Take everything you have from the boat and sink it. Nobody here can help you. You understand why." I returned to my companions and we carried Clausiot to the hut. 1 hour later everything was out of the boat and carefully stowed away. Le Puce asked if we'd make him a present of it and also a pad DLE. I gave it to him and he took it away to sink it in a special place he knew. The night went fast. All three of us were in the hut, lying on new blankets sent over by Toussaint. They were delivered in the heavy paper they'd been shipped in. As we lay there, I brought Clausiot and Matret up to date on what had happened since our arrival on the island, and the bargain I had struck with Toussaint. Clausiot said without thinking, "Then this cavale is really costing 6,000 francs. I'll pay half, Papillon, or the 3,000 I have. We're not here to haggle like a bunch of Armenians. As long as I have money, I'll pay. After that we'll see." During the night we were left to ourselves. When day broke, Toussaint was there. "Good morning. Don't be afraid to come out. Nobody can bother you here. There's a man watching for police boats on the river from a cocoa tree on top of the island. We haven't seen any so far. As long as the white rag is up, there's nothing in sight. If he sees anything, he'll come down and tell us. Pick yourselves some papayas if you like." I said, "Toussaint, what about the keel?" "We're going to make it from the infirmary door. It's made of heavy snakewood. The keel will need 2 planks. We brought the boat up while it was dark. Come see it." We went. It was a magnificent boat 16 feet long, brand new, with 2 benches, one with a hole for the mast. It was heavy, and Matret and I had trouble turning it over. The sail and the ropes were also new. There were rings on the sides for hanging a barrel of water. We went to work. By noon a keel, tapered from front to back, was solidly in place with long screws and 4 angle irons. The lepers formed a circle around us, watching in silence. Toussaint told us what to do and we obeyed. There wasn't a sign of a sore on Toussaint's face. He looked perfectly normal, but when he talked you noticed that only one side of his face moved, the left side. He told me that he, too, had dry leprosy. His torso and right arm were paralyzed and he expected his right leg to go before long. His right eye was fixed, like a glass eye. He could see with it, but he couldn't move it. I only hoped that no one who ever loved these lepers knew their terrible fate. As I worked, I talked to Toussaint. No one else spoke. Just once, when I was about to pick up one of the angle irons, one of them said, "Don't touch them yet." I cut myself when I was removing one of them from a piece of furniture, and there's still blood on it even though I tried to wipe it off. One of the lepers poured rum on it and set it on fire, then repeated the operation. Now you can use it, the man said. While we were working, Toussaint said to one of the men, "You've left the island several times. Papillon and his friends haven't, so tell them how to do it." Low tide is early tonight. The tide will start to ebb at 3 o'clock. When night falls, around 6, you'll have a very strong current which in 3 hours will take you about 60 miles toward the mouth of the river. At 9 o'clock you must stop. Get a good grip on an overhanging tree and wait out the 6 hours of the rising tide, that is, until 3 in the morning. But don't leave then. The current isn't moving fast enough yet. At 4:30 beat it into the middle of the river. You have an hour and a half before daybreak to do your 30 miles. This is your last chance. When the sun rises at 6, you make for the sea. Even if the guards spot you, they won't be able to catch you because they'll be arriving at the bar just as the tide turns. They won't be able to get over it and you'll have made it. Your life depends on this half-mile head start. This boat has only one sail. What did you have on your boat? A mainsail and a jib. This is a heavy boat. It can take 2 more sails, a spinnaker from the bow to the mast, and a jib that will help keep the nose pointing into the wind. Use all your sails and go straight into the waves. The sea is always heavy at the mouth of the estuary. Get your friends to lie flat in the bottom of the boat to stabilize it, and you hold the tiller tight in your hand. Don't tie the sheet to your leg, but put it through the ring and hold it with a single turn around your wrist. If you see that the force of the wind plus the size of the waves is about to capsize you, let everything go. The boat will immediately find its own equilibrium. Don't stop. Let the mainsail luff and keep going with your spinnaker and the jib. When the sea calms down, you'll have time to take down your sail, bring it in and move on after hoisting it again. Do you know the route? No. All I know is that Venezuela and Colombia are northwest. Right, but be careful you're not driven back to the coast. Dutch Guiana, opposite us, turns in all escaped cons, so does British Guiana. Trinidad doesn't turn 'em in, but you can only stay 2 weeks. Venezuela will turn you in after making you work on a road gang for a year or 2. I listened closely. He told me that he left the island from time to time, but since he was a leper, he was always sent back in short order. He admitted that he had never been farther than Georgetown in British Guiana. He wasn't an obvious leper, having lost only his toes, as I could see since he was barefoot. Toussaint made me repeat my instructions and I did so without making a mistake. At that point Jean Sans Pour said, "How much time should he spend on the open sea?" I answered straight off, "I'll do 3 days north-northeast. With the drift, that makes due north. On the 4th day I'll head northwest, which comes out to due west." "Bravo," said the leper. "The last time I did it, I spent only 2 days going northeast and I hit British Guiana. If you take 3 days going north, you'll pass north of Trinidad or Barbados, you'll bypass Venezuela, and before you know it you'll find yourself in Colombia or Curacao." Jean Sans Pour asked, "Toussaint, how much did you sell your boat for?" 3,000. Is that too much? No, that isn't why I asked. I just wanted to know. Have you got the money, Papillon? Yes. Will you have any left? No, it's all we have. Exactly 3,000 francs belonging to my friend, Clausiot. Toussaint, will you buy my revolver? Said Jean Sans Pour. I'd like to help these mechs. How much will you give me for it? 1,000 francs, Toussaint said. I'd like to help them too. Thanks for everything, Mathuret said, looking at Jean Sans Pour. Thanks, said Clausiot. I began to feel ashamed of my lie, so I said, no, I can't accept it. There's no reason for it. Jean looked at me and said, sure there's a reason. 3,000 francs is a lot of money, but even at that price Toussaint is losing at least 2,000, for that's a great boat he's giving you. so there's no reason why I can't give you something too. Then a very moving thing happened. Le Tuet placed a hat on the ground and all the lepers came and threw in bills and silver. They came from everywhere and every last one put in something. Now I was really ashamed. How could I tell them that I still had some money? God! What a fix. It was despicable to let this go on in the face of such generosity. Then a mutilated black from Timbuktu, his hands were stumps, he hadn't a single finger, said to us, money doesn't help us live. Don't be ashamed to accept it. All we use it for is gambling or screwing the girl lepers who come here sometimes from Albina. This relieved my guilt and I never did admit I still had money. The lepers supplied us with 200 hard-boiled eggs in a crate marked with a red cross. It was the same crate that had arrived that morning with the day's medicine. They also brought 2 live turtles weighing at least 60 pounds each, some leaf tobacco, 2 bottles of matches and a striking pad, a sack of rice weighing at least 100 pounds, 2 bags of charcoal, a Primus stove taken from the infirmary and a demijohn of fuel. Everybody in this miserable community was touched by our predicament and wanted to help. It was almost as if our cavale were theirs. The boat was pulled to where we had made our original landing. They counted the money in the hat, 810 francs. I owed Toussaint only 1200. Clausiot handed me his plan and I opened it before everybody. It contained 1,000-franc bill and 4 bills of 500 each. I gave Toussaint 1,500 francs and he gave me back 300, saying, "Here, take the revolver. It's a present. This is your only chance. You don't want to fail at the last moment for lack of a weapon. But I hope you won't have to use it." I didn't know how to thank them. Him first, then all the OTHers. The orderly prepared a small box with cotton, alcohol, aspirin, bandages, iodine, a pair of scissors and some adhesive tape. A leper produced 2 small, carefully planed planks and 2 ace bandages still in their original wrappings so that we could replace Clusiot's splints. Toward 5 o'clock it began to rain. Jean Sans Pour said, "You're in luck. This will keep them from seeing you. You can leave now and it will give you a good half-hour's head start. You'll be that much nearer the mouth of the river by 4:30 tomorrow morning." How will I know the time? You'll know by the tide, by whether it's rising or falling. The boat was put in the water. It was a far cry from our old one. This boat floated more than 16 inches above the water line, fully loaded, us included. The mast was rolled up in the sail in the bottom of the boat since we weren't to use it until we were out of the river. We put the rudder and tiller in place and found a grass cushion for me to sit on. With the blankets, we fixed up a corner for Clausiot in the bottom of the boat, between me and the water barrel. Macherette sat on the bottom in the bow. Right away I had a feeling of security I had never had in the other one. It was still raining, and I was to go down the middle of the river but a little to the left, toward the Dutch side. Jean Sans Pour said, "Goodbye. And get moving." Third notebook, the Leroux pigeons. "Good luck," said Toussaint, and gave the boat a strong shove with his foot. "Thanks, Toussaint, thanks, Jean, everybody, thanks a million." We were off and away fast, for the ebb tide had started 2.5 hours before and was now moving with incredible speed. It continued to rain and we couldn't see 30 feet in front of us. There were 2 small islands lower down, and Macherette was leaning over the bow, his eyes straining for any sign of rocks. Night came. A large tree was going down the river with us, happily at a slower pace. For a moment we were entangled in its branches, but we freed ourselves quickly and resumed our lightning speed. We smoked, we drank some rum. The lepers had given us 6 straw-covered Chianti bottles filled with it. It was odd, but not one of us mentioned the lepers' terrible deformities. We talked only of their kindness, the generosity and honesty, and our luck in meeting the masked Breton. It was raining harder and harder. I was soaked to the bone, but our woolen sweaters were so good that, even soaking wet, they kept us warm. Only my hand on the tiller was stiff with cold. We're going more than 25 miles an hour now, Charrière said. How long do you think we've been gone? I'll tell you in a minute, Charrière said. Wait, 3 hours and 15 minutes. You're joking. How do you know? I've been counting in groups of 300 seconds since we left. At the end of each one I cut a piece of cardboard. I have tie 9 pieces. Since each one represents 5 minutes, that means 3 hours and a quarter since we started. And unless I'm wrong, in the next 15 or 20 minutes we won't be going down anymore. We'll be going back up where we came from. I pushed the tiller to the right in order to cut across the river and get closer to the Dutch coast. The current stopped just as we were about to crash into the brush. We didn't move, either up or down. It was still raining. We stopped smoking. We stopped talking. I whispered, "Take a paddle and pull." I paddled, holding the tiller under my right thigh. We grazed the brush, pulled on the branches and hid. Underneath, it was completely dark inside the vegetation. The river was gray and covered with a heavy mist. Without the evidence of the tide's ebb and flow, it would be impossible to tell where the river ended and the sea began. The Great Departure. The rising tide was to last 6 hours. Then we were to wait an hour and a half after the turn of the tide. That meant I had 7 hours to sleep, if only I could calm down. I had to sleep now, for when would I have time at sea? I stretched out between the barrel and the mast. Charrière used a blanket to make a tent between the barrel and the bench, and thus well protected, I slept and I slept. Nothing disturbed me, not dreams, rain, or my uncomfortable position. I slept, until Charrière woke me and said, "Pappy, we think it's almost time. It's a long time since the ebb tide started." The boat was heading downstream. I felt the current with my fingers. It was moving very fast. The rain had stopped and the light of a quarter moon clearly revealed the river 300 feet ahead with its floating burden of grass, trees and unidentifiable black shapes. I tried to make out the demarcation between river and sea. Where we were, there was no wind. Was there any in the middle of the river? Was it strong? We emerged from under the brush, the boat still attached to a big branch by a slipknot. It was only by looking at the sky that I could make out the coast, the end of the river and the beginning of the sea. We had come down much farther than we thought and it seemed to me we couldn't be more than 6 miles from the mouth. We drank a good snort of rum. I felt around in the boat for where the mast should go. We lifted it and it fitted nicely through the hole in the bench into its socket. I hoisted the sail but kept it wrapped around the mast. The spinnaker and jib were ready for Charrière when we needed them. For the sail to open, I had only to let go the rope that held it to the mast. I could do that from where I was sitting. Charrière was in front with one paddle, I in the rear with another. We must work fast to get away from the bank which the current was pushing us against. Careful, now let her go and God help us. God help us, Charrière repeated. We are in your hands, Charrière said. We cast off. Together we pulled on our paddles. I dipped and pulled. Charrière did the same. It was easy. By the time we were 60 feet from the bank, the current had taken us down 300. The wind hit us all at once and pushed us to the middle of the river. Raise the jibs and make sure they're both tied fast. The wind filled them and, like a horse, the boat reared and was off. It was later than we had figured for the river was suddenly bathed in broad daylight. We could easily make out the French coast about 1.25 miles to our right and the Dutch coast about 0.5 mile to our left. Before us and very clear were the white caps of the breaking waves. Christ, we were wrong about the time, Charrière said. Do you think we can make it? I don't know. Look how high those waves are. Has the tide turned? Impossible. I see things floating down. Charrière said, we're not going to make it. We don't have time. Shut up and hold the jibs tight. You shut up too, Charrière. Panning. We were being shot at. On the second round I could fix where the shots were coming from. It wasn't the guards. The shots were coming from the Dutch side. I put up the mainsail and it filled so fast that a little more and it would have taken my wrist with it. The boat was heeling over at a 45-degree angle. I took all the wind I could, which was much too easy. Panning, then nothing. We were being carried nearer the French coast. That must be why the shooting had stopped. We moved ahead with dizzying speed, going so fast that I saw ourselves driven into the middle of the estuary and smack into the French bank. We could see men running toward it. I came about. Third notebook, the great departure. Gently as possible, pulling on the sheet with all my strength. The mainsail was now straight out in front of me. The jib came by itself and so did the spinnaker. The boat made a 3/4 turn. I let out the sail and we left the estuary running before the wind. Jesus, we had made it. 10 minutes later the first wave barred our passage, but we climbed over it with ease, and the shoot of the boat on the river changed to a tack. We went over the high waves with the agility of a boy playing leapfrog. Tack, the boat rose and fell with no vibration, no shaking, only the tack when it hit the sea after coming off a wave. Hurrah, hurrah, we made it, Clausiot shouted at the top of his lungs. And to help celebrate our victory over the elements, the good Lord sent us a breathtaking sunrise. The waves kept up a continuous rhythm. The farther we got out, the smoother they became. The water was very muddy. Ahead of us to the north the sea was black. Later it would change to blue. I didn't need to look at the compass. The sun was over my right shoulder. I was running before the wind in a straight line and the boat was heeling less, for I had let out the sail and it was now half full. Our great adventure was underway. Clausiot sat up. He wanted to see what was going on. Macherette helped him sit facing me, his back against the water barrel. He rolled me a cigarette, lit it, passed it to me, and all three of us smoked it. Pass the rum around. Let's drink to our victory, Clausiot said. Macherette poured a generous ration in 3 metal mugs and we toasted our success. Macherette was sitting next to me on my left and we looked at each other. Their faces were bright with happiness. Mine must have been the same. Then Clausiot asked, Captain, where are you going, please? To Colombia, God willing. God better be willing, for God's sake, Clausiot said. The sun rose quickly and we dried out in no time. We converted our hospital smocks into Arab-style burnouses. When dampened, they were cool and stuck to the head, which prevented sunstroke. The sea was opal blue and the waves were wide and long, making sailing comfortable. The wind kept up its force and we moved away from the coast at great speed. The farther we got from the green fastness, the more mysterious it became until it was only a blur on the horizon. I had turned around to look at it when a wave caught us, reminding me of my responsibilities. I'm going to cook some rice, Macherette said. T'll hold the stove while you hold the pot, said Clausiot. The demijohn of fuel was stashed up in the bow where no one was allowed to smoke. They cooked the rice in fat and it smelled good. We ate it hot, mixed with 2 cans of sardines. To top it off, a good cup of coffee. A shot of rum. I said no, it was too hot. Clausiot kept making me cigarettes and lighting them for me. From the sun's position, we guessed it was about 10 in the morning. We'd been at sea only 5 hours, yet we had the impression that the water below us was very deep. The waves were flatter and we sliced through them noiselessly. It was a beautiful day. I realized that we would have no need for the compass during the day. From time to time I would position the sun in relation to the needle and guide myself that way. But the sun's reflection hurt my eyes. I was sorry I hadn't thought of getting myself some dark glasses. Suddenly Clausiot blurted out, Man, I was lucky to meet up with you at the hospital. You weren't the only one. I'm lucky to have you along. I thought of Diga, of Fernandez. Had they said yes, they'd be here with us too. It wasn't only me, Clausiot said. Without Macharet you would have had trouble getting the Arab into the room when you needed him. Yes, Macharet was certainly useful. I'm glad you came. You're a brave and clever kid. Thank you, Macharet said. Thank you both for having confidence in me in spite of my age and the way I am. I'll try to live up to it. Then I said, and François Sierra. I wish he could have been with us. And Galgani. As things turned out, Papillon, it couldn't have been done. If Jesus had been straight with us and given us a good boat, we could have waited for them in our hiding place. Jesus could have helped them escape. We would have done the rest. At least they know you and realize that if you didn't try, it was because it was impossible. While we're on the subject, Macharet, why were you in the maximum security room in the hospital? T didn't know I'd been interned. I went to the doctors because I had a sore throat and also I wanted to take a look around. When the doctor saw me, he said, "It says here on your form that you're to be interned on the islands." Why? I don't know why, doctor. What does interned mean? Never mind, it doesn't mean anything. Go to the hospital. And so I ended up in the hospital. He was doing you a favor, Clausiot said. You figure out his motives. But he must be saying to himself now, my little friend with the choirboy's face wasn't such a loser after all. He had the guts to leave En Cavale. We talked a lot of nonsense. I said, who knows, we may run into Julot. He must be a long way away, unless he's still hiding in the bush. Clausiot said, when I left, I put a note under my pillow, moved, leaving no forwarding address. We burst out laughing. We sailed without incident for 5 days. During the day we took our position from the sun. At night we used the compass. On the morning of the 6th day a brilliant sun greeted us. The sea suddenly grew calm and flying fish passed near us. I was exhausted. That night, to keep me from falling asleep, Macharet wet my face with a cloth soaked in seawater, but I fell asleep all the same. Then Clausiot burned me with a cigarette. Now, since we were in a dead calm, I decided I could really sleep. We let down the sail and the jib, leaving only the spinnaker up. I slept like a rock in the bottom of the boat, protected from the sun by the sail which was stretched above me. Macharet shook me awake. It's only around noon, but I'm waking you because the wind is picking up. And on the horizon where it's coming from, everything's black. I got up and took the tiller. The lone spinnaker carried us rapidly over the flat sea. Behind me in the east it was black, and the wind was picking up force. The 2 jibs were enough to maintain speed. I rolled the sail around the mast. Hold tight, a storm's coming. Big drops of rain began to fall. An ugly black mass was surging toward us. In less than 15 minutes it had caught up with us. A violent wind beat down on us. As if mesmerized, the waves responded, their crests exploding with spray. The sun disappeared, it rained torrents, we couldn't see a thing, and as the waves hit the boat, the stinging spray peppered my face. It was a hurricane, my first hurricane, with all the forces of nature unleashed, thunder, lightning, rain, waves, and the wind howling around us. Like a piece of straw, the boat was tossed about from great heights into chasms so deep I thought we'd never climb out. And yet, in spite of the fantastic plunges, we climbed up and over each new crest. I was holding the tiller with both hands, and, thinking I should try to resist a deep swell that was on the point of breaking, I aimed the boat to cut through it. I had probably maneuvered too fast because I took in a huge amount of water. The entire boat was flooded. We must have taken in 30 inches. My nerves were on edge and, without meaning to, I courted disaster by taking the next wave broadside. The boat tipped so far over that it spilled most of the water we had taken in. Bravo! Clausiot shouted. You really know the ropes, Papillon. You made short work of emptying the boat. Didn't I, though? I answered. If he'd only known that my lack of experience had almost drowned us. I decided to stop fighting the waves or trying to maintain a direction. I would concentrate on keeping the boat as steady as possible. I took the waves at a slight angle, letting the boat go to the bottom of the trough and then climb up. I quickly realized that I'd made an important discovery and that 90% of the danger had been eliminated. The rain stopped although the wind continued to blow with fury, but I could now see clearly in front and in back. Behind it was clear, in front it was black. We were between the two extremes. By 5 o'clock it was over. The sun was shining again, the wind was back to normal, the waves had calmed down. I put up the sail and we set off once more, very pleased with ourselves. What water remained in the boat we bailed out with our cooking pot. We hung the blankets to the mast, where the wind soon dried them. Then we made a meal of rice, flour, oil, some strong coffee and a good swallow of rum. The sun, about to set, spread a fiery light over the blue sea. It was beautiful, the sky a reddish-brown, the sun half sunk into the sea, licking with great yellow tongues at the sky, the few white clouds and the sea itself. The waves were blue at the bottom, then green and red, pink or yellow on the crests, depending on the color of the sun's ray that touched them. I felt an uncommon peace, and with this peace, self-confidence. I had managed things well and the brief storm had taught me a lot. All by myself I had learned how to maneuver in a rough sea. I could greet the night with serenity. So, Clausiot, you like the way I emptied the boat? Pal, if you hadn't done it and a new wave had hit us broadside, we would have been finished. You're a champ. Did you learn that in the Navy? Macherette asked. Yes. The Navy's good for something after all. We must have been driven far off course. It wasn't surprising after 4 hours in that wind and those waves. I had to correct it by going northwest. Night swept down on us as the sun disappeared into the sea, leaving a last few violet sparks in farewell. We sailed for 6 more days without incident. Only a few gusts of wind and rain that never lasted more than 3 hours and certainly never approached the eternity of the first storm. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning. Not a breath of wind. The sea was like glass. I slept almost 4 hours. When I woke up, my face was burning. The skin was gone from my lips and nose. My right hand was raw. It was the same with Macherette and Clausiot. We spread oil on our hands and faces twice a day, but it wasn't enough. The tropical sun dried it up in no time. From the sun's position, it was now 2 in the afternoon. I had something to eat and then, since the sea was a millpond, we arranged the sail to give us some shade. Fish came alongside where Macherette had washed the dishes. I took out our machete and told Macherette to throw them a few grains of rice. The rice had got wet in the storm and had begun to ferment. The fish gathered where the rice fell and, as one of them stuck its head almost out of water, I gave it a great whack with the machete. Immediately it turned its belly in the air. That fish must have weighed 25 pounds. We cleaned it and cooked it in salted water, and ate it that night with tapioca flour. We had now been at sea for 11 days. During the entire time we had seen only one boat, far off on the horizon. I was beginning to ask myself where the hell we were. That we were on the high seas was obvious, but in what relation to Trinidad or the other British islands? Speak of the devil, there straight ahead of us was a black dot that was growing bigger and bigger. Was it a small boat or a big steamer? It was a boat, but it wasn't coming toward us. We could see it clearly now, moving across our path. Actually it was coming nearer, but at an angle. Its route would not bring it close. Since there was no wind, our sails hung limp, so they must not have seen us. Then suddenly we heard the wail of a siren, followed by 3 more. The boat changed its course and came straight for us. So long as we don't collide, said Clausiot. There's no danger. The sea is as smooth as glass. It was an oil tanker. As it came nearer, we could see the crowd on the bridge. They must be wondering what these madmen were doing in their cockleshell in the middle of the ocean. They approached us cautiously and we could make out the ship's officers, some members of the crew, then women in print dresses and men in colored shirts arriving on the bridge. Obviously they were passengers. Passengers on an oil tanker. That seemed odd. The tanker was now very close and the captain called out in English. "Where are you from?" "French, Guiana." "Do you speak French?" asked a woman. "Yes, madam." "What are you doing in the middle of the sea?" "The Lord knows." The woman spoke to the captain and said, "The captain invites you to come aboard. He'll pull your boat up on deck. Tell him thanks, but we're very comfortable on our boat. Why don't you want help?" "Because we're escaped convicts and we're not going in your direction." "Where are you going?" "To Martinique and beyond. We have no idea where we are. Can you tell us what direction to take for the Antilles? Can you read an English nautical map?" "Yes." A few moments later they let down an English map, cartons of cigarettes, some bread and a roast of lamb. "Look at the map." I looked, then said, "I have to make a quarter turn west for the British Antilles, is that right?" "Yes." "About how many miles is it?" "You'll make it in 2 days," the captain said. "Goodbye, and thanks for everything. The captain congratulates you on your sailor's courage." "Thank you again. Goodbye." And the tanker moved off gently, almost grazing us. I steered us as far away as I could to avoid the backwash. Just then a sailor threw his cap overboard. It fell right in the middle of the boat. I was wearing this cap with its gold braid and anchor when we arrived in Trinidad 2 days later. Third notebook, Trinidad. Long before we could see it, a flight of birds announced our landfall. It was 7:30 in the morning when they came wheeling over us. "We've made it, Mex. We've made it. The first part of the cavale is over. The hardest part. Vive la liberté." In our joy we behaved like children. Our faces were covered with the cocoa butter which the tanker people had given us to soothe our sunburn. Toward 9 o'clock we sighted land. A fresh wind pushed us along at a good clip on a gently rolling sea. But not until 4 in the afternoon were we close enough to make out the details. Clusters of white houses studded the shore of the long island and coconut trees crowned its summit. We couldn't yet see whether it was really an island or a peninsula, or whether the houses were inhabited. It was another hour before we could distinguish people running toward the beach where we were heading. In less than 20 minutes a crowd had assembled. The little village had spilled over onto the edge of the sea to receive us. We learned later that the place was called San Fernando. 300 yards from shore I dropped anchor. It caught immediately. I did this partly to watch the people's reaction, partly to keep from scraping the boat if the bottom turned out to be coral. We let down the sails and waited. A small canoe came toward us. In it were 2 blacks paddling a white man in a colonial cap. "Welcome to Trinidad," the white man said in pure French. The blacks laughed, showing pearly white teeth. "Thank you, sir. Is the bottom here coral or sand?" "It's sand. You can go up on the beach without danger." We pulled up the anchor and the waves pushed us gently to the beach. We had barely touched when 10 men ran into the water and, with one heave, pulled the canoe up on land. They looked us over. They caressed us, and the women, black, Chinese and Hindu, made appreciative gestures. The white man explained that everybody wanted us to stay with them. Machuret picked up a handful of sand and made as if to kiss it. This enthralled our audience. I explained Clousiot's condition to the white man, and he had him carried to his house near the beach. He told us that we could leave everything in the boat until morning, that no one would touch a thing. Everyone called me Captain, and this sudden baptism made me laugh. They said in English, "Good captain, long ride on small boat." Night came. I asked if our boat could be pushed up a little farther and tied to a bigger boat for safety. Then I followed the English man to his house. It was a bungalow, like those you see everywhere on English soil, a few wooden steps and a screen door. I entered after the Englishman with Machuret behind me. As I came in, there was Clousiot sitting in an armchair, his leg resting on another, basking in the attentions of 2 women. "My wife and daughter," the Englishman said. "I have a son in school in England." "Welcome to our house," his wife said in French. Please sit down, sir, the girl said as she brought up 2 rattan chairs. Thank you. Please don't put yourselves out for us. Why not? Don't worry, we know where you've come from, and I repeat, welcome to our house. The man was a lawyer and his name was Bowen. He had his office in Port of Spain, the capital of Trinidad, about 25 miles away. They served us tea with milk, toast, butter and jam. It was our first evening as free men and I shall never forget it. Not a word about our past, no indiscreet questions, only how many days we had been at sea and how the trip had gone, if Clausiot was in pain, and did we want to advise the police of our arrival tomorrow or wait another day? Had we parents, wives, or children? If we wanted to write to them, they would mail the letters. How shall I say it? It was an extraordinary reception for 3 fugitives, both on the part of the people on the beach and this English family. Mr. Bowen telephoned a doctor who told him to bring Clausiot to his clinic the next afternoon for X-rays and to see what needed to be done. Mr. Bowen then telephoned the head of the Salvation Army in Port of Spain. The captain said he would prepare a room at the Salvation Army hostel, that we could come when it suited us, that we should keep our boat if it was a good one because we would need it when we were ready to leave. He asked whether we were Bagnads or Relegways, and we answered Bagnads, which seemed to please the lawyer. Would you like to have a bath and shave? The girl asked me. Please don't say no. It's no trouble at all. You'll find everything you need in the bathroom, I hope. I went into the bathroom, took a bath and shaved, and emerged in grey pants, white shirt, tennis shoes and white socks. A Hindu knocked on the door. He had a package for Macharet and told him that the doctor had noticed that I was about the same size as he and therefore would be easy to fit, but that little Macharet would find it difficult because no one at the lawyer's was that small. He bowed as Hindus do and left. Faced with so much kindness, what could we say? The emotion that filled my heart was beyond description. Clausiot went to bed early. Then the 5 of us exchanged many thoughts on a variety of subjects. What intrigued the charming ladies most was how we planned to remake our lives. Nothing about the past, only the present and the future. Mr. Bowen was sorry that Trinidad didn't permit escaped prisoners to stay. He told me that he had asked for permission several times before, but it had never been granted. The girl talked in very pure French, like her father, without accent and with perfect pronunciation. She was blonde, covered with freckles, and somewhere between 17 and 20. I didn't dare ask her exact age. She said, "You're all still young and have your lives before you. I don't know what you did to be imprisoned and I don't want to know. But to have had the courage to go to sea in such a tiny boat and make such a long and dangerous voyage shows you're willing to gamble a great deal to be free. And I think that is admirable." 1. A convict serving out his sentence in a ban. See glossary. We slept until 8 the next morning. The table was already set. The ladies told us that Mr. Bowen had left for Port of Spain and wouldn't be back until afternoon, when he would have all the necessary information concerning our fate. The fact that this man could go away leaving 3 escaped convicts in his house was a priceless lesson to us. He seemed to be saying, "I consider you perfectly normal men. I have known you only 12 hours, but I have enough confidence in you to leave you in my home alone with my wife and daughter. After talking to you, I cannot believe you are capable of behaving badly in my home, and so I am leaving you there just as if you were old friends." This demonstration of faith moved us a great deal. I am not a good enough writer to convey the intense emotion I felt over my newfound self-respect. It was a rehabilitation, if not yet a new life. This imaginary baptism, the immersion in purity, the elevation of my being above the filth in which I had been mired and, overnight, this sense of responsibility, made me into a different man. The convict's complexes that make him hear his chains and suspect he's being watched even after he's freed, everything I'd seen, gone through, suffered, everything that was making me tarnished, rotten and dangerous, passively obedient on the surface but terribly dangerous in rebellion, all that had disappeared as if by a miracle. Thank you, Mr. Bowen, barrister in His Majesty's service. Thank you for making a new man of me in so short a time. The blonde girl, her eyes as blue as the sea around us, was sitting with me under the coconut palm next to her father's house. Red, yellow and mauve bougainvillea in full bloom gave the garden a suitably poetic touch. Mr. Henry, she called me Mr. How long had it been since anyone had called me Mr.? As Daddy told you yesterday, because of the stupid and unfair attitude of the British authorities, you unfortunately won't be able to stay here. They give you just 2 weeks to rest over, then you have to go to sea again. I've been to look at your boat. It's very small and very light for the long trip you have ahead of you. Let's hope you land in a more hospitable and understanding country than ours. All the English islands are the same in this respect. I beg you, if your next trip brings you suffering, do not hold it against the people of these islands. They aren't responsible. The orders come from England, from people who don't know you. My father's address is 101 Queen Street, Port of Spain, Trinidad. Please, God willing, write us a few words and let us know how you fare. Again, I was so touched I didn't know what to say. Mrs. Bowen came over to us. She was a very handsome woman of about 40 with light chestnut hair and green eyes. She was wearing a simple white dress with a white cord around her waist and light green sandals. My husband won't be back until 5. He is trying to get permission for you to drive to the capital without a police escort. He also wants to prevent your having to spend your first night in the Port of Spain police station. Your friend with the broken leg will go directly to the clinic of a doctor friend of ours, and you two are to go to the Salvation Army hostel. Machuret joined us in the garden. He told us that he had gone to look at the boat and reported that it was surrounded by curious natives. Nothing had been touched, but in the course of their examination the natives had found a bullet lodged under the rudder and one of them had asked if he could take it as a souvenir. Machuret had said, "Captain, Captain." The native had understood that Machuret would have to ask his captain's permission. He also asked why we didn't set the turtles free. "You have turtles?" the girl asked. "Let's go see them." We went to the boat. On our way there, a beautiful little Hindu girl stopped me to shake my hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Good afternoon," she said in English. The entire motley crowd said, "Good afternoon." I took out the 2 turtles and asked the girl, "What should we do? Throw them back into the sea? Or would you like them in your garden? The little pool at the back is sea water. We could put them in the pool and then we'd have a souvenir of your visit." "Fine. That's what we'll do." I distributed everything I could find in the boat to the people standing around, keeping only the compass, some tobacco, the water barrel, the knife, the machete, the hatchet, the blankets and the revolver, which I quickly hid under the blankets. No one saw it. Mr. Bowen arrived at 5 o'clock. "Gentlemen, everything is arranged. I'll drive you to the capital myself. We'll drop Mr. Clausiot off first, then go on to the hostel." We placed Clausiot on the back seat of the car. I was saying goodbye to the girl when her mother arrived with a suitcase and said, "Please take these things of my husband's. They carry our best wishes." What could you say to so much kindness? Thank you so much. And the car drove off. We reached the clinic at 5:45. It was called St. George's. Orderlies lifted Clausiot onto a stretcher and placed him in a room where there was already a Hindu sitting on a bed. The doctor came in, shook hands with Bowen, then with the rest of us. He spoke no French, but told us through an interpreter that Clausiot would be well cared for and that we could come to see him as often as we liked. Back in Bowen's car, we crossed the city. We were amazed by the lights, the cars, the bicycles. Whites, blacks, Hindus, Chinese crowded the sidewalks of this city built of wood. The Salvation Army hostel was in a brightly lit square near a store on which I read Fish Market. The ground floor of the building was of stone, the rest wood. The captain of the Salvation Army received us with his entire general staff, women as well as men. He spoke a little French, but everybody else spoke to us in English, which we didn't understand. From their smiling faces and the welcome in their eyes, however, we knew they must be saying kind things. They led us to a room on the 3rd floor in which there were 3 beds. The 3rd was for Clausiot, should he be able to join us. There was a connecting bathroom with soap and towels. After showing us our room, the captain said, "We all have dinner together at 7, a half hour from now." "Thank you, but we're not hungry. If you would like to take a walk around the town, here are 2 Antilles dollars so that you can buy a cup of coffee or tea, or some ice cream. But don't get lost. When you're ready to come home, all you need to say is Salvation Army, please." 10 minutes later we were in the street. We walked on sidewalks, elbowing other people. Nobody looked at us. No one paid us any attention. We breathed deeply, absorbing the wonder of our first free steps in a city. This continued confidence in us, letting us walk freely in a good-sized town, was very gratifying. It gave us not only confidence in ourselves but also the certainty that we would never betray their faith in us. Charrière and I walked slowly through the crowd. We needed to be close to people, to jostle them, become part of them. We went into a bar and asked for 2 beers. It doesn't seem like much to say, 2 beers, please. It came so naturally, and yet it seemed fantastic that a Hindu girl with a gold shell in her nose should say after serving us, "Half a dollar, sir." Her pearly teeth when she smiled, her large violet black eyes slanted up at the corners, her jet black hair falling to her shoulders, her half-open blouse showing just enough of her breasts to suggest their beauty. All these little things that appeared so natural to everybody else seemed to us fantastic and magical. "Come on, Pappy, it's not true. You must be kidding. You were so recently a member of the living dead, a condemned for life, and here you are in the process of becoming a free man." Charrière paid. He had only a $half left. The beer was deliciously cold. He asked me, "Shall we have another?" A second round didn't seem wise. "Look here, you've been free less than an hour and already you want to get drunk. Come on, Pappy, don't exaggerate. Having a couple of beers is not exactly getting drunk." "Maybe not, but I don't think it would be right for us to gobble up all the pleasures all at once. We should taste each one a little at a time and not be gluttons. Besides, the money isn't ours." "Oh, okay, you're right. Eyedroppers is what we should use. It's more fitting." We left the bar and walked down Waters Street, the big main street that goes from one end of the city to the other. We were so amazed at the streetcars, the mules pulling their little carts, the cars, the flashing signs over the movie houses and nightclubs, the eyes of the laughing young blacks and Hindus that suddenly we found ourselves at the port. In front of us were boats all lighted up, cruise ships bearing the magical names of ports like Panama, Los Angeles, Boston, Quebec, freighters from Hamburg, Amsterdam, London, and cheek by jowl the length of the quay, bars, cabarets and restaurants full of men and women drinking, singing and arguing noisily. I suddenly felt an irresistible need to join this crowd. Vulgar it might be, but it was so bursting with life. Outside one of the bars, set out on beds of ice, was a display of oysters, sea urchins, shrimp, razor clams, mussels, an encyclopedia of seafood to tempt the passerby. Tables with red and white checked tablecloths, most of them occupied, seemed to invite us to sit down. Girls with light brown skins and fine profiles wore revealing, brightly colored blouses that invited you to extend the enjoyment further. I went up to one of them and asked, "French money good?" and handed her 1,000-franc bill. "Yes, I change for you." "Okay." She took the bill and disappeared into the noisy room. Then she returned. "Come here." And she took me to the cashier, a Chinese. "You French?" "Yes." "Change 1,000 francs?" "Yes." "All for Antilles dollars?" "Yes." "Passport?" "Don't have one." "Sailor's identification?" "Don't have one." "Immigration papers?" "Don't have one." "All right." He spoke a couple of words to the girl, She looked around the room, went up to what looked like a sailor in a cap like mine, gold braid and anchor, and brought him over to the cashier. The Chinese said, "Your identification." "Here." And coldly the Chinese made out a conversion voucher in his name and had him sign it. Then the girl took him by the arm and led him back to his seat. He was past knowing what was going on, and I had 250 Antilles dollars, with $50 in $1 and $2 bills. I gave $1 to the girl. We went out and sat down at one of the tables and treated ourselves to an orgy of seafood washed down with a delicious dry white wine. 104. The first CAVALE, continued. Fourth notebook. Trinidad. I can recall, as if it were yesterday, that first night of freedom in the English town. We went everywhere, drunk with the lights and the warmth in our hearts, feeling at one with the happy, laughing crowd. The bars were full of sailors and girls waiting to fleece them. But these weren't like the sordid women of the underworld in Paris, Le Havre, or Marseille, with their crudely made-up faces, and eyes bright with greed and cunning. The girls of Trinidad were of every color: yellow Chinese, black African, light chocolate with glossy hair. There were Hindu and Javanese women whose parents had been imported to cultivate the cocoa and sugar cane, coolies, who were a mixture of Chinese and Hindu and wore a gold shell in their noses. Then there were the Claphams with their Roman profiles and bronzed faces illumined by enormous, brilliant black eyes, their breasts exposed as if to say, "See how perfect they are." All these girls with flowers of different colors in their hair stimulated desire without making it dirty or commercial. They gave the impression that it wasn't work, that they really enjoyed it, and you felt that money was not the main thing in their lives. Like a pair of June bugs bumping against a light, Macherette and I zigzagged from bar to bar. As we emerged into a small, brightly lighted square, I saw the clock on a church. 2 o'clock. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. We had to get back. We'd carried things a little too far. I hailed a taxi which took us to the hostel for $2. Feeling very ashamed of ourselves, we entered and were greeted by a woman officer of the Salvation Army, a blonde somewhere between 25 and 30. She spoke a few words in English which sounded pleasant and welcoming, then gave us the key to our room and wished us good night. We got into bed. In my suitcase I had found a pair of pajamas. I was about to turn off the light when Macherette said, "Don't. You think we should thank the Lord for giving us so much so soon? What do you say, Pappy? You thank your Lord for me. He's a great mech all right. And it's true he's been damn good to us. Good night." And I put out the light. This resurrection, this escape from the cemetery where I'd been buried and tonight's immersion in the world of people had left me so excited I couldn't get to sleep. In the kaleidoscope that passed before my eyes, I saw disconnected pictures and felt a confusion of sensations that were extraordinarily precise in outline: the Assizes, the Conciergerie, the Lepers, Saint Martin de Ré, Trabouillard, Jesus, the Storm. It was like a phantasmagoric ballet in which everything I had been through in the past year was trying to elbow its way into my mind. I tried to chase the images away, but they wouldn't go. And the strangest part was that they were all mixed in with the squeals of pigs, the cackle of hokkos, the roar of the wind, the sound of the waves and the music of the Hindu violins in the bars we had just left. I fell asleep as day was breaking. At 10 o'clock there was a knock on the door. It was Mr. Bowen. He said, smiling, "Good morning. Still in bed? You must have come in late. Did you have a good time?" "Good morning. Yes. We did come in late. Please forgive us." "What on earth for? It's perfectly natural after what you've been through. You had to take advantage of your first night as free men. I've come to take you over to the police station. You have to go there to make the official declaration that you entered the country illegally. When that formality is over, we'll go see your friend. They took X-rays of him early this morning. We'll know the results soon." We got dressed and went to the room downstairs where Bowen and the captain were waiting for us. "Good morning, my friends," the captain said in his bad French. Good morning, everybody. How are things with you? A lady officer of the Salvation Army asked. Did you find Port of Spain to your liking? Oh, yes, we had a very good time. We had some coffee and walked to the police station, which was only 200 yards from the hostel. The police saluted us without any particular interest. We passed between two black guards in khaki uniforms and were led into a severe and imposing office. An officer rose to his feet. He was about 50 and dressed in shorts and a khaki shirt covered with medals. He addressed us in French. Good morning. Please sit down. Before we get to your official declaration, I'd like to ask you a few questions. How old are you? We're 26 and 19. What was your crime? Murder. What's your sentence? Hard labor for life. So it was first-degree murder. No, sir, mine was second degree. Mine was first degree, Matret said, but I was only 17. At 17 you know what you're doing, the officer said. In England you would have been hanged. However, it's not for British authorities to judge French justice. What we don't approve of is the way they send their convicts to French Guiana. It's inhuman and unworthy of a civilized nation like France. But unfortunately you cannot stay in Trinidad or any of the British islands. And I must ask you to be straight with us and not try to find some way to get around it, an illness or some other pretext to put off your departure. You are free to stay in Port of Spain for 18 days. Apparently you have a good boat. I'm going to have it moved here to the port. If it needs repairs, Royal Navy workmen will make them. You'll be given all the food you need for your trip, as well as a good compass and a marine map. I hope some South American country will accept you. Don't go to Venezuela for you'll be arrested and put on a road gang until they decide to turn you over to the French authorities. Your offense may have been serious, but that still doesn't mean your lives should be ruined forever. You're young and healthy, you look like decent boys, so I hope that after what you've been through, you won't accept permanent defeat. The fact that you made it here suggests you won't. I'm happy I can have a hand in helping you become responsible members of society. Good luck. If you have any problems, telephone this number and there'll be somebody you can speak French to. He rang a bell and a civilian came for us. We were taken to a room where several policemen and civilians were typing, and one of them took down our declaration. Why did you come to Trinidad? It was a stopover. Where did you come from? French Guiana. When you made your escape, did you commit any offense? Did you injure or kill anyone? No one was seriously hurt. How do you know? We knew it before we left. We gave him our ages, our penal situation as regards the French, and all the rest of it. Then he said, you can stay here for up to 18 days. During that time you are free to do whatever you like. If you change hostels, let us know. I am Sergeant Willie. Here's my card with 2 telephone numbers. One is my official police number, the other, my private number. If anything should happen to you, if you need help, call me immediately. We know you're worthy of our confidence. I'm sure you'll behave. A little later Mr. Bowen accompanied us to the clinic. Clousiot was happy to see us. We didn't say anything about our night on the town. All we told him was that we were free to come and go as we pleased. That surprised him and he asked, with no escort? Yes, with no escort. These roast beefs are a funny people. Bowen had gone to find the doctor and now returned with him. He asked Clousiot, who set the fracture. Me and another man who isn't here. You did it so well we won't need to reset the leg. The broken fibula is right back in place. We'll just make you a cast with an iron peg. So that you can walk around a bit. Do you want to stay here or would you rather go with your friends? Go with them. All right, you can leave tomorrow morning. We thanked him profusely. The doctor and Mr. Bowen went their way and we spent the rest of the morning and a part of the afternoon with Clousiot. We were overjoyed when we found ourselves together again the next morning in our hostel room with the window wide open and the fans cooling the air. We congratulated ourselves on how healthy we looked and what fine figures we cut in our new clothes. But when the conversation started to turn to the past, I said, "We must forget the past and think only about the present and future. Where we should go, for example, to Colombia, Panama, Costa Rica. We ought to ask Bowen what countries are most likely to admit us." I called Bowen at his office. He wasn't there. I called him at home in San Fernando. His daughter answered. We talked for a while, and then she said, "Mr. Henry, there are buses to San Fernando that leave from the French market right near your hostel. Why don't you come and spend the afternoon here? Please do. I'll be expecting you." So all three of us set off for San Fernando, Clausiot magnificent in his new slightly military-looking brown suit. It touched us to return to the house that had given us such a warm welcome. The two women must have understood our feelings, for they said, "You're back in your own home, dear friends." And they now addressed us by our first names. "Henry, may I have the sugar?" Or, "André, that was Macherette's name, would you like something more?" Dear Mrs. and Miss Bowen, I hope God has repaid you for all your kindness and that your generous souls have known only perfect happiness since that day. We spread a map on the table and made our plans. The distances were long. 720 miles to the first Colombian port of Santa Marta, 1,200 miles to Panama, 1,500 to Costa Rica. Mr. Bowen returned. "I telephoned all the consulates and I have good news," he said. "You can stay over a few days in Curaçao to rest up, and Colombia has no established procedures for escaped convicts. So far as the consul knows, no convict has ever arrived in Colombia by sea, or in Panama, or anywhere else." "I have an idea," Margaret, Mr. Bowen's daughter, said. "But it's terribly far, 1,800 miles at least." "Where's that?" her father asked. "British Honduras. You might find help there because the governor is my godfather." I looked at my friends and said, "Destination British Honduras. It's a British possession bordering Mexico to the north and Guatemala on the west and south." With the help of Margaret and her mother, we spent the afternoon mapping our route. First lap, Curaçao, 600 miles. Second lap, Curaçao to whatever island crossed our path. Third lap, British Honduras. Since you never knew what to expect at sea, it was decided that we should have a special case of canned foods, meats, vegetables, jams, fish etc., to supplement the provisions given us by the police. Margaret thought Salvatore's supermarket would be glad to give us our supplies as a present. "But if they won't," she added, "and GT, Mummy and I will buy them for you." "No, indeed. Be quiet, Henry. No, I won't let you. We have money of our own. It would be wrong of us to take advantage of your kindness when we can easily pay for the things ourselves." We parted with the promise that we would make one last visit before the big departure. Every evening we went on the town at 11 o'clock. Clausiot sat on a bench in the square where there was the most activity, and Macharette and I took turns keeping him company while the other roamed the town. We had now been here 10 days. Clausiot walked with little difficulty, thanks to the iron peg on his cast. We learned how to get to the port by streetcar and were considered regulars in several of the bars. The police saluted us. Everybody knew who we were and where we'd come from, but nobody ever mentioned it. We did notice that the bars where we were known charged us less for food and drink than they did the sailors. So did the girls. Usually, when the girls sat with sailors, officers or tourists, they drank all the time and tried to make them spend as much as possible. In the bars where there was dancing, they never danced with a man unless he had bought them several drinks first. But with us it was different. They sat with us for long periods and wouldn't have a drink unless we insisted. And when they did accept one, it wasn't one of their famous tiny drinks but a beer or a real whiskey and soda. This pleased us, for it was their way of saying that they knew our situation and sympathized. The boat was in Port of Spain in the Royal Navy Yard. It had been repainted, An additional 6 inches added to the gunnels and the keel strengthened. It looked in good shape. They replaced the mast with a higher and lighter one, and the flour sacks we had for jib and spinnaker were replaced with a strong, ochre-colored sailcloth. A Navy captain presented me with a proper compass and showed me how to use it with the map to determine our position. Our route to Curaçao would be 1 point north of due west. The captain introduced me to a naval officer who was the commander of a school ship called the Tarpon. He asked me if I would please sail out of the port the following morning about 8 o'clock. I was mystified, but agreed. The next morning Charrière and I went to the naval base. A sailor joined us and we put out in a good wind. 2 hours later, as we were tacking in and out of the port, a warship suddenly appeared. The entire crew and all the officers were lined up on the deck in full dress. As they passed us, they yelled, "Hurrah!" and dipped their colors twice. It was some kind of official salute, but I didn't have the faintest idea what it meant. We returned to the base, where the warship was already tied up. We moored, too, and the sailor made us a sign to follow him. We went aboard and the commander received us on the bridge. A blast of the whistle announced our arrival, and after we were introduced to the officers, they had us pass in front of the students and petty officers who were standing at attention. The commander spoke a few words in English and then everybody broke ranks. A young officer explained to us that the commander had told the students that we deserved their respect for having made such a long trip in such a small boat and that we were about to set off on a still longer and more dangerous voyage. We thanked the officer for the honor. He made us a present of 3 oilskins and, as it turned out, they served us well. They were black, with hoods and heavy zippers. 2 days before we were to leave, Mr. Bowen came to ask if, as a favor to the chief of police, we would take with us 3 relegways arrested the week before. They had been left on the island by their companions who had gone on to Venezuela, or so they said. I didn't like the idea, but we'd been too well treated to say no. I asked if I could meet these cons before giving my final answer. A police car came for me and I went in to speak to the chief. He turned out to be the officer who had interrogated us at the time of our arrival. Sergeant Willie acted as interpreter. We wonder if you would do us a favor. If it's at all possible, with pleasure. We have 3 French relegways in prison here. They claim that their companions abandoned them here and left. We think they sank their boat, but they say they don't even know how to sail. We think they're trying to put something over on us so that we'll give them a new boat. They have to go, but I don't want to have to turn them over to the first French ship that comes along. Chief, I'll do it, but I want to speak to them first. You must realize that it's dangerous to take on 3 total strangers. I understand. Willie, bring the 3 Frenchmen into the prison yard. I wanted to see them alone, so I asked the sergeant to leave. You're relegways? No, we're bagnards. Why did you say you were relegways? We hoped we'd get better treatment if they thought we'd committed several small crimes instead of one big one. I guess we were wrong. What are you? A bagnard. I don't recognize you. I came on the last convoy. Look, the chief of police called me to ask if I'd take you 3 on our boat. There are 3 of us already. He said that if I wouldn't take you, he'd have to put you on the first French boat that came along. What do you say? We have reasons for not wanting to go to sea again. Couldn't we pretend to leave with you? Then you leave us off on the end of the island and go on your way. No, I can't do that. Why not? Because that's a stinking way to pay back the kindness. You should think of us cons before you think of the roast beefs. Why? Because you're a con yourself. That may be, but there are a lot of different kinds of cons and maybe there's more difference between you and me than between me and the roast beefs. It depends on how you look at it. So you're going to let them turn us over to the French authorities? No, but I'm not going to let you off before we get to Curaçao either. I can't face starting out all over again, one of them said. Listen, take a look at the boat first. Maybe you just had a bad boat. Oh. Okay, we'll give it a try. All right, I'll ask the chief to let you look at the boat. Together with Sergeant Willie, we went over to the port. The three mechs seemed to have more confidence once they saw the boat. New departure. We set sail 2 days later, we three and the three strangers. I don't know how they had got wind of it, but a dozen girls from the bars came to see us off, along with the Bowen family and the Salvation Army captain. As one of the girls was giving me a farewell kiss, Margaret laughed and said, "Henry, you're a fast worker. Goodbye, everybody. If we don't see you again, remember you have a big place in our hearts. We'll never forget you." At 4 in the afternoon we were towed away from the quay. We were out of the port in no time and watched to the last moment the group that had come to see us off. They were now waving white handkerchiefs. The wind filled our sails, the tow rope was dropped, and we breasted the first of the million waves that lay between us and our destination. There were 2 knives on board, mine and Macherette's. The hatchet was near Clausiot and so was the machete. We were certain that none of the others was armed, but all the same we arranged things so that at least 2 of us would always be awake. About sunset the school ship appeared and kept us company for nearly half an hour. Then it saluted and moved off. "What's your name?" "LaRue." "Which convoy?" 27. "Your sentence?" 20 years. "What's yours?" "Cargaret, 29 convoy." "I'm a Breton." "You're a Breton and you don't know how to sail a boat." "My name is Dufils. I'm from Angers. I got life because I said something stupid in court. If it hadn't been for that, I'd have got 10 years maximum. I was in the 29 convoy." "What was it you said?" "Well, it was like this. I killed my wife with a flat iron. During my trial one of the jury asked me why I hit her with the iron. I don't know why, but I said I killed her with the iron because she was a bad ironer. My lawyer said it was that stupid remark that got me my heavy sentence." "Where did you escape from?" "Cascade, the forest camp about 50 miles from St. Laurent. It was easy to escape from because we had a lot of freedom. There were 5 of us and it was a cinch." "What do you mean, 5? Where are the other 2? There was an embarrassed silence. Clausiot said at last, "Look, mechs, we're all in this together. We've got a right to know." "T'll tell you," the Breton began. "Like he said, there were 5 of us when we left. But the 2 missing men, they were from Cannes, told us they were fishermen. They paid nothing toward the cavale, but they said they would make up for it by helping us sail the boat. Well, when we were underway, we saw that neither of them knew a damn thing about sailing a boat. We almost drowned 20 times. We hugged the coast, first Dutch Guiana, then British Guiana, then finally Trinidad. Between Georgetown and Trinidad I killed the one who said he could run the boat. And the mech deserved what he got. He didn't pay his share and he lied about what a good sailor he was. The other one thought he was going to be killed, too, so in the middle of a storm he dropped the tiller and jumped overboard. We did the best we could. The boat almost sank several times. We cracked up on a rock, but somehow pulled through. I swear that's the truth and nothing but the truth." "That's right," the other 2 said. "That's the way it happened. We all agreed the mech should be killed. What do you think, Papillon?" "I'm in no position to judge." 116. 4th notebook, new departure. The Breton insisted. "But what would you have done?" "T'll have to think about it. To really know, you'd have to be there. Otherwise you can't tell what's right." Clausiot said, "I'd have killed him. His lie could have cost everybody's life." "Oh. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. But I get the Emperor's sign you're still scared. You're back at sea only because they made you go, right?" "Right," they answered together. "All right then, but nobody panics here no matter what. At least, don't let on you're scared. If you are, shut up about it. This is a good boat. It's proved itself. We have a heavier load, but the gunnels are 6 inches higher. That pretty well takes care of the extra load. We smoked and drank some coffee. We had had a good meal before leaving and decided we wouldn't eat again until the next day. Clausiot, our official recorder, informed us that it was now 42 days since we launched Arc of Ale from our room at the Saint Laurent Hospital. Since then I had gained 3 precious pose sessions, a waterproof steel watch purchased in Trinidad, a very precise compass in a double suspension box and a pair of dark glasses with plastic lenses. Clausiot and Maturette each had a sailor's cap. The first 3 days were without incident except for 2 meetings with schools of dolphins. A group of 8 of them took it into their heads to play games with the boat. We all broke into a cold sweat. First they passed under the boat lengthwise, coming up just in front of the bow, sometimes grazing it. In another game 3 dolphins deployed themselves in a triangle, 1 in front and 2 in parallel positions behind. They would come at us with furious speed, and just when they were almost on top of us, they would dive under the boat and come up on the opposite side. We had a strong wind and were tearing ahead under full sail, but they went even faster. The game lasted for hours. We were mesmerized. The 3 newcomers said nothing, but you should have seen their faces. In the middle of the 4th night we were hit by a tremendous storm. It was terrifying. The waves ran in all directions, colliding every which way, some deep, others short. We didn't speak, only Clausiot occasionally let out a, "Go to it, pal. Get that one like you got the OTHers," or "Look out behind." Every so often the waves came roaring from 3 directions at once, their crests exploding with spray. I'd figure out their speed and carefully anticipate the angle of attack. Then, as if from nowhere, a wave would stand us straight up and smack us on the ass. Several times the waves broke over my shoulders and flooded the boat. All 5 men would grab cooking pots and empty cans and bail like mad. But in spite of the heavy seas, the boat never filled more than a quarter way up, and at no time were we in actual danger of sinking. This 3-ring circus lasted half the night, almost 7 hours. Because of the rain we couldn't see a thing, and the sun didn't break through until 8 in the morning. We greeted the storm's end, the return of the sun and the start of a new day with joy. To celebrate we must have coffee. We made some Nestlé café au lait boiling hot and drank it with hardtack as tough as iron but delicious when dunked in coffee. The night's struggle against the storm had exhausted me, and even though the wind was still strong and the waves high and unruly, I asked Maturette to take the tiller. I had to sleep. I wasn't down 10 minutes when Maturette took a wave broadside and the boat filled 3/4 full. Everything was afloat. Tin cans, stove, blankets. I woke up with water up to my stomach, and was just able to grab the tiller before another wave broke over us. With one tug I turned our stern toward the wave. The impact pushed us a good 30 feet. Everybody set to bailing. Maturette manned the big pot, which held 4 gallons. Nobody tried to save anything. We had only one idea. To bail as fast as possible, because the great weight of the boat made it difficult to fight the waves. I had to admit that the newcomers conducted themselves very well. When the Breton saw his suitcase carried off, he decided to further lighten the boat by cutting free the water barrel which he'd hung over the side. 2 hours later we were dry, but we'd lost our blankets, the Primus stove, our charcoal, fuel, and, voluntarily, our fresh water. It was noon when I decided to change my pants and realized that my suitcase was gone, too, along with 2 of our 3 oilskins. All our tobacco was lost or wet, even the cigarette papers had disappeared. 4th notebook, new departure. In their watertight aluminum box, but in the very bottom of the boat we found 2 bottles of rum. "Mex," I said, "first a good slug of rum, then let's open our box of reserves and see what's left. There's fruit juice. Good, we'll ration it. Boxes of Petit Beurre cookies. We'll empty one and make a stove out of it. We can put the canned food in the bottom of the boat and use the crate for firewood. We've all had a good scare, but the danger's over now. We have to pull ourselves together and get ready for what lies ahead. From here on, Nobody's to say, I'm thirsty. Nobody's to say, I'm hungry. And nobody's to say, I wish I had a smoke. All right. All right. Everybody understood, and mercifully the wind died down enough so that we could make a corned beef soup. A bowlful of that with dunked hardtack made a good warm lining for our stomachs, enough to last until the next day. Then each of us had a tiny portion of green tea. A carton of cigarettes turned up in the one undamaged case. 24 small packs of 8 cigarettes each. My 5 companions decided that I should be the only one to smoke. It would help me stay awake. So that the others wouldn't be jealous, Clausiot gave up lighting my cigarettes. He just lit the matches. Thanks to his tact, we didn't have a single disagreeable moment. We'd been gone 6 days and I hadn't really slept yet. This evening the sea was a millpond, so I slept. I slept like the dead for nearly 5 hours. It was 10 at night when I woke up. The sea was like glass. The others had already eaten. I found a can of polenta, which I ate with some smoked sausages. Delicious. The tea was almost cold, but so what? I smoked and waited for the wind. The night was thick with stars. The North Star shone with all its brilliance. Only the Southern Cross outdid it. You could clearly make out the Great and Little Bear. There wasn't a cloud and the full moon was already high in the sky. The Breton was in a bad mood. He had lost his jacket and was in shirt sleeves. I loaned him the oilskin. We moved into the 7th day. Well, we can't be far from Curaçao now, though we may have gone too far north. From here on I'm going due west so we don't miss the Dutch Antilles. Otherwise we're in trouble. Do what you think best, the Breton said. We waited for the wind the whole of that night. Finally, at 4 in the morning a good breeze started up, growing stronger as the day progressed. For 36 hours it kept us going at a good clip, yet the waves were so small that we had smooth sailing all the way. Curaçao. Gulls. First only their cries, for it was dark, then the birds themselves, wheeling over the boat. One gull perched on the mast, flew off and came back again. This went on for over 3 hours until day broke with a radiant sun. Nothing on the horizon to indicate land. Where on earth had the gulls come from? We spent the whole day looking. No sign of land. A full moon rose as the sun went down, so brilliant that it hurt my eyes. I had lost my dark glasses. They'd been swept overboard by that broadside wave, along with our protective caps. Then about 8 in the evening the moonlight picked out a black line far away on the horizon. It's got to be land, I said. There was general agreement that there was indeed a black line and that it must be land. For the rest of the night I kept us headed toward it. Its outline grew gradually sharper. We were getting nearer. Now, with a strong wind behind us, we rode along, smooth wave and closed in rapidly. The black mass lay low in the water with nothing to show whether there were cliffs, rocks, or a sandy shore. The moon was about to set on the far side of the land, and that made it difficult to see. Then, at the water's edge, I saw a row of lights which broke up as we approached. We came nearer, then nearer still, and about half a mile from shore I dropped anchor. The wind was so strong that the boat spun around in circles, heading into waves which stood it on its stern as they passed by. The constant tossing was unnerving. We had lowered the sails and folded them and might have waited in this safe though disagreeable position until daybreak, but unfortunately the anchor came loose. To steer the boat, it had to be under sail. We put up the jib and spinnaker and suddenly the anchor caught again. My companions pulled on the rope and it came away without the anchor. We had lost it. I did what I could, but the waves pushed us so near the rocks I decided to put up the mainsail and head straight for them. My maneuver succeeded so well that we found ourselves wedged between 2 rocks with the boat completely disabled. As the next wave rolled in, we threw ourselves into the water and rolled to shore, battered but alive. Only Clausiot with his cast got a really bad mauling. His arms, face and hands were bruised and covered with blood. As for the rest of us, a few scrapes on the knees, hands and ankles. I had a bloody ear from crashing into a rock. The important thing was that we were alive, out of the reach of the waves and on dry land. When the sun rose, we recovered the one oilskin and I returned to the boat, which was beginning to break up. I managed to pry the compass loose from the rear bench. No sign of life anywhere. We searched the place where we had seen the lights and found a row of lanterns, placed there, as we later learned, to warn fishermen that this was a danger area. We set off inland. There was nothing but cactus, enormous cactuses and donkeys. We came to a well. We were tired for we'd taken turns, 2 by 2, carrying Clausiot in a seat we made of our hands. The dried carcasses of donkeys and goats lay scattered around the well. It was dry, and the blades of the windmill that had worked it once now beat the air aimlessly. Not a soul about, only donkeys and goats. We continued on until we reached a small house whose open door seemed to invite us in. We called, "Hello." No answer. A cloth bag hung from the chimneypiece by its cord. I took it down and opened it. The cord broke and I saw that it was full of Dutch florins. Bonaire, Curaçao, or Aruba. Without touching its contents, we returned the bag to its place. We found water and everybody took turns drinking from a ladle. No one in the house, no one outside. We set off again, slowly because of Clausiot. Suddenly our path was obstructed by an ancient ford. A large fat man was at the wheel. "Who are you? Are you French?" "Yes, sir, we are." "Climb in." We laid Clausiot across the laps of the 3 men in the back seat. I sat next to the driver with Matret next to me. "You were shipwrecked." 4th notebook, Curaçao. "Yes." "Anyone drowned?" "No." "Where did you come from?" "Trinidad." "And before that?" "French Guiana." "Bagnards or Relegways?" "Bagnards." "My name is Dr. Nall. I own this bit of land. It's a peninsula that juts out from Curaçao. It's called Donkey Island. The donkeys and goats feed on the cactuses. They have very long thorns. The people here call the thorns the girls of Curaçao." "That's not very flattering to the real girls of Curaçao," I said. The man laughed noisily. Then with an asthmatic wheeze the Ford stopped dead in its tracks. I pointed to a pack of donkeys and said, "If the car has given up, we can be towed. I have harness in the trunk, but the problem is to catch them and get them in it. It's not so easy." The fat doctor lifted the hood and discovered that a big jolt had disconnected a wire. Before getting back into the car he looked around nervously. We set off again and after driving along a series of rutted roads we came to a white barrier. Next to it stood a small white house. The doctor spoke in Dutch to a light-skinned Negro in very clean clothes who kept repeating, "Ja, master. Ja, master." The doctor turned to us and said, "I've given this man orders to keep you company until I get back, and give you something to drink. Please get out of the car." We sat on the grass in the shade. The Ford coughed on its way. It hadn't gone 50 yards when the Negro told us in Papiamento, a dialect of the Dutch Antilles composed of English, Dutch, French and Spanish, that his boss, Dr. Nall, had gone for the police because he was scared of us and had warned him to look sharp since we were escaped thieves. So the poor fellow couldn't do enough for us. He made us some weak coffee, but in the heat it tasted very good. We had been waiting for over an hour when a big paddy wagon drove up with 6 policemen dressed in German style, and behind it, an open car driven by a chauffeur in a police uniform with 2 men and Dr. Nall in back. They got out of the car and the shortest of the 3, he had the closely shaved head of a priest, said to us, "I am the official responsible for security on the island of Curaçao. It is therefore my responsibility to arrest you. Have you committed an offense since your arrival? If so, what was it? And which of you committed it?" "Sir, we are escaped convicts. We've come from Trinidad, and it's only a few hours since our boat smashed up on your rocks. I'm in charge of our little band and I can assure you that not one of us has committed even the smallest offense." The police officer turned toward the fat doctor and spoke to him in Dutch. As they were talking, a man drove up on a bicycle. He spoke loud and fast, first to Dr. Nall, then to the officer. I asked, Dr. Nall, why did you tell this man we were thieves? Because my man told me so before I met up with you. He stood behind a cactus and watched you go into his house. He's an employee of mine and looks after the donkeys. We're thieves because we walked into his house. That's a silly thing to say, sir. We drank some water in his house. Is that robbery? What about the bag of florins? I did open the bag. I even broke the string when I opened it. But all I did was examine the money to see what country we were in. Then I replaced the money and hung the bag back where I found it, from the ledge of the chimney. The officer looked me in the eye, turned abruptly to the man on the bicycle and spoke to him sharply. Dr. Nall started to speak. In his dry German way the officer indicated he should stay out of it. The officer made the man on the bicycle get into his car and sit next to the chauffeur. He got in himself with 2 of the policemen and drove off. Nall and the 3rd man stayed with us. May I explain? Nall said. My man told me that his money was gone. The officer interrogated him before having you searched, suspecting that he might have lied. If you are innocent, I am truly sorry, but it wasn't my fault. In less than 15 minutes the car was back and the officer said, you were telling the truth. That man is a liar. He'll be punished for this. The poor bugger was loaded into the paddy wagon, the other 5 got in behind, and I was about to follow when the officer held me back, saying, get into my car and sit next to the driver. We left ahead of the police van, and it was soon out of sight. We drove along well-sewer-faced roads and finally reached the town. The houses were built in the Dutch style, everything was very clean, and almost everybody seemed to be on bicycles. There were hundreds of people riding around. We entered the police station and walked through a large room where several police in white were sitting at desks, then into an air-conditioned office. It was very cool. A big, strong, fair-haired man of about 40 sat in an armchair. He got to his feet and spoke to the officer in Dutch. When the conversation was over, the officer said to us in French, may I introduce the chief of police of Curaçao? Then, turning to the police chief, he said, sir, this man is French and he is the leader of the 6 men we just arrested. As men shipwrecked on our territory, you are welcome to Curaçao. What is your name? Henri. Henri, the business of the money bag must have given you a disagreeable moment. But the incident served to put you in a good light. It proved your honesty beyond the shadow of a doubt. I'm going to give you a room with a couch so that you can rest. Your case will be brought before the governor. He will decide what's to be done. This officer and I will speak up for you. He held out his hand and we left. In the courtyard Dr. Nall apologized and promised to intervene on our behalf. 2 hours later we were locked in a large room with a dozen beds and, in the middle, a long wooden table flanked by 2 benches. Through the barred window we asked a policeman to buy us tobacco, cigarette papers and matches with our Trinidad dollars. He wouldn't take the money, saying something we couldn't understand. There was a long wait. That spit and polished black isn't going to do us any favors, Clausiot said. Where's our tobacco? I started to knock on the door and it opened at the same moment. A little coolie was standing there in a grey prison uniform with a number across his chest so there'd be no mistaking his status. He said, money, cigarettes. No, tobacco, cigarette papers and matches. He was back in a few minutes with our order plus a big steaming pot of cocoa. I was summoned back to the office of the chief of police during the afternoon. The governor has given orders that you're to be allowed out in the prison yard. Tell your companions they're not to try to escape or there'll be serious consequences for all of you. As leader of the group, you can go into town for 2 hours every morning, from 10 to 12, and every afternoon from 3 to 5. Have you got any money? Yes, English and French. A policeman in civilian clothes will accompany you wherever you want to go. What are you going to do with us? I think we'll try to put you separately on oil tankers of different nationalities. Curaçao has one of the biggest refineries in the world which processes the oil from Venezuela. From 20 to 25 tankers arrive and leave every day of the year. That would be your best solution, for then you'd be able to enter almost any country with no problem. Where do you mean? Latin America, North America, countries under British rule? No, they're out of the question. Europe is equally impossible. But don't worry, trust us, we want to help set you on the way to a new life. Thank you, sir. I reported all this faithfully to my companions. Clausiot, the most skeptical of our band, said, "What's your opinion, Papillon?" "I don't know yet. I'm afraid it's some sort of trick to keep us quiet, to keep us from trying to escape." "I'm afraid you're right." The Breton, however, thought the plan was great, and the mech of the Flatiron was jubilant. No more boats, no more adventures. We each arrive on a tanker in some country or other and disappear into the sticks with official sanction. Leroux agreed. "What do you think, Machuret?" And this kid of 19, this child accidentally turned convict with features more delicate than a woman's, said in his soft voice, "You really think those pigs are going to cook us up fake identity cards?" "I don't. At most, they might look the other way while we sneak aboard a tanker, but that's about it. And the only reason they do that is to get rid of us. At least, that's what I think. I don't trust them. I went out very little, sometimes in the morning to do a few errands. We'd now been here a week and nothing had happened. We were getting nervous. One afternoon we noticed 3 priests escorted by the police going from cell to cell. They spent a long time in the cell nearest ours, where there was a black who had been arrested for rape. Assuming they were coming to us next, we went into our room and sat on our beds. Sure enough, the 3 of them came in, along with Dr. Nall, the chief of police and a man with white and gold braid who looked like a naval officer. "Monseigneur, these are the French," the chief of police said in French. "Their conduct has been exemplary. I congratulate you, my children. Let's sit around this table. It's easier to talk that way." Everybody sat on the benches, including the men who had come with the bishop. Someone brought in a stool from the courtyard and placed it at the head of the table so that he could see everybody. "Most Frenchmen are Catholics. Are any of you not Catholic?" Nobody raised his hand. Thinking back to the priest at the conciergerie and how I'd been virtually baptized, I decided I could consider myself a Catholic too. "My friends, I am of French descent. My name is Irénée de Bruyne. My ancestors were Huguenots who fled to Holland when Catherine de' Medici was on the rampage. So I have French blood. I am the Bishop of Curaçao, a city with more Protestants than Catholics but where the Catholics are devout. Tell me your situation. We are waiting to be put on board oil tankers. How many men like you have left here in this manner?" "None yet." What do you say to that, officer? Please answer me in French. You speak it so well." "Monseigneur, the governor sincerely believed he was helping these men, but I must confess that up to now not a single ship's captain has been willing to take on a convict, mainly because they have no passports." "Then that's where we should start. Can't the governor issue special passports?" "I don't know. We haven't discussed that." There was a pause, then the bishop said, "I will say a mass for you the day after tomorrow. Will you come for confession tomorrow afternoon? I will personally hear your confessions so that I can intercede with the good Lord and ask him to pardon your sins." He turned to the chief of police. "Will you see that they're brought to the cathedral at 3 o'clock? "Yes. I want them brought by taxi or in a private car." "I'll bring them myself, Monseigneur," said Dr. Nall. "Thank you, my son. My children, I can promise you nothing. Only this. From this moment on, I will do my utmost to help you." Seeing Nall kiss his ring and the Breton, too, we each placed our lips on it, then escorted him to his car, which was parked in the court. The next day everyone confessed to the bishop. I was last. "My child, what was your worst sin?" "Father, To begin with, I was not baptized, but where I was in prison in France, a priest told me that whether I was baptized or not, we were all children of the Lord. He was right. Good. Go on. I described my life in detail. This prince of the church listened patiently and at length. He took my hands in his and looked at me intensely. When I came to the parts that were hard to confess, he looked down to make it easier for me. The expression in the eyes of this 60-year-old priest was so pure that he seemed more like a child. His infinite goodness shone through his features and his pale grey eyes soothed me like balm on a wound. He talked softly, very softly, always my hands in his. Sometimes God wills for one of his children to experience human wickedness so that he will emerge stronger and nobler than ever. Don't you see, my son, that if you hadn't had this Calvary to climb, you would never have been able to raise yourself so near to God's truth? Let me put it another way. The men, the system, the cogs of the machine that ground you down, the evil men who framed you and tortured you, have rendered you the greatest service possible. They brought forth a new man, superior to the first, and if today you recognize honor, goodness and charity, and realize the energy you will need to surmount the obstacles and become someone superior, you owe it to them. Your idea of vengeance, of punishing everybody according to the injury inflicted on you, goes against the grain of your character. You must be a saver of men, and not live in order to do evil, even though you think the evil is justified. God was generous to you. He told you, help yourself and I'll help you. He helped you in so many ways. He even allowed you to save other men and led them to freedom. But most important, don't make so much of your sins. There are many people in higher positions who are guilty of much worse. Only they haven't experienced the weight of man's idea of justice and therefore have missed the opportunity to rise above it as you did. Thank you, Father. You've done me enormous good. I will never forget it. And I kissed his hands. You are leaving soon, my son, and will meet new dangers. I would like to baptize you before you go. What do you say? Father, leave me as I am for now. My father raised me without religion. He has a heart of gold. When my mother died, he found new words, new ways to fill her place in my life. If I let myself be baptized now, it would be a kind of betrayal. Give me time to become completely free, to begin a normal life, then I'll write and ask him if he minds if I give up his philosophy and have myself baptized. I understand, my son, and I'm sure that God does too. I bless you and ask God to protect you. So what do we do now? I asked Dr. Nall. I'm going to ask the governor to tell customs to give me first choice of the smugglers' boats at the next auction. You'll come with me to choose the one you like best. As for the rest of it, the food and clothing, that will be easy. After the bishop's sermon we had many visitors. Everybody wanted to get to know us. They usually came about 6 o'clock and brought us things which they left on our beds without comment. About 2 in the afternoon we had visits from the Little Sisters of the Poor, accompanied by their Mother Superior, who spoke very good French. They always brought baskets full of things they had cooked themselves. The Mother Superior was young, let's say less than 40. Her hair was hidden under her white coif, but her eyes were blue and her eyelashes blonde. She came from an important Dutch family, according to Dr. Nall, and had written to Holland to see if there was some way of setting us free other than sending us back to sea. We had good times together, and she loved to hear me tell the story of our escapes. If I forgot something or missed a detail, she brought me gently to heel. Don't go so fast, Henri. You skipped the story of the Hocko. Why did you forget the ants today? The ants are very important, because without them you wouldn't have been caught by the masked Breton. These were wonderful moments, so completely different from all that had gone before, that they cast a strange and unreal glow over our fast-dissolving past. I saw the boat. It was magnificent. 25 feet long, a good keel and a very high mast with immense sails. It was fully equipped, not to mention a cluster of customs seals. At the auction someone had started at 6,000 florins, about $1,000. Dr. Null whispered a few words in the man's ear and we got it for 6,001 florins. 5 days later we were ready. Freshly painted, its wealth of provisions carefully stored in the hold, our boat was fit for a king. 6 suitcases, one for each of us containing new clothes, were wrapped in waterproof cloth and stowed in the cabin. The prison in Rio Hacha. We left at daybreak. The doctor and the sisters saw us off. We picked up wind immediately and moved swiftly away from the quay. The sun made its radiant appearance and an uneventful day was underway. I noticed right away that we hadn't sufficient ballast for the amount of sail we were carrying, so I decided to be cautious. The boat was a real thoroughbred, very fast, but jealous and irritable. I headed due west. We had thought to sneak our 3 new companions onto the Colombian coast. They wanted no part of a long crossing. They said they had confidence in me but not in the weather. In point of fact, we had learned from the newspapers that bad weather was on the way, including hurricanes. It was agreed that we should let them off on a desolate, uninhabited peninsula called La Guajira. Then we would continue on to British Honduras. The weather was glorious, and the starry night that followed our first sparkling day had in addition a brilliant half-moon to help us see. We made straight for the Colombian coast, dropped anchor and took soundings to determine if it was safe to let them off. Unfortunately the water was very deep and we had to approach dangerously near the rocky coast to find water not over 5 feet. We shook hands, they each dropped over the side, found their footing and, holding their suitcases on top of their heads, waded toward dry land. We watched their progress with interest and some sadness. Our companions had behaved well and had risen to every challenge. It was too bad they were leaving. Then, as they neared land, the wind died abruptly. God damn, just so long as we weren't anywhere near Rio Hacha, the first port with a police force. I thought we might already have cleared it, judging by the small lighthouse we had just passed which showed on the map. We waited and waited. The other 3 had disappeared after waving goodbye. Wind, for God's sake, wind. Wind to get away from this Colombian coast and all its unknown dangers. We had no idea what they did with escaped prisoners. Finally at 3 in the afternoon the wind rose. I put up all the sails and, heeling perhaps a little too much, we skimmed along nicely for over 2 hours. Then suddenly a launch full of men appeared, heading straight for us and shooting over our heads to make us stop. I ignored them and ran on, trying to reach the open sea beyond territorial waters. No luck. The powerful launch overtook us, and with 10 men aiming the guns, we had to give up. If these were soldiers or policemen, they wore very strange uniforms. Dirty pants that had once been white and wool sweaters full of holes that had certainly never been washed. They were barefoot except for their commander, who was a little cleaner and better dressed. But if their clothes were ratty, their weapons were not. They were armed to the teeth, each with a cartridge belt full of bullets, an army rifle in first-class condition and, just in case, a handy large dagger in a sheath. The commander looked like a half-breed assassin. He had a revolver hanging from a belt full of ammunition. Since they spoke Spanish, we had no idea what they were saying, but their expressions, gestures and voices were hostile. We walked from the port to the prison, passing through a village which was indeed Rio Hacha. We were flanked by 6 of the cutthroats with 3 more behind, the guns aimed right at us. We arrived in a prison yard surrounded by a low wall. About 20 filthy, bearded prisoners stood or sat around with equally hostile expressions. Vamos, vamos. We gathered that our guards were saying, get going, which was not easy because, although Clausiot was improving, he was still in his caste. The commander, who had stayed behind, now came up to us, our compass and the oilskin under his arm. He was eating our biscuits and chocolate, and we sensed immediately that we were going to be entirely cleaned out. We weren't mistaken. They locked us up in a squalid room with 1 heavily barred window. On the floor were planks of wood with wooden pillows, our beds. Frenchies, a prisoner said through our window as soon as the police were gone. 4th notebook, The prison in Rio Hatcher. What do you want? Frenchies? No good, no good. What's no good? Police. Police. Yes, police no good. Then he went away. Night fell. The room was barely lit by a weak bulb. Mosquitoes buzzed in our ears and up our noses. This is great. We're going to have to pay a pretty price for letting those guys ashore. How were we to know? It was only because there was no wind. You went too far in, Clausiot said. Enough of that. This is no time to blame ourselves or anybody else. We've got to help each other out, stick together like we never did before. Sorry, Pappy, I guess you're right. It wasn't anybody's fault. Oh, it would be too damned unfair to have fought so hard, then have our cavale end like this. They hadn't searched us, though. I had my plan in my pocket and lost no time putting it in its place. Clausiot did the same. We were lucky to still have them. By my watch it was 8 in the evening. They brought us lumps of brown sugar as big as your fist and 3 different kinds of rice paste cooked in salted water. Buenas noches. That must mean, good night, Machuret said. In the courtyard the next morning we were served excellent coffee in wooden bowls. The chief of police came by about 8. I asked him if I could go to the boat to collect our belongings. Either he didn't understand me or pretended not to. The more I saw of his ugly mug, the less I liked him. On his left hip he carried a small bottle in a leather case. He took it out and uncorked it, drank a gulp, spat and handed me the flask. As this was his first friendly gesture, I accepted it and drank. It was a good thing I didn't drink much. It was firewater and tasted like wood alcohol. I swallowed it quickly, started to cough, and the half-breed Indian laughed fit to burst. At 10 o'clock a group of white-clad civilians appeared. There were 6 or 7 of them and they made for what appeared to be the prison administration building. We were summoned. The men were sitting in a semicircle under the large portrait of a much-decorated officer, President Alfonso López of Colombia. One of the gentlemen asked Clausiot to sit down. The rest of us remained standing. The man in the middle, a thin man with half glasses resting on his eagle's beak, began the interrogation. Instead of translating, the interpreter said, "The man who just spoke and who will conduct the interrogation is the judge of the town of Rio Hatcher. The others are distinguished citizens and friends of his. I am Haitian and in charge of the electrical works for this department. I will serve as translator. Some of these men understand a little French, and maybe even the judge, but they won't admit it." This preamble annoyed the judge. He interrupted and began his interrogation, the Haitian translating. "You are French?" "Yes." "Where did you come from?" "Curaçao." "And before that?" "Trinidad." "And before that?" "Martinique." "That's a lie. Our consul in Curaçao warned us over a week ago to watch the coast because 6 convicts who'd escaped from the French penitentiary were going to try to land on our territory." "Oh. So we escaped from the penitentiary." "You are, Caineros." "Yes. If a country as noble as France has seen fit to send you this far and mete out such severe punishment, it must be because you are very dangerous bandits." "Perhaps. Are you thieves or murderers?" "Murderers." "Same thing. So you're big shots. Where are the other 3? "They stayed in Curaçao." "That's another lie. You dropped them off 35 miles from here in a place called Castellet. Luckily they were arrested and will be here in a few hours." "You stole your boat." "No, it was a present. From the Bishop of Curaçao." "Very well. You stay here as prisoners until the governor decides what to do with you. For the offense of landing your 3 accomplices on Colombian territory and then trying to escape to sea, I sentence the captain of the boat to 3 months in prison and the other 2 to a month. And you'd better be on your good behavior if you don't want our police to beat you up. They're tough men. Have you anything to say?" "No. All I want is to get my possessions and the provisions we left on the boat. Everything has been confiscated by the customs except for pants, shirts, jackets and shoes for each of you. And that's that. There's nothing you can do about it. It's the law. We returned to the prison yard. The miserable prisoners hovered around the judge. Doctor. Doctor. Swelling with self-importance, the judge swept through the group without saying a word. The men in white left the prison and disappeared. At 1 o'clock the other 3 arrived in a truck together with 7 or 8 armed men. Looking ashamed, they climbed down with their suitcases. We followed them into our room. "That sure was a dumbass thing we made you do," said the Breton. "We're really sorry, Papillon. You can kill me if you want to. I won't try to defend myself. We didn't behave like men. We behaved like a bunch of fags. We did it because we were scared of the sea. Well, from what I've seen of Colombia and Colombians, the dangers of the sea are a joke. Did they get you because the wind died down?" "Yes, Breton, but I'm not about to kill anybody. We were in this thing together. I could have refused to drop you off, then nothing would have happened." "You're too damn good, Pappy." "No, I'm just trying to be fair. I told them about the interrogation. Maybe the governor will set us free." "Well, let's hope so. As the fellow said, where there's life, there's hope." I had the impression that the officials in this hole were not in a position to decide our case. Some higher authority would determine whether we stayed in Colombia, were returned to France, or were given back our boat so that we could move on. It would be a damn shame if these people we had done nothing to took the decision on themselves. After all, we had committed no offense of any kind on their territory. We had now been here a week. Nothing new, except for talk that we might be transferred to a bigger town 120 miles away called Santa Marta. Our guards with their ugly pirates' faces were unchanged in their attitude toward us. Yesterday one of them hit me with his rifle because I tried to claim my own soap in the washroom. We were still in the same mosquito-ridden room, though it was a little cleaner since Charrière and the Breton had taken to washing it down every day. I was beginning to lose hope and confidence. The Colombians were nibbling away at my self-confidence. One of the Colombian prisoners lent me an old issue of a Santa Marta newspaper. On the front page were photographs of the 6 of us and, below, the chief of police with his enormous felt hat and cigar, then the photograph of a dozen armed policemen. It was clear that our capture had been romanticized and that their role in it had been much amplified. It appeared that our arrest had saved all Colombia from a terrible threat. But I must say, the pictures of the so-called outlaws made us look much more sympathetic than the police. The outlaws looked like honest men, whereas the police, if you'll forgive me, starting with their chief, well, perhaps we were prejudiced. What should we do? I was beginning to understand a few words of Spanish. To escape, fuga, prisoner, preso, to kill, matar, chain, cadena, handcuffs, esposes, man, hombre, woman, mujer. The Cavale from Rio Hacha. There was a mech in the courtyard who always wore handcuffs. I made friends with him. We would smoke the same cigar. It was long, thin and very strong, but I smoked it. I gathered that he smuggled contraband between Venezuela and the island of Aruba. He had been accused of killing some guards on the coast and was awaiting trial. Some days he was very calm, others he was nervous and excitable. I began to realize that he was calm when he'd had a visitor and was chewing the leaves he was brought. One day he gave me half a leaf and I understood. My tongue, palate and lips lost all feeling. The leaves were coca. He was 35, with arms and chest covered with curly jet black hair, and unusually strong. His feet were so calloused that he could step on a piece of glass or a nail without feeling it. "You and me we fuga," I said to him one evening. On one of the Haitians' visits I had asked him for a French-Spanish dictionary. The mech understood and indicated he would like to escape, but what about his handcuffs? They were American handcuffs with a slot for a flat key. The Breton made me a hook out of metal thread flattened at one end. After a little practice I was able to open my friend's handcuffs whenever I liked. At night he was put in a dungeon with very thick bars. Those in our room were thin, and I was sure we could bend them easily. So there would be only one bar that needed sawing. Antonio's. His name was Antonio, the Colombian. How do we get a saw? Money. How much? 100 pesos. In dollars. 10. So, for $10, which I gave him, he got 2 hacksaws. I explained by drawing on the dirt in the yard that each time he had sawed a little, he was to mix the metal sawdust with some paste from our rice balls and fill the cut. Just before we went back in, I opened his handcuffs. If they were checked, he had only to press against them and they'd close by themselves. It took him 3 nights to cut almost through the bar. He said 1 minute would see him the rest of the way through and he was sure he could bend the bar back with his hands. When he was out of the dungeon he'd come by for me. It rained often. He said that he'd get out on the first rainy night. My comrades knew what I was planning, but none of them wanted to go with me. I was going too far away for them. I wanted to get to a point on the Colombian peninsula next to the Venezuela frontier. On our map this territory was called Guajira and it appeared to be contested by Colombia and Venezuela. My Colombian friend said it was the land of the Indians. There were no police, either Colombian or Venezuelan, and only a few smugglers knew it. It was dangerous because the Guajiros Indians tolerated no civilized man on their territory. And the farther inland you went, the more dangerous they became. On the coast there were Indian fishermen who trafficked with the village of Castellet and a hamlet called La Vela through the intercession of less primitive Indians. Antonio didn't want to go there. Either he or his companions must have killed some of these Indians when their boatload of contraband was forced onto the Indians' coast. Antonio agreed to take me near Guajira, but I would have to go on from there alone. You can't imagine how laborious these arrangements were. So many of the words he used weren't in the dictionary. So, that night it rained in torrents. I stood close to the window. We had pried away a plank from the partition to help separate the bars. We had tried it 2 nights before and found the bars gave easily. Listo, I'm ready. Antonio's face appeared between the bars. With the help of Machuret and the Breton, one tug was enough not only to bend the bars but to pry one loose. They lifted me up and pushed me through, giving me a few whacks on the rear in farewell as I disappeared. We were now in the yard. The torrential rain made an infernal noise as it fell on the tin roofs. Antonio took my hand and led me to the wall. Jumping over it was child's play. It was only 6 feet high. I did cut my hand on the glass embedded on the top, but it didn't matter. That amazing Colombian managed to find the path even though we couldn't see 10 feet ahead of us. Because of the rain, we were able to march straight through the village until we found a road that ran between the bush and the coastline. Very late we saw a light, forcing us to make a wide detour into the brush, which fortunately was sparse at that point. Then we picked up our path again and walked in the rain until daylight. Antonio had given me a leaf of coca as we left, and I chewed it the way I'd seen him do in prison. When daylight came I still wasn't tired. Was it the leaf? I'm sure it must have been. Even though it was now daylight, we continued walking. From time to time Antonio lay down and put his ear to the water-soaked earth. Then he'd start off again. He had a curious way of walking. It wasn't a walk and it wasn't Aaron. It was a succession of little leaps of exactly the same length, and he used his arms as if he were rowing the air. At one point he must have heard something for he pulled me into the brush. Then, sure enough, along came a tractor dragging a roller to flatten the ruts. It was now 10:30 in the morning. The rain stopped and the sun came out. After walking perhaps 1/3 of a mile on the grass, we lay under a thick bush full of thorns. I thought we were out of danger, but Antonio wouldn't let me smoke or talk even in a whisper. He kept swallowing the juice of his leaf and I did the same, though with greater moderation. He showed me his pouch, which had more than 20 leaves in it, and laughed silently, his magnificent teeth gleaming in the dim light. To fight the mosquitoes, he chewed on a cigar and we coated our faces with his nicotine saliva. That took care of them. It was now 7 in the evening. Night had fallen, but the moonlight was too bright for us to proceed. He pointed to 9 o'clock on my watch and said, "Rain." I understood. At 9 o'clock it would rain. And sure enough, at 9:20 it started to rain, and we took off. In order to keep up with him, I copied his leaps and rode with my arms. It wasn't hard to do, and you moved faster than at a fast walk, yet you weren't running. During the course of the night we had to hide in the brush 3 times, once to let a car go by, once a truck, and once a wagon pulled by 2 donkeys. Thanks to the leaves, I wasn't tired when day came. The rain stopped at 8 and then, as before, we walked cautiously on the grass for over half a mile before going into the bush to hide. The one thing I didn't like about the eye leaves was that you couldn't sleep. We hadn't closed an eye since we started. Antonio's pupils were so dilated that the irises had disappeared completely. Mine must have done the same. It was now noon at night and the rain had returned. It was as if the rain were waiting for 9 o'clock. I learned later that in the tropics, at whatever hour the rain first started to fall, it would start and stop at just about the same time during that moon's quarter. As we started the night's march, we heard voices and then saw lights. "Castellet," Antonio said. The extraordinary man took me firmly by the hand, led me into the brush, and after more than 2 hours painful marching allowed us to return to the road. We marched, or rather leaped, the rest of the night and a good part of the next morning. The sun dried our clothes. We had been wet for 3 days, and for 3 days we had eaten only some brown sugar, and that on the first day. Now Antonio seemed quite confident that we were out of danger. He was walking unconcernedly, and several hours had gone by since he last put his ear to the ground. The road followed the shore, and after a while Antonio cut himself a stick and we walked over to where the sand was wet. He stopped to examine a trail of flattened sand about 20 inches wide, running from the sea to the dry sand. We followed it to where it widened and made a circle. Antonio plunged his stick into the circle. When he pulled it out, the end was covered with a yellow liquid that looked like egg yolk. Which it was. We dug a hole in the sand with our hands and soon uncovered a mass of eggs, perhaps 300 or 400 of them. They were sea turtles' eggs, covered with skin instead of shells. We filled Antonio's shirt with as many as it would hold, 100 or so, left the beach, crossed the road and went into the brush. Once safely hidden, we began our feast. Following Antonio's instructions, I ate only the yolk. He would penetrate the skin with one snap of his teeth, allow the white to run out and suck in the yolk. One for him, one for me, and so on. He went on and on, opening, swallowing, first him, then me. Filled to bursting, we stretched out on the ground with our jackets for pillows. Antonio said in Spanish, "Tomorrow, you continue alone for 2 more days. From tomorrow on there won't be any more police." At 6 o'clock we came to the last border outpost. We recognized it from the barking of dogs and the bright lights in the little house. Thanks to Antonio's masterful tactics, we managed a successful detour and walked the rest of the night without taking precautions. The path was narrow, but the lack of grass underfoot showed that it was used. It was about 20 inches wide and skirted the brush next to the beach, which was about 6 feet below us. From time to time we saw the hoofprints of horses and mules. Antonio sat down on a large root and motioned me to do the same. The sun was beating down hard. My watch said 11, but when I stuck a small stick in the ground it made no shadow. It must therefore be noon. I reset my watch. Antonio emptied his pouch. He had 7 leaves left. He gave me 4 and kept 3. I went off into the brush and came back with 150 Trinidad dollars and 60 florins. He was startled. He reached out and touched the bills, unable to understand how they could look so new and why they hadn't gotten wet. Holding them in his hands, he thanked me, thought for a long time, took 6 bills of 5 florins each and gave me back the rest. I insisted, but he wouldn't take more. At that point he seemed to change his mind. He had decided previously that we should go our separate ways. Now he seemed to want to continue with me another day. After that he'd make a half turn and go on alone. Okay, we swallowed a few egg yolks and lit a cigar after a half-hour's struggle to get a fire going by rubbing 2 stones together and igniting a handful of dried moss. Then we set off. We'd been walking 3 hours when we saw a man on a horse coming straight at us. He was wearing an enormous straw hat, boots, something that resembled a long leather slip instead of pants, a green shirt and a faded green jacket. He was armed with a beautiful carbine and a huge revolver hung from his belt. Caramba! Antonio, my son. Antonio had recognized the rider from far away. The big bronzed cavalier dismounted and the 2 men slapped each other lustily on the shoulder. This was the typical greeting of the region, I learned later. Who is that? A companion in escape, a Frenchman. Quote, where are you going? As near to the Indian fisherman as we can. He wants to go through the Indians' territory and into Venezuela to get back to Aruba or Curacao. The Guajira Indians are bad people, the man said. You're unarmed. Take this. He handed me a dagger with a polished horn handle in a leather sheath. We sat by the side of the path. I took off my shoes. They were bloody. Antonio and the rider talked very fast, and I could tell that they did not approve of my plan for crossing Guajira. Antonio motioned that I should get up on the horse and that I should hang my shoes over my shoulder to let my bleeding feet dry out. The rider got back on his horse and I climbed on behind. I had no idea what was going on. We galloped all that day and the following night. From time to time we stopped. He'd pass me a bottle of anisette and I'd take a swallow. When the sun rose, he stopped. He gave me a piece of cheese as hard as a rock, 2 biscuits, and 6 coca leaves. To carry them, he made me a present of a waterproof bag which I attached to my belt. He threw his arms around me and slapped me on the shoulders the way he had Antonio. Then he got back on his horse and galloped off. The Indians. I walked on until 1 in the afternoon. The bush ended, there wasn't a tree to be seen. The sea shimmered silver under the burning sun. I walked barefoot, my shoes hanging over my left shoulder. As I was deciding whether to lie down, I saw far away 5 or 6 trees, or perhaps they were rocks, set back from the beach. I tried to figure the distance, 6 miles or so. I took out a large piece of leaf and, chewing away, set off again. An hour later I was able to identify the 5 or 6 shapes. They were huts with thatched roofs of straw or some kind of light brown leaf. Smoke was coming out of one of them. Then I saw people. They saw me. I could hear their voices and saw them gesturing in the direction of the sea. Then I saw 4 boats coming into shore and about 10 people getting out. Everybody gathered in front of the houses and looked in my direction. The men and women were naked except for small loincloths. I approached slowly. 3 of the men were leaning on bows, the arrows in their hands. They made no motion of either hostility or welcome. A dog let out a bark and rushed at me in a fury. He bit my calf and tore off a piece of my pants. When he lunged again, a small arrow from somewhere nipped his rear. I learned later it was shot from a blowpipe. He ran off howling and disappeared into a house. I limped on, for he had given me quite a bite. I was now perhaps 30 feet from the group. Not one of them moved or spoke, and the children hid behind their mothers. Their bodies were splendid, bronzed and well-muscled. The women had firm, hard breasts with large nipples. There was only one with sagging breasts. One man had an especially noble bearing. He had fine fartours and was obviously superior to the rest. I went straight to him. He was not holding a bow. He was as tall as I and his hair was well cut. It hung down to his eyebrows and to his earlobes on the sides, so black it looked purple. His eyes were steel gray. There was no hair on his body. His bronzed thighs were well muscled and his legs beautifully proportioned. He was barefoot. I came to a stop about 10 feet in front of him. He took 2 steps forward, his eyes looking directly into mine. The examination lasted 2 minutes. His motionless face with the hooded eyes was like a bronze bust. Then he smiled and touched my shoulder. That was the signal. Everybody came and touched me, and a young Indian girl took me by the hand and led me into the shade of one of the huts. All the others followed and sat in a circle. One of the men handed me a lighted cigar. I took it and smoked it. They all laughed at the way I smoked, for they, women as well as men, held the burning end in their mouths. The girl pushed up my pants leg. The bite had stopped bleeding, but a piece of me the size of a quarter was missing. She pulled out all the hairs, and once the skin was smooth, she washed the wound with sea water which another young Indian had brought. Then she squeezed the wound to make it bleed. Still not satisfied, she scratched each pore with a piece of sharpened steel. I made an effort not to flinch, for everyone was watching. Another young Indian girl wanted to help, but she was pushed away. For some reason everybody laughed. I gathered that the one dressing my wound wished to make it clear to the other girl that I was her property. This is what had made them laugh. Then she cut my pants well above the knee, prepared a poultice of seaweed on a stone and laid it on the wound, holding it in place with strips of cloth she ripped from my pants. Finally satisfied with her labors, she motioned me to get up. I stood up and took off my jacket. It was then that she noticed the butterfly tattooed at the base of my neck. She examined it closely. Then seeing there were more tattoos, she took off my shirt to see the rest. Everybody crowded around. On the right side of my chest I had a guard from Calvi. On the left, the head of a woman, just above the waist a tiger's head. On my spine, a crucified sailor, and across the kidneys, a tiger hunt with hunters, palm trees, elephants and tigers. To get a better look, the men pushed the women aside, touched me and examined each tattoo minutely. The chief expressed his opinion, then everyone else gave his. From that moment on it was clear that I'd been adopted. By the men. The women had adopted me the minute the chief smiled at me and touched my shoulder. We went into the largest of the huts and I was completely taken aback. The hut was made of brick red earth. It was round, with 8 doors, and in a corner hung a cluster of hammocks made of brightly colored wool. In the middle of the hut was a highly polished flat, round rock and around it smaller round rocks to sit on. Several double-barreled shotguns, a sword and a great variety of bows hung from the walls. There was also a turtle shell big enough for a man to lie in and a chimney constructed of identical stones without cement. On a table a split gourd held 2 or 3 handfuls of pearls. I was handed a wooden goblet filled with a fermented fruit juice. It was bittersweet and very good. Then I was brought on a banana leaf a 5-pound fish cooked over the coals. I ate slowly. When I had finished the delicious fish, the Indian girl took me by the hand and led me to the beach so that I could wash my hands and mouth in sea water. When we returned, we all sat down in a circle, the young Indian girl at my side with her hand on my thigh, and tried through words and gestures to get to know each other. Suddenly the chief rose, went to the back of the hut, returned with a white stone and started to draw on the table. First he drew naked Indians, then the village, then the sea. To the right of the Indian village he drew houses with windows, and men and women wearing clothes. The men carried guns or sticks. To the left, another village, men with guns and hats and ugly faces, their women also wearing clothes. I looked closely at the drawings. The chief noticed that he'd forgotten something and traced a path from the Indian village to the hamlet on the right and another path to the village on the left. To indicate their location in relation to his own village, he drew on the right side, the Venezuelan side, a round sun with rays shooting out in all directions. On the Colombian side, a sun on the horizon cut by a wavy line. His intention was clear. The sun rose on one side and set on the other. The chief examined his work with pride and everybody took turns looking at it. When he saw that I understood, he took his stone and covered the 2 villages with lines, leaving his own intact. I gathered that he was telling me that the men in the 2 villages were bad and that only his village was good. As if he needed to tell me. He took a damp cloth and wiped the table. When it was dry, He put the stone in my hand to indicate that it was my turn. My drawing was more complicated than his. I drew a man with bound hands flanked by 2 armed men who were looking at him, then the same man running and the 2 men running after him, the guns pointed at him. I drew this scene 3 times, each time putting more space between me and my pursuers. In the last one the police had stopped and I was running to their village, which I identified by drawing the Indians and the dog and, standing in front of everybody, the chief with his arms held out to welcome me. My drawings must have been pretty good because after a long discussion with the men, the chief opened his arms as in my picture. They had understood. That same night the Indian girl took me into a hut where 6 women and 4 men were living. She hung a magnificent hammock of colored wool, so big that, crosswise, 2 could sleep in it comfortably. I lay in the hammock lengthwise while she installed herself in another one crosswise. Then I changed my position to crosswise and she came and lay down next to me. She touched my body, my ears, my eyes, my mouth. Her fingers were long and fine, but they were very rough and covered with small scars from the cuts made by the coral when she dived for oysters. When I stroked her face in turn, she looked at my hand with astonishment that it was so smooth. We spent an hour in the hammock, then we got out and went to the chief's hut. They had me examine the shotguns, 12 and 16 bore from Saint Etienne. There were also 6 boxes of ammunition. The Indian girl was of medium height, with grey eyes like the chief's, a fine profile and braided hair that fell to her hips. Her breasts were beautiful, high and pear-shaped. The nipples were darker than her bronzed skin and very long. Her kiss was a bite. She didn't know how to kiss our way. I soon taught her. She wouldn't walk at my side but behind me, and there was nothing I could do about it. One of the huts was uninhabited and in poor condition. With the help of the other women, she repaired the roof of coconut palm leaves and patched the walls with the red earth. They had a wide variety of cutting tools, knives, daggers, machetes, hatchets, hoes and forks with iron teeth. They also had cooking pots of brass and aluminum, watering cans, casseroles, a grindstone, an oven, metal and wooden barrels. Their hammocks were of pure wool with braided fringes and vivid designs in blood red, Prussian blue, canary yellow and a waxy black. The house was soon ready and she started to fill it with contributions from the other women, an iron ring on 3 legs for cooking over the fire, a hammock large enough for 4 adults, glasses, tin pots, casseroles, not to mention a donkey harness. We had been caressing each other for 2 weeks, but she refused absolutely to go any further. I was mystified because, after all, she was the one who had started it. But when the moment came, she wouldn't. She never wore anything but her small loincloth which hung from her slender hips by a narrow cord. Her buttocks were entirely bare. Without ceremony, we installed ourselves in the little round house. It had 3 doors, one in the center, the main one, and 2 others facing each other. The 3 doors formed an isosceles triangle and had strict uses. I was always to come and go by the north door, she by the south. I was never supposed to use hers or she mine. The big door in the center was for our friends, and neither she nor I was to use it unless we were with visitors. It was only when we had moved into the house that she let me take her. I won't go into details, but she was an ardent mistress with intuitive skill. She enfolded me like a vine. When we were alone, I would comb and braid her hair. She loved me to do this and her face glowed with happiness. But there was fear in it, too, fear that someone might discover us, for she gave me to understand that a man was never to comb his wife's hair, or rub her hands with a pumice stone, and he must not kiss her mouth or breasts in certain ways. So Lali, for that was her name, and I installed ourselves in our house. She never used iron or aluminum pots and never drank from a glass, and she cooked everything in the earthenware pots the Indians made themselves. We washed under the spray of the watering can and went to the bathroom in the sea. I helped open the oysters. This work was generally done by the oldest of the women. Each young pearl diver had her own sack. The pearls they found were shared. One portion went to the chief who represented the community, one to the fisherman, a half share to the woman who opened the oysters, and a share and a half to the diver. When the diver lived with her family, she gave her pearls to her uncle, her father's brother. I never did understand the role of the uncle. He was also the first person to go into the house of the betrothed. He would take the arm of the woman and draw it around the man's waist and place the man's right arm around the woman, placing his index finger in her navel. Once this was done, he went his way. So I helped with the opening of the oysters. I didn't fish, for I had not yet been invited into the canoe. The fishing was done quite far out, about a quarter of a mile from shore. Some days Lali came back with her thighs and ribs covered with scratches from the coral. Sometimes, if her cuts were bloody, she would crush some seaweed and rub it into the wounds. I did nothing unless invited. I never entered the chief's house unless someone led me in by the hand. Lali suspected that there were 3 young Indian girls sleeping in the grass near our door to see or hear what we did when we were alone. Yesterday I met the Indian who acted as intermediary between our village and the first Colombian hamlet a mile beyond the border station. The hamlet was called La Vela. The Indian had 2 donkeys and a Winchester repeating rifle. He carried the pearls separated according to size in a cigar box. Like everyone else, he wore only a loincloth. He was small and dried up. He had an ugly scar that ran from under his chest on the left side across his body to his right shoulder. It formed a welt as thick as your finger. The chief had asked me to tattoo him, so, with the help of the dictionary, I made out a list: needles, blue and red India ink and thread. But since the intermediary didn't speak a word of Spanish, I wondered how on earth he was able to do his business. When the Indian was about to leave, the chief gave me permission to go along with him for a bit. To make sure I came back, the chief lent me a shotgun with 6 rounds of ammunition. He was convinced that I would feel obligated to return since naturally I would never take anything that didn't belong to me. The Indian got on one donkey and I on the other. We rode the whole day over the same path I'd used coming to the village. Then when we went about 2 miles from the border station, we turned away from the sea and headed inland. About 5 o'clock we came to the edge of a stream where there were 5 Indian houses. Everybody came and looked at me. The Indians talked on and on among themselves until a weird character appeared. His eyes, hair, nose and everything else were those of an Indian, except his color. He was the palest white and had the red eyes of an albino. He wore khaki pants. It was then that I understood that our intermediary never went farther than this. The white Indian said in Spanish, "Hello. You are the killer who escaped with Antonio. Antonio is a relative of mine. We are bound by the pact of blood. In order to become bound, 2 men gash each other's arm with their knives, rub the 2 wounds together, then coat their hands with the blood and lick them. What you need: needles, red and black India ink, thread. That's all. You'll have it here at the beginning of the next quarter moon." His Spanish was better than mine and I had the feeling he knew how to strike a bargain that would benefit his people. As we were leaving, he gave me a necklace made of Colombian coins set in very white silver. He said it was for Lali. Come see me again, and to make sure I returned, he gave me a bow. I started the trip back alone, but I hadn't gone more than halfway when Lali appeared with one of her sisters, a girl of about 12 or 13. Lali herself must have been somewhere between 16 and 18. She pounced on me like a mad woman, clawed my chest, I was protecting my face, and bit my neck. Using all my strength, I was barely able to control her. Then she suddenly calmed down. I put the younger girl on the donkey, and Lali and I walked slowly back, our arms around each other. On the way I killed an owl. I shot it without knowing what it was. All I saw were 2 eyes gleaming in the shade. Lali was determined to have it and hung it from the saddle. We arrived at dusk. I was tired and wanted to wash. Lali washed me. Then, right in front of me, she removed her sister's loincloth, washed her, and finally washed herself. When they returned to the house, I was sitting waiting for water to boil to make some lemonade. Then a thing happened that I only understood much later. Lali pushed her sister between my legs, took my arms and placed them around the girl's waist. I noticed she wasn't wearing her loincloth and had the necklace I'd given Lali around her neck. I didn't really know what to make of this. I removed her gently from between my legs, took her in my arms and laid her down in the hammock. I took off the necklace and put it back on Lali. Then Lali lay down next to her sister, and I lay next to Lali. Long afterward, I learned that Lali had thought I was making inquiries about leaving because I wasn't happy with her and that she was hoping her sister might be able to hold me better. I woke up with Lali's hands shading my eyes. It was very late, 11 in the morning. The younger one had left. Lali looked at me, her large grey eyes full of desire, and bit me gently on the corner of my mouth. She wanted me to know how happy she was that I loved her and that I hadn't gone away because she had failed me. The Indian who usually paddled Lali's canoe was sitting in front of the house, waiting for her. He smiled at me charmingly and closed his eyes to indicate that he knew Lali was still asleep. I sat down next to him and he started a conversation which, of course, I couldn't understand. He was young and had the powerful muscles of an athlete. He looked longingly at my tattoos and I gathered he wanted to be tattooed too. I nodded in agreement, but he seemed to get the idea that I didn't know how. Lali appeared. She had covered her body with oil. She knew I didn't like it, but she explained that with the cloudy weather the water would be very cold. Her mimicking, half laughing, half serious, was so engaging that I made her repeat it several times, each time pretending I didn't understand. When I asked her to do it yet again, she pouted as if to say, either you're stupid, or I'm no good at explaining. The chief passed by with 2 Indian women. They were carrying a green lizard weighing at least 12 pounds. He had just caught it with his bow and arrow and invited me to come and help eat it later on. Lali spoke to him, then he touched my shoulder and pointed to the sea. I gathered that it meant I could now go with Lali if I wanted to. The 3 of us left together, Lali, her usual fishing companion and I. The boat was made of cork and was therefore very light. Carrying it on their shoulders, they walked into the water. The Indian got in the back, holding a huge paddle. Up to her chest in water, Lali held the canoe to keep it steady and prevent it from floating back to shore. I got in and sat in the middle. Then with one bound Lali landed in the canoe, and the Indian gave a powerful shove with his paddle. The waves were rolling in and getting bigger and bigger the farther out we went. About 1,500 feet from shore there was a kind of channel where 2 boats were already fishing. Lali had tied her hair on top of her head with red leather laces. The Indian dropped the big iron bar that served as anchor and Lali followed the rope down into the water, a heavy knife in her hand. The boat was very unsteady and bobbed up and down with each roller. For over 3 hours Lali dived and surfaced, dived and surfaced. You couldn't see the bottom. It must have been all of 50 feet down. She came up with oysters every time and the Indian emptied her sack into the canoe. During the whole 3 hours Lali never once got into the canoe. Her only rest was hanging onto the side for 5 or 10 minutes. We changed our location twice. In the second spot the oysters were bigger and more plentiful. Then we went back to shore. Lali had got into the canoe and a wave rolled us in. An old Indian woman was waiting. She and Lali's fishing partner carried the oysters across the sand. When all the oysters had been gathered there, Lali pushed the old woman aside and started to open them herself. Using the point of her knife, she opened a good 30 before she found a pearl. I had eaten at least 2 dozen by that time. She gently pried it loose. It was in the largest category, as big as a chickpea. And how it gleamed. Nature had given it a great variety of subtle colors. Lali picked up the pearl, put it in her mouth, left it there a moment, then took it out and put it in mine. Then she went through some motions with her jaw, indicating she wanted me to crush it between my teeth and swallow it. I refused, but her pleading was so persuasive that I finally did what she asked. She opened 4 or 5 more oysters and gave them to me to swallow so that the crushed pearl would be washed down well inside me. Then, like a child, she opened my mouth to see if there were any fragments left between my teeth. After that we went off, leaving the other 2 to go on with the work. I had now been here a month. The reason I knew was that I had marked each day and its date on a piece of paper. The needles and inks had arrived long ago. I discovered that Zato, the chief, had 3 razors. He didn't use them for shaving, the Indians being beardless, but for cutting his hair. Lali had removed all the hair on my body. The minute she saw one, she pulled it out and rubbed me with a paste made of seaweed mixed with ashes. This seemed to discourage growth. I tattooed the chief on the arm with an Indian crowned by a headdress of many colored feathers. He was ecstatic and gave me to understand that I was to tattoo nobody else until I'd done a larger tattoo on his chest. He wanted the same tiger I had, with its huge teeth. I laughed, for I didn't have the talent to do justice to the splendid head. The Indians of Guajira lived on the coast and the inland plain up to the foothills of the mountains. There were other communities in the mountains called Motilones. Years later I was to have dealings with them. As I explained earlier, the Guajiros dealt with civilized people only through the medium of barter. The coastal Indians delivered their pearls and live turtles to the albino Indian. Some of the turtles weighed as much as 400 pounds. They never reached the size or weight of those in the Orinoco or the Moroni. These sometimes weighed 1,000 pounds and had shells 6 or 7 feet long and over 3 feet wide. Once on their backs, turtles can't turn over. I've seen 'em stay on their backs 3 weeks without food or drink and still be alive. As for the big green lizards, they were very good to eat. Their flesh is deliciously tender, and when their eggs have been cooked in the sand by the sun's heat, they, too, have a fine flavor. Only their appearance makes them unappetizing. Every time Lali went fishing, she brought her portion of pearls home to me. I put them in a wooden bowl, all sizes mixed together. The only ones I kept aside, in an empty matchbox, were 2 pink pearls, 3 black ones and 7 of an extraordinarily beautiful metallic gray. There was also an unusual pearl the shape and size of our kidney beans. It had 3 colors superimposed one on the other and, depending on the weather, the dominant color was either black, a polished stainless steel, or silver with a pink cast. Thanks to the pearls and the occasional turtles, the tribe lacked for nothing. It's true they had some useless things and lacked some they could have used. For instance, there wasn't a single mirror in the village. I had to salvage one from a shipwreck, a nickel-plated board about 15 inches square, so that I could see to shave or look at myself. My manner with my friends was very simple. I never did anything that might diminish the authority of the chief or, even less, that of the old Indian who lived alone 3 miles inland surrounded by snakes, 2 goats, a dozen sheep and 20 chickens. He was the sorcerer for all the villages in Guajira. This way I kept the good opinion of me. By the end of the 2nd month I had been completely accepted by everyone. The 2 hamlets I was acquainted with had no goats, chickens, or sheep. Having domestic animals seemed to be the privilege of the sorcerer. Each morning a different Indian woman set off to his house with freshly caught fish and shellfish in a basket on her head, together with corn cakes freshly grilled on hot stones. Sometimes, but not always, she returned with eggs and curdled milk. When the sorcerer wanted me to come and see him, he sent me 3 eggs and a highly polished wooden knife. Lali would accompany me halfway, then wait in the shade of a huge cactus. The first time I was summoned, she put the wooden knife in my hand and indicated with her arm the direction I should take. The old Indian lived in revolting filth in a tent made of cowhide, Henri side in. 3 stones in the middle stood around a fire that was always burning. He didn't sleep in a hammock but on a bed made of branches that stood at least 3 feet above the ground. The tent was quite large and without walls except for a few branches on the windward side. I saw the snakes. One was nearly 10 feet long and as thick as your arm, the other about 3 feet with a yellow V on its head. How those beasts must pack away the chickens and eggs. I said to myself. It was beyond me how goats, chickens, sheep and the donkey could all live together in one tent. The old Indian looked me over, then made me take off my pants, which Lali had converted into shorts. When I was entirely naked, he had me sit on one of the stones. He threw some green leaves on the fire which made a thick smoke that smelled of mint. For the next 10 minutes I thought I'd suffocate. Then he burned my pants and gave me 2 Indian loincloths, one of sheepskin and the other of snakeskin as supple as a glove. Around my arm he placed a bracelet made of goat, sheep, and snakeskin laces braided together. It was 4 inches wide and held in place by a snakeskin lace which could be loosened or tightened at will. I noticed that on his left calf the sorcerer had a saw the size of a silver dollar which was covered with gnats. From time to time he shooed 'em away, and if they got too much for him, he dusted the wound with ashes. My formal adoption over, I was on the point of going when he presented me with another wooden knife. This one was smaller than the one he had sent when he wanted to see me. Lali explained to me later that if I wanted to see him, I was to send him the smaller knife. If he was willing to see me, he would send me the larger one. As I was leaving the old Indian, I noticed how wrinkled his face and neck were. He had only 5 teeth left in his sunken mouth, 3 in the lower jaw and 2 in the upper, in front. His eyes, almond-shaped like all Indians, had such heavy lids that when they were closed, they looked like 2 round balls. He had no eyelashes or eyebrows, but his hair hung straight, black and neatly cut to his shoulders. In front, like all the other Indians, he wore bangs to his eyebrows. I started for home, somewhat ill at ease for my windswept buttocks. I felt like a fool, but it was a cavale, wasn't it? And I mustn't make fun of the Indians. Being free was worth a few inconveniences. Lali looked at my loincloth and laughed, showing her teeth, which were as white as the pearls she fished. She examined my bracelet and the snakeskin loincloth and sniffed to make sure I had passed through the trial by smoke. I should mention that the Indians have a very highly developed sense of smell. I was getting used to this life and beginning to realize that if I stayed too much longer I might lose all desire to leave. Lali watched me constantly, hoping I might take a more active part in communal life. For example, she had seen me go fishing. She noticed that I paddled well and managed the little canoe with skill. From this she leapt to the idea that I should handle her pearl fishing boat. But I didn't want to. Lali was the best diver among the village girls because she dived deepest and brought back more oysters and bigger ones than the others. But the young man in charge of her boat was the chief's brother. If I took Lali out, I would be doing him a disfavor, and that I must not do. Whenever Lali saw me in a thoughtful mood, she'd go off in search of her sister. The young girl would come in joyfully through my door. This carried great significance. They'd arrive together at the big door facing the sea. Then they'd separate, Lali turning and coming in her door and Zorema through mine. Zorema's breasts were hardly bigger than tangerines and her hair was still short. It was cut to the length of her chin and her bangs fell almost to her eyelids. Each time she was summoned by her sister, they would both bathe, after removing their loincloths as they entered and hanging them on the hammock. The younger one always went away disappointed because I hadn't taken her. One day the 3 of us lay together with Lali in the middle. Then Lali got up and lay on the other side, leaving me glued to Zorema's naked body. The other day Lali's fishing companion cut his knee very badly. He was carried to the sorcerer and returned with a dressing of white clay. As a result, I went fishing with Lali. I launched the boat properly, but I took her a little farther out than usual. She was thrilled to have me in the boat with her. Before diving, she covered herself with oil. The bottom, which looked very black, was undoubtedly cold. I saw 3 shark fins pass near us and pointed them out to her, but she paid no attention. With her sack wrapped around her left arm, her knife in its sheath attached to her belt, she pushed off from the boat and, with amazing speed, disappeared into the blackness of the water. Her first dive was for exploration only, so she came up with very few oysters. Then I had an idea. There was a big ball of leather laces in the boat. I knotted one end to her sack and let it out as she went down. She got the idea, for she stayed down a long time, and when she came up again, she was without the sack. Tired from her long dive, she clung to the side of the boat and asked me to raise the sack. I pulled and pulled, but it suddenly stopped, caught probably on some coral. She dived down and freed it. The sack was half full and I emptied it into the canoe. By the end of the morning, over 8 dives, each 50 feet down, we had nearly filled the canoe. When she finally pulled herself in, the top of the canoe was almost flush with the water. We nearly went under when I started to pull up the anchor. We had to untie the anchor rope from the boat and attach it to a paddle to keep it floating until we returned. The old lady and Lali's fishing partner were waiting on the sand to open the oysters. He was impressed with our haul. Lali explained how we'd done it, how the sack attached to the laces made her lighter and speeded her climb to the surface. And naturally she could gather more oysters. He carefully examined the way I had tied the sack and particularly the slipknot. He undid the knot and, on the first try, was able to make one himself. He was very proud of himself. The old woman found 13 pearls in the oysters. Lali seldom stayed for this part of the operation, usually letting them bring her share at home. But this time she waited until the last oyster was opened. I must have swallowed 3 dozen, Lali 5 or 6. The crone divided up the shares. The pearls were all about the same size, that of a good-sized pea. She put aside 3 for the chief, 3 for me, 2 for herself and 5 for Lali. Lali picked up my 3 and handed them to me. I gave them to her wounded partner. He didn't want to accept them at first, but I forced his hand open and closed his fingers over them. Then he accepted. His wife and daughter had been watching the scene from a distance. Silent before, they now burst out laughing and came over to us. I helped carry him to his hut. We repeated this ritual for almost 2 weeks. Each time I gave my pearls to the injured Indian. Once I kept one. When I got back to the house, I had Lali eat it. She was ecstatic and spent the whole afternoon singing. From time to time I would visit the albino Indian. He asked me to call him Zorro, which means, little fox, in Spanish. He told me that the chief had asked him to find out why I wouldn't tattoo the tiger's head on his chest. I explained that I wasn't a good enough artist. With the help of the dictionary, I asked him to get me a mirror the size of my chest, some tracing paper, a fine paintbrush, a bottle of ink, carbon paper and, if he couldn't get that, a soft pencil. I also asked him to get me some clothes, including 3 khaki shirts, which I would keep at his place. He told me that the police had questioned him about Antonio and me. He told them that I had gone over the mountain into Venezuela and that Antonio had been bitten by a snake and died. He had also found out that the other Frenchmen were in prison in Santa Marta. Zotrillo's house had the same native crafts as the chief's. Many earthenware pots decorated with typical Indian designs, handsome ceramics beautiful in form as well as design and color, tan skins of snakes, lizards and buffalo, and braided baskets made of white or colored liana. He said they were all made by the Indians of my tribe, although these lived in the middle of the bush, a 25 days march from here. That was where the coca leaves he gave me came from. I was to chew one if I got depressed. As I left Zorro, I asked him if he could bring me, in addition to my other requests, a few Spanish newspapers and magazines, for, with the help of my dictionary, I had learned a lot in 2 months. He had no news of Antonio. He knew only that there had been a new clash between coastal guards and smugglers. 5 guards and 1 smuggler had been killed, but the boat had got away. I had never seen a drop of alcohol in the village, except for their strange drink of fermented fruit. When I saw that Zorro had a bottle of anise, I asked if I could have it. He said no, I could drink it there if I liked, but I couldn't take it away. That old albino wasn't so dumb. I left Zorlo on a borrowed donkey, which he assured me would come back to him the next day all by itself. I took with me only a large box of colored candies, each wrapped in tissue paper, and 60 packs of cigarettes. Lali was waiting for me with her sister 2 miles from the village. There was no scene this time, and we walked back with our arms around each other. Every so often she stopped and gave me a civilized kiss on the mouth. When we reached the village, I went to the chief's and offered him the candy and cigarettes. We sat down in front of his door, facing the sea. We had some of the fermented drink, cold from its earthenware jug. Lali sat at my right, her arms around my thigh, and her sister did the same on my left. The box of candy was open in front of us, and the women and children came and shyly helped themselves. The chief pushed Zorema's head toward mine, giving me to understand that she wanted to be my wife like Lali. Lali took her breasts in her hands, indicating that Zorema's was small and that was perhaps why I hadn't desired her. I shrugged and everybody laughed. It was clear that Zorema was sad. So I put my arms around her neck and caressed her breasts. This made her very happy. I smoked a few cigarettes. The Indians tried a few but soon rejected them in favor of their cigars. I took Lali by the arm and we left. Lali walked behind me and Zorema behind her. We cooked some large fish over the fire, to which I added a 5-pound lobster. It was a feast. The mirror came and the tracing paper, the paper for my decalcomania, a tube of glue I hadn't asked for but which proved useful, several soft pencils, the inks and paintbrush. I hung the mirror by a string so that it was at the level of my chest when I was in a sitting position. There in the mirror was my tiger's head in all its glory. Lali and Zorema watched me, full of interest and curiosity. I followed the lines on the mirror with the brush, but as the ink tended to run, I thought of the glue. So I made a mixture of ink and glue, and everything was fine. After 3 one-hour sessions I had painted an exact replica of the tiger's head on the mirror. Lali went off to find the chief. Zorema took my hands and placed them on her breasts. She looked so unhappy and her eyes were so full of desire that, without thinking what I was doing, I took her right there on the floor in the middle of the hut. She moaned and her body arched with pleasure. Then she wound herself around me and wouldn't let me go. I freed myself gently and went to bathe in the sea for I was covered with earth from the hut floor. She followed me and we bathed together. I rubbed her back, she rubbed my arms and legs, then we went back to the house. Lali was sitting on the spot where we had lain together. She understood. She got up, put her arms around my neck and kissed me tenderly. Then she took her sister by the arm and led her out through my door, turned and went out through hers. Soon there were sounds of banging on the outside of the house. I went out to see what was going on and found Lali, Zorema and 2 other women trying to make a hole in the wall with a piece of iron. I figured they were making a 4th door. To keep the wall from cracking, they dampened it with the watering can. The door was quickly finished and Zorema pushed the debris outside. From then on only she would use that door. She never used mine again. The chief came, accompanied by his injured brother and 3 others. The brother's knee was almost healed. He looked at the picture on the mirror, then looked at himself. He marveled at how well I'd drawn the tiger and marveled, too, to see the reflection of his own face. But he had no idea what I had in mind. Since the picture was now dry, I placed it on the table, put the tracing paper over it and started to draw the outline. It was quickly done. The soft pencil faithfully followed every line. In less than a half hour, under everyone's fascinated gaze, I had a drawing as good as the original. Each in turn took the picture and examined it, comparing the tiger on my chest with the drawing. I had Lali lie down on the table. I rubbed her lightly with a damp cloth, placed a sheet of tracing paper on her belly and, on top of that, the drawing I had just made. I drew a few lines and everyone was filled with wonder to see a bit of the drawing come off on Lali's belly. Only then did the chief understand that all this effort was for him. Those who haven't been exposed to the hypocrisies of a civilized education react to things naturally, as they happen. It is in the here and now that they are either happy or unhappy, joyful or sad, interested or indifferent. The superiority of pure Indians like these Guajiros was striking. They could outdo us in everything. When they adopted someone, everything they had belonged to him, and when anyone showed them the least attention, they were profoundly moved. I decided that at the first session I would cut the broad lines with a razor so that the general outline of the tattoo would show right away. I do the pricking afterward, with 3 needles attached to a short stick. I started the next day. Zato lay on the table. I transferred the drawing on the tracing paper to a heavier white sheet and made a decalcomania on his skin with a hard pencil. I had already covered it with a paste of white clay which I'd let dry. The decal left its imprint and I let it dry thoroughly. The chief was stretched out on the table like a ramrod, not daring to move, let alone flinch, for fear he might harm the drawing. I etched each line with the razor. His blood ran a little and I wiped it off each time. When I had done the whole drawing and fine red lines had replaced the black pencil, I coated his entire chest with blue India ink. The ink took everywhere but in the few places where I had cut too deep and it was washed away by the blood. The drawing came through beautifully. 8 days later Zato had his tiger's head with its big maw showing a pink tongue, white teeth, a black nose, moustache and eyes. I was very pleased with the result. It looked better than mine and the colors were brighter. As the scabs fell, I had to prick a few places again. Zato was so pleased that he asked Zorilo to furnish us 6 mirrors, 1 for each of the other huts and 2 for his. Days passed, then weeks, then months. It was now April and I had been here 4 months. I was strong and in excellent health. I was so used to going barefoot that I could walk miles looking for the big lizards without getting tired. I was never without a wife. When Lali was diving, Zorema was at my side. If Zorema was diving, Lali kept me company. I forgot to say earlier that after my first visit to the sorcerer, I asked Zorilo to get me some tincture of iodine, hydrogen peroxide, absorbent cotton, bandages, quinine tablets and some Stavasol. I had seen a Bagnard at the hospital with a sore the same size as the sorcerer's. Chartel, the orderly, had crushed a pill of Stavasol and applied it to the sore. The medications arrived, plus an ointment that Zorilo provided on his own. I then sent the sorcerer my little knife and he answered by sending me his big one. I had a hard time convincing him that he should be treated, but after a few days the sore was half its former size, and he volunteered to continue the treatment by himself. One fine day he sent me his big wooden knife so that I could see that he was completely healed. No one ever knew who had done it. Asen was born to Zato. As his wife went into labor, she walked to the beach and found herself a secluded place behind a big rock. Another of Zato's wives brought her a large basket of cakes, fresh water and a quantity of unrefined brown sugar in 5-pound cones. She must have given birth about 4 in the afternoon, for she was on her way back to the village by sunset, shouting with joy and holding her baby high in the air. Thus Zato knew it was a boy before she arrived. Had it been a daughter, she would have returned to the village silently, holding the baby in the crook of her arm. Lali acted this out for me. That's how I knew. The wife approached Zato, raising the child high. Zato held out his arms and shouted, but otherwise remained motionless. She came forward a few more steps, lifted the baby, cried out again, and stopped once more. Zato shouted again, and again held out his arms. They did this 5 or 6 times over the 100 feet that separated them. Zato never moved from the threshold of his hut. He stood in front of his main door, flanked by all the Indians in the village. The mother stopped again. She was not more than 5 or 6 steps away now, raised the baby and cried out one last time. Then Zato moved forward, took the baby under its arms and lifted it up. He turned to the east and cried out 3 times, each time raising the child. Then he sat down with the child lying on his right arm across his chest, its head under his armpit and hidden by his left arm. Without turning, he backed through the big door into his hut. Everyone followed, the mother last. Then we drank all the fermented juice in the house. For the next week, morning and evening, the Indians watered the ground in front of Zato's hut and tamped it with the heels of their feet. When they were finished, there was a large circle of red clay. The next day they set up a big cowhide tent, and I guessed there was to be a celebration. Stones were put in place and, near them, a pile of both dry and green wood that grew with each passing day. Much of the wood was old driftwood, dry, white and highly polished. There were 3 huge tree trunks salvaged from the sea, God knows how long ago. 2 wooden forks of the same height were put in place to serve as supports for an enormous spit. 4 overturned turtles, 2 sheep and over 30 large, live lizards, their claws tied to prevent their escaping, waited to be slaughtered. There were at least 2,000 turtle eggs as well, and 20 huge earthenware jars of the Indians' favorite drink. One morning 15 Indians arrived on horseback, each wearing a collar around his neck, a large straw hat, the loincloth that left the thighs, legs, feet and buttocks bare, and a sleeveless sheepskin jacket. Each had a huge dagger stuck in his belt, and 2 of them carried double-barreled hunting rifles. Their chief wore a magnificent jacket with black leather sleeves and carried a repeating rifle and a well-stocked ammunition belt. Their horses were superb, small, high-strung, dappled gray, and on the rump of each a bundle of hay. When they were still at some distance, they announced their coming with a barrage of rifle shots. Then, riding at a fast gallop, they were soon upon us. Their chief had a curious resemblance to Zato and his brother, with a few years added on. He got off his thoroughbred, went up to Zato, and each touched the other on the shoulder. Then the visitor went into the house alone, Zato following behind, and emerged with the infant in his arms. He held it out for everyone to see and went through the same motions Zato had made. He lifted it to the east where the sun rises, then hid it under his armpit with his left arm and went back into the house. All the riders got off their horses, tied them up and filled their feed bags with hay. Their wives arrived at noon in a big wagon pulled by 4 horses and driven by Zorolo. There were at least 20 young Indian women and 7 or 8 children, all of them boys. Before Zorolo's arrival, I was introduced to all the visitors, starting with their chief. Zato showed me how the little toe of his left foot was twisted over the next toe and that the same was true of his brother and the chief who had just arrived. Then he showed me how each of them had the same mole under one arm. I gathered that the new arrival must be his brother also. Zato's tattoos were much admired, especially the tiger head. The Indian women had brightly colored designs on their faces and bodies. On some Lali placed coral necklaces, on others, necklaces of shells. I noticed one particularly handsome woman who was taller than the rest and had the profile of an Italian, like a cameo. Her hair was purple-black, her large eyes a true jade green fringed with very long lashes. Her hair was cut Indian style with bangs and a part in the middle. Her breasts were the texture of marble, starting close together and spreading apart in a classically graceful way. Lali introduced me to her and led her to our house, together with Zorema and a young Indian girl who carried goblets and what looked like paintbrushes. The visitors had come to paint the Indians of my village. I watched as the beautiful Indian worked on Lali and Zorema. The brushes were bits of wood tipped with a small piece of wool which she dipped in the different colors. I took out my paintbrush and, starting at Lali's navel, I painted a plant whose 2 branches ended below her breasts. I added pink petals and painted her nipples yellow, like a half-opened flower showing its pistils. The other 3 wanted me to do the same design on them, but first I had to ask Zorolo's permission. He said I could do what I liked as long as they all consented. What I got myself into. For over 2 hours I painted all the breasts of all our young Indian visitors and our own besides. Zorema demanded that I do hers exactly like Lali's. Meanwhile the men roasted the sheep on the spit and cooked 2 of the turtles over the coals, having first cut them up into small pieces. The turtle meat was beautiful and red like beef. I sat next to Zato and the visiting chief under the tent. The men ate on one side and the women on the other, except for those who waited on us. The celebration ended late in the night with dancing to the music of a shrill wooden flute and 2 sheepskin drums. Many were drunk, women as well as men, but not disagreeably so. The sorcerer arrived on his donkey and everyone took turns looking at the pink scar where his ulcer had been. They were amazed that the familiar sore had healed, and only Zorilo and I knew how it had happened. Zotio explained that the chief of the visiting tribe was Actu Ali Zato's father. His name was Justo, meaning, the just. He was the one who administered justice to all the tribes in Guajira. When there was trouble with the Iapis, another Indian race altogether, they met to discuss whether they would go to war or settle the matter amicably. If an Indian was killed by someone of another tribe, it was agreed that in order to avoid war, the killer should pay for the death. It sometimes cost him as much as 200 head of cattle, for the tribes had vast herds in the villages up in the mountains. Unfortunately they weren't vaccinated against foot and mouth disease, and epidemics carried off large numbers of them. But, according to Zorilo, even this had its good side, for without these outbreaks they would be overrun. They were not allowed to sell their cattle in either Colombia or Venezuela for fear of spreading the disease, but Zorilo said there was extensive smuggling through the mountains all the same. Through Zorilo, Justo asked me to visit him in his village. It had over 100 huts, and Lali, Zorema and I would be given one of our own. They would provide everything we might need, so I was to bring only my tattooing materials in order to make a tiger for Justo too. He took off his black leather wristband and gave it to me. According to Zorilo, this gesture carried great significance. It meant that he was powerless to refuse my slightest wish. Justo asked me if I wanted a horse, and I said that I did but that I was in no position to accept one, for we had hardly any grass. He said that whenever we needed grass, Lali and Zorema had only to go a half-day's journey on horseback to find it. He explained where it was and that it was both tall and good. So I accepted the horse and he said he'd send it soon. I took advantage of this long visit with Zorilo to tell him that I trusted him not to tell anyone about my plan for going to Venezuela or Colombia. He described the dangers of the frontier, saying that from what the smugglers reported, the Venezuelan side was even more dangerous than the Colombian. He offered to accompany me himself into Colombia, almost to Santa Marta, pointing out that I had already made the trip once and that the way was better marked. He agreed that I should buy another dictionary or, better yet, a phrase book with standard Spanish expressions. He also suggested that it would be a good idea if I learned to stammer, because people would get bored listening to me and would finish the sentence for me. This way my accent wouldn't be noticed. So it was decided that he would provide me with the books and the most detailed map he could find, and that he would handle the selling of my pearls when I needed Colombian money. Zorilo said that all the Indians from the chief down would approve my decision since it was what I wanted. They would be sorry to see me go but would understand my desire to return to my own people. The main problem would be Zorema and Lali. Either one of them, but particularly Lali, was quite capable of finishing me off with one shot of the rifle. Then Zorilo told me something else. Zorema was pregnant. I hadn't noticed a thing and I was stunned. The celebration was finally over. Everyone left, the tent came down and things returned to normal, or so it seemed. My horse arrived, a magnificent dappled grey with a tail so long it almost touched the ground and a wonderful platinum grey mane. Lali and Zorema weren't very happy about it. The sorcerer summoned me to tell me that Lali and Zorema had asked him if it was all right for them to feed the horse broken glass in order to kill him. He had told them not to, that I was protected by an Indian scent, and that if they did, the broken glass would end up in their own bellies. He thought the horse was now out of danger but that I should be on the alert. If they saw me getting ready to leave, they had only to kill me with a shotgun, Lali in particular. Could I get him to let me go by promising to return? Impossible. Never let on that I intended to leave. The sorcerer and I covered a lot of ground because he had asked Zorilo to come and act as interpreter. Zorolo's conclusion was that the situation was so serious that I must take every precaution. I went home. Zorolo had come and gone by a different path. Nobody in the village knew that the sorcerer had summoned us together. I had now been here 6 months and I was anxious to be on my way. One day I came home to find Lali and Zorema bent over the map. They were trying to figure out the strange markings, especially the 4 arrows indicating north, south, east and west. They had guessed that this piece of paper had something very important to do with our lives. Zorema's belly was beginning to bulge. This made Lali jealous and she demanded that I make love to her at all hours of the day and night, regardless of where we happened to be. Zorema also made demands, but fortunately only at night. I went to visit Zato's father, Justo. Lali and Zorema came too. Luckily I had kept the drawing of the tiger and was able to use it for his tattoo. In 6 days it was done, for the first scabs fell early, thanks to a solution of water and quicklime he had made. Justo was so pleased that he looked at himself in the mirror several times a day. Zorolo came by during my stay. I gave him permission to tell Justo about my plan because I wanted a different horse. The Guajiro's horses were all dappled greys, a type that did not exist in Colombia and would therefore be conspicuous. Justo had 3 Colombian chestnuts. As soon as he learned of my project, he sent for the horses. I picked the one that seemed the best tempered, and he had it saddled, spurred and bridled with an iron bit. Generally the Indians rode bareback with a bit made of bone. Equipped in true Colombian style, I mounted the horse. Justo handed me the leather bridle. Then in my presence he counted out 39 gold pieces worth 100 pesos each, which he gave to Zorolo. Zorolo was to keep them until I was ready to leave. He also wanted to give me his Manchester repeating rifle, but I refused it and Zorolo said I wouldn't be allowed to enter Colombia armed anyway. So Justo gave me 2 little arrows the length of a finger, wrapped in wool, and a small leather case to keep them in. Zorolo told me they were poisoned arrows and that the poison was very quick-acting and very rare. He himself had never seen or owned a poisoned arrow. He was to keep these 2 until I left. How could I express my gratitude for Justo's magnificent generosity? He told me that through Zorolo he had learned something of my life, and that what he didn't know must be rich stuff indeed, for I seemed to be a completed man. I was the first white man he had ever known. He had assumed they were all his enemies, but from now on he would love them and try to find another one like me. You should think twice before going to a country where you have many enemies when here you have only friends. He said that he and Zato would watch over Lali and Zorema and that Zorema's child would always hold a place of honor in the tribe. If it was a son, of course. I don't want you to go. If you stay, I'll give you the beautiful Indian girl you met at the celebration. She is a wonderful girl and she loves you. You can stay here with me. I'll give you a big hut and all the cows and cattle you want. I left this extraordinary man and returned to the village. Lali was silent during the entire trip. She sat behind me on the chestnut, her thighs chafed by the saddle. Zorema rode behind with an Indian. Zorolo had left for his village by another road. It got cold as night fell, so I handed Lali the sheepskin jacket Justo had given me. She let me put it around her without a word. She accepted the jacket but no more. The horse broke into a fast trot, but she wouldn't hold on to me. Once back in the village, I went to pay my respects to Zato. Lali took the horse home, tied him to the hut and placed a bundle of hay in front of him without removing his saddle or bit. When they are sad, the Indians, and particularly their women, have closed faces. Not a muscle moves. Their eyes may be swimming with tragedy, but they never cry. They may sometimes let out a moan, but that is all. That night, in my sleep, I must have moved and jabbed Zorema in the belly, for she cried out with pain. I didn't want this to happen again, so I got up and lay down in another hammock. It hung very low, and as I got into it, I had the impression someone had been tampering with it. I pretended to be asleep. Lali sat down on a tree stump and watched me without moving. A moment later I smelled Zoraima's presence. She was accustomed to scenting herself by crushing orange blossoms and rubbing them on her skin. She bought these in little bags from an Indian woman who passed through the village from time to time. When I woke up, both girls were still there, motionless. The sun was up. It was nearly 8 o'clock. I led them to the beach and stretched out on the sand. Lali remained seated. So did Zoraima. I stroked Lali's breasts and her belly. She was as still as marble. I pulled her down next to me and tried to kiss her. Her lips were closed tight. Later the fisherman came for Lali. One look at her face was enough. He turned around and left. I was deeply troubled and didn't know what to do except caress them and kiss them to show that I loved them. They remained silent. It upset me that they should feel such grief at the thought of living without me. Then Lali almost raped me, giving herself with a kind of despair. Why? What was behind it? It could only be one thing. She wanted me to make her pregnant too. That morning, for the first time, I caught a hint of jealousy between Lali and Zoraima. We were lying on the beach in a protected hollow. I was caressing Zoraima's breasts and belly and she was biting my ears. Lali arrived, took her sister by the arm, passed her hand over her sister's swollen belly, then over her own slender flat one. Zoraima got up as if to say, "You're right," and gave her place to her sister. Each day my women prepared my food but ate nothing themselves. They had not eaten for 3 days. I took the horse and almost committed a serious error, my first in more than 5 months. I left for the sorcerer's without first asking his permission. I realized it halfway there, so, instead of going straight to him, I passed back and forth in front of his tent at a distance of some 200 yards. He finally saw me and made a sign for me to come in. I explained as best I could that Lali and Zoraima had stopped eating. He gave me a kind of nut, which I was to put in our drinking water. I went home and placed it in the big earthen jar. They drank from it several times but still didn't eat. Lali also stopped fishing. Then, after 4 days of fasting, she stupidly swam 200 yards out from shore and returned with 30 oysters for me to eat. Their silent grief was so disturbing that I had almost stopped eating too. This went on for 6 days. Then Lali took to her bed with a fever. During the 6 days she had sucked a few lemons and that was all. Zoraima ate once a day at noon. I didn't know what to do. I sat down next to Lali. She was stretched out on a hammock I had folded in two to make a kind of mattress and was looking fixedly at the roof. I looked at her, I looked at Zoraima with her bulging belly, and without quite knowing why, I started to weep. For me, for them, who knows? I wept, and great tears ran down my cheeks. Zoraima saw them and began to moan. Then Lali turned and saw them too. With one motion she got up and sat between my legs, all the while moaning gently. She kissed me and caressed me. Zoraima put an arm around my shoulder, and Lali started to talk. She moaned and she talked and Zoraima answered back. She seemed to be reproaching Lali for something. Lali took a piece of brown sugar as big as her fist, dissolved it in water and swallowed it in 2 gulps. Then she went out with Zoraima and I could hear them pulling on the horse. I went out and found him saddled, the bit between his teeth, the bridle over the pommel of the saddle. Zoraima gave me the sheepskin jacket, and Lali placed a folded hammock on the saddle. Zoraima was the first up and sat far in front, almost on the horse's neck. I sat in the middle and Lali back. I was so confused that I set off without telling anyone goodbye, without even speaking to the chief. Lali pulled back on the reins, perhaps thinking we were going to the sorcerer's. But no, she pulled the reins again and said, "Zorolo." So we were going to Zorolo's. Hugging my waist as we rode along, she kissed me several times on the back of the neck. I held the reins in my left hand and caressed Zoraima with my right. We arrived at Zorolo's village just as he was returning from Colombia with 3 donkeys and a heavily laden horse. We went into his house. Lali spoke first, then Zoraima. According to Zorolo, this was their story. Up to the moment I had cried, Lali believed that I was just a white man who didn't really care about her. She knew that someday I would leave, but it was deceitful of me not to tell her. She said she was deeply disappointed because she had thought she was capable of making a man happy, that a happy man didn't leave home, and that there would be no reason to go on living after such a calamity. Zoraima said more or less the same thing, but in addition, she was afraid her son would turn out like his father, a silent man and a false one, who made such difficult demands on his women that for all that they were ready to give their lives for him, they were unable to understand him. Why was I running away from her as if she were the dog who had bitten me the day I arrived? I replied, Lali, what would you do if your father were sick? She would walk on thorns to take care of him. What would you do if you had been hunted like a dog and then the day came when you had a chance to get even? I'd look for my enemy everywhere, and when I found him I'd bury him so deep he wouldn't even be able to turn around in his hole. Once you had accomplished this, what would you do if you had two wonderful women waiting for you? I'd return on a horse. That's what I will do. What if I'm old and ugly when you return? You'll return long before you're old and ugly. Yes, water ran from your eyes, and you can't do that on purpose. You may go when you wish, but you must leave in full daylight, in front of everybody and not like a thief. You must go as you came, at the same time in the afternoon, covered with clothes. You must say who is to watch over us night and day. Zato is our chief, but we must have another man to watch over us. You must tell them that the house will stay your house and that no man except your son, if it is a boy in Zoraima's belly, is ever to enter it. Zorilo must come the day you leave so that he can tell us all the things you'll be saying. We spent the night with Zorilo. It was a deliciously warm and tender time. The sounds and murmurs that came from these daughters of nature were so full of love that I was very moved. We went home. On the horse, but slowly, for the sake of Zoraima's belly. I was to leave 8 days after the new moon so that Lali would know if she were pregnant. During the last moon she had not seen blood. She wanted to be sure. If there was still no blood during this moon, then she would know she had conceived. Zorilo was to take my clothes. I would dress in his house after making my farewell speech, Guajira style, meaning naked. On the eve of my departure the three of us would go to the sorcerer's to learn whether I was to leave my door open or closed. Our slow return, slow for Zoraima's belly, was not at all sad. It was better for them to know I was leaving than to look abandoned, objects of ridicule in the eyes of the village. After Zoraima had given birth, she would go out with a fisherman and find lots of pearls for me. Lali would fish longer hours to keep herself busy. I was sorry that I'd learned no more than a dozen words in Guajiro. I could have told them so much, things that can't be told through an interpreter. We reached home. The first thing I had to do was see Zato and try to explain how sorry I was that I had gone without speaking to him first. Zato was as noble as his father. Before I opened my mouth to speak, he placed his hand on my neck and said, Ilu, quiet. The new moon was due in 12 days. With the 8 days I had to wait after that, it would be 20 days before I could set off. As I was looking at the map once again and studying ways to bypass the various villages, my mind went back to what Justo had said. Where indeed would I be happier than here? Here I was loved by everybody. Wasn't I asking for trouble by returning to civilization? The future would tell. The next 3 weeks were beautiful. We became certain that Lali was pregnant and that there would be 2 and maybe even 3 children awaiting my return. Why 3? She told me that her mother had twice had twins. We went to the sorcerer's. No, we were not to close the door. We were only to place a branch across the opening. The hammock the 3 of us had slept in was to be stretched across the ceiling of the hut. Lali and Zoraima were to sleep together since they were now as one. Then he had us sit near the fire. He threw in some green leaves and left us in its smoke for 10 minutes. We returned to our house to wait for Zorilo. He arrived that same evening. We spent the whole night talking to the Indians around the fire in front of my hut. With Zorilo as interpreter, I said something friendly to each of them, and each replied. As the sun rose, I retired with Lali and Zorema. We spent the day making love. Zorema straddled me the better to feel me in her. Lali coiled herself around me and, deep inside her, I could feel her beating like a heart. It was the afternoon of my departure. I spoke, and Zorilo translated. Zato, great chief of this tribe that welcomed me so warmly and gave me so much, I ask your permission to let me leave you for many days and nights. Why do you wish to leave your friends? Because I must punish the people who hunted me down like an animal. I have found refuge in your village, I have eaten well, I have had noble friends, and wives who filled me with happiness. But I must not allow this to change me into an animal who, once he's found a warm refuge, stays in it the rest of his life for fear of being hurt. 1 a.m. going to face my enemies and return to my father who needs me. I leave my soul here, in my wives Lali and Zorema and in the fruits of our union. My hut belongs to them and the children soon to be born. I hope that if anyone forgets this, you, Zato, will remind him. And in addition to your personal vigilance, I ask that the man called Usli watch over my family day and night. I have loved you all and always will. I'll do everything I can to return soon. Should I die, my thoughts will fly to you, Lali and Zorema and my children, and to you, the Indians of Guajira, who were my family. I went back into my hut, followed by Lali and Zorema, and put on my khaki shirt and pants, my socks and boots. For a long time I sat gazing at the idyllic village where I had spent over 6 months. This Guajira tribe, feared as much by the other tribes as by the whites, had been a haven where I could catch my breath, an incomparable refuge from the wickedness of men. There I had found love, peace, tranquility and nobility of spirit. Farewell, Guajiros. Be grateful that your vast lands are free of civilization. Your way of life has taught me something of great importance to my future. It is better to be a savage Indian than a judge with all his honors. Goodbye, Lali and Zorema, incomparable wives, so close to nature, so spontaneous. I will surely come back. When, how, I don't know, but I promise myself I will return. As the afternoon came to an end, Zorilo got on his horse and we started for Colombia. I had on a straw hat and walked, holding my horse by the reins. Each of the Indians hid his face with his left arm and held out his right. This was to show me that they didn't want me to go, that it made them sad. The right arm was extended to try to keep me with them. Lali and Zorema walked with me for about 100 yards. I thought they were going to kiss me when suddenly they turned, sobbing, and ran toward the hut without looking back. Return to civilization. 5th notebook. The prison in Santa Marta. Getting out of Guajira was easy, and we crossed the border at La Vela without incident. On horseback, we were able to do in 2 days what had taken me so long with Antonio. But it wasn't only the border patrols that were dangerous. There was also an area of about 60 miles between the border and Rio Hacha, the village I had escaped from. With Zorilo standing by, I had my first conversation with a Colombian in an inn. I didn't do too badly, and as Zorilo had said, stammering helped a lot to hide my accent. We set off again towards Santa Marta. Zorilo was to leave me halfway and return home in the morning. Now Zorilo was gone, we decided that he should take my horse. Having a horse meant that you owned a house and belonged to a specific village, and as a result you might have to answer what for me would be embarrassing questions, such as, do you know so-and-so? What is the mayor's name? What is Mrs. X up to? Who is running the fonda now? No, better for me to continue on foot, travel by truck or bus, and after Santa Marta, by train. I would be a stranger everywhere, no one knowing where I was from or what I did for a living. Zorilo gave me change for 3 of the gold pieces. I had 1,000 pesos. A good workman earned from 8 to 10 pesos a day, so I had enough to keep me for a long time. I was picked up by a truck going close to Santa Marta, a good-sized port about 80 miles beyond where Zorrillo had left me. The truck was to pick up some goats. Every 5 miles or so we came to a tavern, and every time we came to a tavern the driver got out and invited me to come with him. He did the inviting, I did the paying, and each time he drank 5 or 6 glasses of the local firewater while I pretended to drink one. By the time we had gone about 35 miles, he was drunk. He was so drunk that he took a wrong turn onto a muddy road and the truck bogged down. This didn't faze the Colombian. He lay down in the back and told me to sleep in the cab. I didn't know what else to do. We were still a good 30 miles from Santa Marta. If we met anyone, I was safer with him, and for all our many stops, it was faster than going on foot. It was already morning, but I decided to get some sleep. The sun had risen, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and there, suddenly, was a wagon drawn by 2 horses. It couldn't get past the truck. They thought I was the truck driver since I was in the cab, so I pretended to have just waked up, acting confused and stammering. Then the real driver woke up and discussed the situation with the teamster. After several tries they still couldn't free the truck. The mud was up to the axle. In the wagon were 2 nuns dressed in black with coifs, and 3 little girls. After much talk, the 2 men agreed that we should clear a section of brush so that the wagon could get by, one wheel on the road, the other in the cleared brush. They took out their machetes and cut the brush, and I laid it on the road to minimize the drop between it and the shoulder and to keep the wagon from sinking into the mud. After 2 hours' work the passage was cleared. The sisters thanked me and asked me where I was going. Santa Marta, I said. But you're on the wrong road. You must turn back and come with us. We will take you within 5 miles of Santa Marta. I couldn't refuse. It would have seemed odd. On the other hand, I wanted to say that I would stay and help the truck driver, but the difficulty of saying all that compelled me to say instead, gracias, gracias. So there I was, in the back of the wagon with the 3 little girls. The 2 kind sisters sat up front with the driver. We made quick work of the 3 or 4 miles we had mistakenly taken with the truck, and once we reached the right road, we made really good time. As it approached noon we stopped at an inn to eat. The 3 little girls sat with the driver at one table and I sat with the sisters at another. The sisters were young, between 25 and 30. One was Spanish, the other Irish, and their skin was very pale. The Irish sister asked me gently, I gather you're not from around here. Oh, yes, I'm from Barranquilla. No, you can't be a Colombian. Your hair is too light and your skin is only dark from the sun. Where have you come from? Rio Hacha. What did you do there? Electrician. Ah, I have a friend at the electric company. His name is Perez. He's a Spaniard. When the meal was finished, they got up to wash their hands. The Irish sister came back alone. She looked at me, then said in French, I won't give you away, but my friend says that she saw your picture in the newspaper. You're the Frenchman who escaped from the prison in Rio Hacha, aren't you? To deny it would have made matters worse. Yes, sister, but please don't turn me in. I'm not the bad guy they made me out to be. I respect God and love him. The Spanish sister arrived and the other one said, yes, and added something very fast that I didn't catch. For a while they seemed to be thinking things over, and then they got up and went back to the bathroom. During their 5 minutes absence I thought fast. Should I go before they returned, or should I stay? If they had decided to give me away, it wouldn't much matter whether I left or not, they'd soon find me. This region had no real jungle or bush, and the approaches to the towns were all too visible. No, I would put myself in destiny's hands instead. Up to now it hadn't been unkind. They returned, smiling. The Irish nun asked me my name. Enrique. All right, Enrique, you come with us to the convent. While we're in the wagon, you've nothing to worry about at all. Just don't talk, Everyone will think you're a workman at the convent. The sisters paid for our food. I bought a carton of cigarettes and a tinderbox. Then we left. The sisters didn't speak to me during the entire trip, for which I was very grateful. This way the driver wouldn't know how badly I spoke the language. Toward the end of the afternoon we stopped at a large inn. In front of it was a bus on which I read, Rio Hacha, Santa Marta. Wanting to board it, I approached the Irish sister and told her my intention. That's a dangerous thing to do, she said. Before it reaches Santa Marta, it stops at least 2 police stations where they ask all the passengers for their identity cards. They won't do that to the wagon. I thanked her warmly, and the anxiety I had felt since they discovered who I was disappeared completely. On the contrary, it was unbelievable luck to have run into the sisters. We arrived at our first police station as night fell. A bus going from Santa Marta to Rio Hacha was being inspected by the police. I lay in the wagon on my back, straw hat over my face, as if I were asleep. One of the little girls, she was about 8, had put her head on my shoulder and really was asleep. As the wagon passed through, the driver stopped just between the bus and the station. "How are things with you?" asked the Spanish sister. "Very well, sister. I'm glad. Let's go, children." At 10 we came to a very brightly lit station. 2 lines of vehicles of every description were drawn up here, one on the right, ours on the left. The police were opening all the car trunks. One woman had gotten out of her car and was rummaging through her bag. Then she was taken into the station. She probably had no identity card. I was sure I was lost. In front of us was a very small bus stuffed with passengers. On its roof were suitcases and large parcels, and at the rear a kind of net holding more parcels. 4 policemen were forcing the passengers out. It had only one door, in front, from which the people stepped down, the women with babies in their arms. Then, one by one, they climbed back in. Each had an identity card with his photograph on it. Zorrillo had never told me about this. If I'd known, I might have been able to get myself a fake one. If ever I got through this checkpoint, I'd pay anything to get hold of one before going on to Barranquilla. My God, but they were taking their time with that bus. The Irish nun turned to me and said, "Don't worry, Enrique." I was furious with her for speaking to me. The driver must surely have heard. It was our turn to come under the blinding light. I decided to sit up. If I lay down, I would seem to be hiding. I leaned against the tailgate of the wagon, facing the sisters' backs. They would see only my profile and my hat was down over my face, but not too much so. "How are things with you?" the Spanish sister said again. "Very well, sister. Why are you traveling so late? It's an emergency, so please don't keep us waiting. We are in a great hurry. Go with God, sisters." "Thank you, my children. May God protect you." "Amen," said the policemen. And so we went peacefully through, without anyone asking us anything. But the strain of those minutes must have been too much for the sisters' stomachs. For 100 yards beyond the control point they had the wagon stop and disappeared into the brush. This touched me so much that when the Irish sister climbed back into the wagon, I said, "I thank you, sister." She answered, "You're quite welcome." But we were so frightened that I'm afraid it affected our stomachs. We arrived at the convent about midnight. A high wall, a large door. The driver unhitched the horses, and the wagon with the 3 girls was pulled inside. On the steps leading to the courtyard, a heated discussion broke out between my sisters and the nun who was keeping the gate. The Irish nun told me that she didn't want to wake the Mother Superior to ask her for permission to let me spend the night. And that's where I made my fatal mistake. I should have taken advantage of the situation and left for Santa Marta, which I knew was only 5 miles away. That mistake cost me 7 years in the ban. Finally they did wake the Mother Superior, and I was given a room on the 3rd floor. I could see the lights of the town from the window. I could see the lighthouse and a large boat sailing out of the harbor. I went to sleep and woke to a knocking on my door. I had had a terrible dream. Lali had ripped her belly open in front of me and our child had come out in pieces. I quickly shaved and washed. I went downstairs, and there at the foot of the stairs was the Irish sister, a small smile on her lips. "Good morning, Henri. Did you sleep well?" "Yes, sister. Please come to our mother's office. She wants to see you." We went in. The woman sitting behind the desk was about 50. She had a very severe expression and unfriendly black eyes. "Do you speak Spanish?" "Very little." "All right, the sister will serve as interpreter. You are French, I've been told." "Yes, mother." "You escaped from the prison in Rio Hacha?" "Yes, mother." "When?" "About 7 months ago." "What have you been doing since then?" "I've been living with the Indians." "What, you? With the Guajiros?" "That's impossible. Those savages have never allowed anyone in their territory. Not even a missionary. I refuse to believe you. Where were you really? Tell me the truth." "Mother, I was with the Indians and I can prove it to you." "How?" "With their pearls." I undid the bag which he'd pinned to the back of my jacket and handed it to her. She opened it and took out a handful of pearls. "How many are there?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe 500 or 600. "This is no proof. You could have stolen them somewhere else." "Mother, to set your conscience at rest, I will stay here as long as it takes you to find out if any pearls have been stolen anywhere. I have money. I can pay for my room and board. I promise not to stir from my room without your permission." She looked at me intently. I knew she must be thinking, what if he escapes? He escaped from prison. It would be much easier from here. "I'll leave my bag of pearls with you. They're my entire fortune, but I know they're in good hands." "All right, it's agreed. But you don't need to stay shut up in your room. You can go into the garden in the morning and afternoon while my girls are in chapel. You'll eat in the kitchen with the help." The interview left me only partly reassured. I was about to go back up to my room when the Irish sister led me into the kitchen. Waiting for me was a large bowl of coffee, fresh black bread and butter. The sister watched me eat without speaking or sitting down. She simply stood there, looking troubled. I said, "Thank you for everything you've done, sister. I wish I could have helped more, but I've done all I can, Henri." And with that she left the kitchen. Sitting by the window, I looked at the city, the harbor, the sea. The countryside was well cultivated, but I couldn't rid myself of the feeling that I was in danger, so much so that I decided to run away the following night. To hell with the pearls. She could use them for the convent, or for herself, the old hag. I didn't trust her at all. Besides, how come she didn't speak French? She a Catalan and the mother superior of a convent and therefore supposedly well educated. That was most unusual. I would leave that very night. During the afternoon I'd go into the courtyard and study the best place to climb over the wall. About 1 there was a knock on my door. "Won't you come down and have something to eat, Henri?" "Yes, thank you, I'm coming." I sat down at the kitchen table and was just about to serve myself some meat and boiled potatoes when the door opened and there in front of me stood 4 policemen in white uniforms, armed with rifles, and an officer with a revolver in his hand. "Don't move, or I'll shoot," the chief said. They put me in handcuffs. The Irish sister let out a scream and fainted. 2 kitchen helpers picked her up. "Let's go," said the chief. They took me up to my room. There they searched my belongings and right away found the 36 gold pieces I still had left, but they passed over the case containing the 2 arrows. They must have thought they were pencils. The officer put the gold pieces in his pocket with ill-concealed satisfaction, and we left. A vehicle, if it could be called that, was waiting in the courtyard. The 5 policemen and I squeezed into the piece of junk and we set off at full speed. Our driver was in a police uniform, but he was as black as coal. I was crushed, I didn't try to resist, only to keep my dignity. There was no question of asking for pity or forgiveness. Just be a man and don't lose hope, I said to myself. I succeeded so well that, as I stepped out of the car, the first words of the police officer who met us were, "This Frenchman looks pleased with himself. He doesn't seem to care whether he was caught or not." I went into his office, took off my hat and sat down without being asked, my pack between my feet. "Can you speak Spanish?" "No." "Call the cobbler." A few moments later in came a small man in a blue smock, a shoemaker's hammer in his hand. "You're the Frenchman who escaped from Rio Hacha a year ago." "No." "You're lying." "I'm not lying. I'm not the Frenchman who escaped from Rio Hacha a year ago." "Take off his handcuffs. Remove your jacket and shirt." He took up a paper and examined it. All my tattoos were noted on it. "You're missing the thumb of your left hand." "Yes, then it's you." "No, it isn't me, because I didn't escape a year ago. I escaped 7 months ago." "Same thing. For you, yes, not for me." "I see. You're a real killer, aren't you? Frenchmen or Colombians, all you killers are alike, wild men." "I'm only the assistant warden of this prison. I have no idea what they're going to do with you. But for the moment, I'll put you in with your old pals." "What pals?" "The Frenchmen you brought to Colombia." I was taken to a cell which looked out over the courtyard. There I found my 5 friends. We hugged each other. "We thought you were safe forever, you old bastard," Clausiot said, and Machret wept like the child he was. The other 3 were also excited. To see them again revived my morale. "Tell us what happened," they said. Later, "What about you? We've been here 3 months. How are you treated?" So, we're waiting to be transferred to Barranquilla, where they say we'll be turned over to the French authorities." "What a bunch of bastards. What about making a break? You've just gotten here and you're already thinking about a break. Why not? You think I give up all that easily? How closely watched are you?" "During the day, not much, but at night there's a special detail." "How many in the detail?" 3. "How's your leg?" "Oh. I don't even limp anymore." "Are you always locked up in the cell?" "No. We get to walk in the yard 2 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the afternoon." "What are the others like, the Colombian prisoners?" "There are some really tough ones here. They say the thieves are just as bad as the murderers." In the afternoon I was in the yard having a private talk with Clausiot when I was called away. I followed the policeman into the same office I'd been in that morning. The head warden was there with the man who had questioned me earlier. The seat of honor was occupied by a very dark-skinned man. His color was more like a Negro's than an Indian's. He had the short frizzy hair of a Negro too. He was almost 50, with mean black eyes, thick lips and a small mustache. His shirt was open at the neck, and on the left side he wore a green and white decoration of some sort. The cobbler was there too. "Frenchie, you escaped 7 months ago. What have you been doing since then?" "I've been living with the Guerreros." "Don't give me that crap or you'll get the shit kicked out of you." "It's the truth. Nobody's ever lived with the Indians. Only this year they killed more than 25 of our guards." "No. The guards were killed by smugglers." "How do you know?" "I lived with them for almost 7 months. They never left their territory." "Oh. Maybe you're right. Where did you steal those 36 gold pieces?" "They're mine. Justo gave them to me. He's chief of a mountain tribe." "How could an Indian have such a fortune and then give it to you?" "Okay, chief. Have any gold pieces been stolen in the last 7 months?" "No. You're right. We've had nothing about it in our reports. But that won't keep us from looking into it." "Please do. You'll be doing me a favor." "Frenchie, you committed a serious offense when you escaped from the prison in Rio Hacha, and a still more serious one when you helped Antonio escape. He was to be shot for the murder of several coastal guards. And we know that you're wanted by the French authorities and that you have a life sentence. You're a killer, and I'm not about to risk your escaping from here by putting you in with the other Frenchmen. You're going to be put in a dungeon until you leave for Barranquilla. You'll get your gold pieces back if we find you didn't steal them. I was led to some stairs that went underground. We went down about 25 steps and arrived in a dimly lit passage with cages opening off to the right and the left. They opened one of them and I was pushed inside. When they had closed the door, I got the full benefit of the stink that rose from the slimy floor. I heard calls from all sides. Inside each barred hole were 1, 2, or 3 prisoners. Frenchie, Frenchie, what did you do? Why are you here? Do you know these dungeons are death traps? They called in Spanish. Shut up. Let him talk. A voice shouted. I'm here because I escaped from the prison at Rio Hacha. They seem to understand my Spanish gibberish well enough. Listen, Frenchie, want a few facts. At the back of your cell there's a plank. That's to sleep on. To the right there's a can with water in it. Don't drink it too fast. You get a little each morning and you can't ask for more. To the left there's a pail to do your business in. Cover it with your jacket. You don't need your jacket here. It's too hot already. Cover the pail so it doesn't smell so bad. We order it. I drew closer to the bars to see their faces. I could make out only the 2 men opposite. They were glued to the bars, their legs planted outside. One was a Spanish Indian type like the first policeman who arrested me in Rio Hacha. The other was a young and handsome light-skinned black. The black warned me that each time the tide came up, the water rose in the cells. I mustn't be scared because it never rose higher than your stomach. And I shouldn't try to catch the rats that crawled over me but just give them a whack on the head. If you tried to catch them, they bit you. How long have you been in this hole? I asked him. 2 months. What about the others? Nobody more than 3 months. If you haven't been taken out before 3 months, it means you're here to die. Who's been here the longest? One man 8 months, but he's about had it. He hasn't been able to stand up for a month. The next time we get a real high tide, he'll drown. Are you a bunch of savages in this country? I never said we were civilized. Yours isn't all that civilized either. They gave you a life sentence. Here in Colombia it's 20 years or death. Never life. Look, it's the same all over. Did you knock off a lot of people? No, only one. I don't get it. They can't give you a long sentence like that for just one man. They did, though. So your country's as primitive as mine. Oh. Okay, so let's not argue about our countries. You're right, the police are shits all over. What did you do? T killed a man, his son and his wife. Why? He fed my kid brother to a sow. What? I don't believe it. My little brother used to throw stones at their kid and he hurt him in the head a couple of times. That's still no reason. That's what I said when I found out. How did you find out? My little brother had been gone for 3 days. I kept looking for him, and then I found his sandal in the manure pile. It was the manure from the barn where the sow was. I dug around and found a white sock covered with blood. Then I understood. The wife confessed before I killed her. I made 'em say their prayers and then I shot them. The first shot shattered the father's legs. You were right to kill them. What will they give you for it? 20 years at the most. Why are you here in the dungeon? T hit a policeman who was a member of their family. He was here in the prison. But he isn't here anymore. They sent him away, so I'm okay. The door to the passage opened. A guard came in with 2 prisoners carrying a barrel hanging from 2 wooden bars. Behind them you could just make out 2 more guards carrying guns. Cell after cell, they brought out the pails that served as our toilets and emptied them into the barrel. Crap and urine reeked to the point of suffocation. Nobody spoke. When they got to me, the prisoner took my pail and dropped a small parcel on the floor. After they had moved on, I opened the package and found 2 packs of cigarettes, a tinderbox and a note written in French. First, I lit 2 cigarettes and threw them over to the 2 men across from me. Then I called to my neighbor and asked him to pass the cigarettes along to the other prisoners. After the distribution, I lit my own and tried to read the paper by the light in the passage. It couldn't be done, so I made a tight roll of the paper the package was wrapped in and, after several tries, managed to set it on fire. I read fast. Chin up, Papillon. You can count on us. Tomorrow we're sending you paper and pencil so that you can write to us. We're with you to the death. It warmed my heart. I wasn't alone after all. I could count on my friends. Nobody talked. Everybody was smoking. The distribution of the cigarettes showed there were 19 of us in this death trap. So here I was, back on the road of the condemned for sure. Those little sisters of the Lord were really sisters of the devil. I was sure it wasn't the Irish or the Spanish sister who had turned me in. But what a damn fool I'd been to trust them all the same. No, it wasn't them. The man driving the wagon. We'd talked French 2 or 3 times. Had he heard us? Oh God, what's the difference? You're in it, you're really in it this time, Papillon. Sisters, the wagon driver, or the Mother Superior, it doesn't matter a damn. So here I was, in a filthy hole that flooded twice a day. The heat was so stifling I took off my shirt, then my pants, then my shoes, and hung 'em all from the bars. To think I'd gone 1,500 miles to fetch up here. Some great success that was. God had been good to me, but it looked as if he was abandoning me now. Maybe he was angry because he'd already done the best he could for me. He'd given me freedom, real freedom, and a community that adopted me completely. He'd given me not 1 but 2 wonderful wives. The sun, and the sea. A hut in which I was lord and master. And a life with nature, an existence that may have been primitive, but so calm, so peaceful. He'd given me the unique gift of freedom without police, judges, or mean and envious men. And I hadn't appreciated it. The blue of the sea, when it wasn't green or almost black. Those dawns and sunsets that brought such sweet serenity. Living without money yet lacking nothing essential. All that I had spurned. And for what? A society that had no intention of helping me. Men who couldn't be bothered to find out if I was worth salvaging. A world that had rejected me and cast me beyond the reach of hope, into holes like this, where they had only one thing on their minds, to kill me off, no matter what. When the news of my capture got out, they'd have a good laugh over it, those 12 cheeseheads on the jury, that rat Pauline, the cops and the prosecutor. For there was bound to be some journalist who'd send the news to France. And what about my own people? When the police announced my escape, they must have been so happy to learn that their boy had given his executioners the slip. And when they learned I'd been caught once more, they'd suffer all over again. I'd been wrong to renounce my tribe. Yes, I have every right to say, my tribe, for they had truly adopted me. I'd been wrong and I deserved my fate. And yet, I hadn't done a cavale in order to increase the Indian population of South America. Dear God, you've got to realize that I must live among civilized people and show them I'm capable of taking part in their lives without being a threat to them. That's my real goal, with or without your help. I must prove that I can be, that I am and will be, a normal person. Perhaps no better, but certainly no worse than the rest. I smoked. The water began to rise. It was about up to my ankles. I called out, "Hey, black man. How long does the water stay in the cell?" "It depends on the tide. 1 hour, 2 at the most." I heard several prisoners cry out, "It's coming." Slowly the water rose. The half-breed and the black had climbed up the bars, their legs sticking out into the passage. I heard something in the water. A sewer rat as big as a cat was splashing around. It was trying to climb up the grill. I grabbed one of my shoes and clouted it over the head as it came near me. It squealed and moved on down the passage. The black said, "Frenchie, If you think you can kill them all, you're out of your mind. Climb up the grill, grab the bars and wait it out. I followed his advice, but the bars cut into my thighs, making it impossible for me to stay in that position for long. I took my jacket from the toilet pail, tied it to the bars and perched there. It made a kind of seat, and I could now stay in one position. The invasion of the water, filled with rats, centipedes and tiny crabs, was the most disgusting thing I've ever experienced. When the water finally retreated after about an hour, the floor was covered with slime half an inch thick. I put on my shoes to protect my feet from the filth. The black threw me a piece of wood 6 inches long and told me to push the mud out into the passage, starting with the plank I slept on. This took me a half hour and kept me from thinking about anything else. It helped. Until the next tide I'd be free of water. That meant 11 hours. 6 hours for the tide to go out and 5 to come back. A funny thought crossed my mind. Papillon, you're destined to live with tides. Whether you like it or not, the moon has been a big thing in your life. It was thanks to the tides that you were able to sail out of the Moroni when you escaped from the ban. You had to play the tides when you left Trinidad and Curacao. You were arrested in Rio Hacha because the tide wasn't strong enough to take you out, and here you are permanently at its mercy. Some will say, he deserved it. If he had stayed in the ban, this never would have happened to him. But let me tell you something. I hadn't lost hope, not at all. And I'll tell you something else. I was better off in the dungeon of this old Colombian fortress built by the Spanish Inquisition than on the Les du Salut, where I should have been right then. In the dungeon there was still a lot I could do toward a cavale. Even in this stinking hole I was 1,500 miles from the ban. They would have to think up something really good to get me back there. I thought of my Indians and how it would never have occurred to them to invent this sort of punishment, much less to punish a man who had never committed the slightest offense against them. I smoked a couple of cigarettes lying on the plank at the rear of my cell so that the others couldn't see me. I threw the piece of wood back to the black and with it a lighted cigarette. Like me, he hid while he smoked. Such details may not seem important, but to me they meant a lot. It proved that although we might be outcasts, we still had some manners and decency. Who had told the police I was at the convent? If I ever found out, that person would pay for it. Then I said to myself, don't be a damn fool, Papillon. You have work to do in France. Your revenge. You didn't come to this filthy country to get into more trouble. Life itself will punish whoever it was, and if you ever come back, it won't be for revenge but to bring happiness to Lali and Zorema and perhaps the children they will have borne you. If you ever come back to this hole, it will be for them and the Guajiros who did you the honor of adopting you. You may still be on the road of the condemned, but even in this dungeon underwater you are, whether they like it or not, en cavale, on the road to freedom. And that's God's truth. I got my paper and pencil and 2 packs of cigarettes. I had been here 3 days or, I should say, 3 nights, for it was always night here. As I was lighting a Peel Roja, I couldn't help admiring the extraordinary devotion of the prisoners to each other. The Colombian who had delivered the parcels to me was running a big risk. If he were caught, it would undoubtedly mean a stay in these same dungeons. Since he was probably well aware of that, the way he helped me through my ordeal was an act of unusual courage and nobility. By the light of the burning paper I read, Papillon, we've heard you're holding up well. Bravo, give us some news. Nothing new here. A sister who spoke French came by to see you. They wouldn't let her talk with us, but a Colombian reported that he just had time to tell her that the Frenchman was in the death cell. She said, "I'll be back. That's all. We send love. Your friends." Answering wasn't easy, but I did manage to write. Thanks for everything. I'm holding up. Write the French consul. You never know. Have the same man do all the errands so that if he's caught, only one man is punished. Don't anyone touch the points of the arrows. Vive le Cavale. The Cavale at Santa Marta. Thanks to the Belgian consul, a man named Clausen, I was out of that foul hole 28 days later. The black, whose name was Palacios, had been let out 3 weeks after my arrival and had the brilliant idea of asking his mother to tell Clausen that there was a Belgian in the dungeon. He had thought of this one Sunday when the consul was visiting a Belgian prisoner. So one day I was taken to the chief warden's office. He said to me, "You're a Frenchman. Why are you appealing to the Belgian consul?" In the office with him was a man of about 50 dressed in white with a round rosy face and blonde, almost white hair. He was sitting in an armchair, a leather briefcase on his lap. I immediately grasped the situation. "It's you who said I was French. Admittedly I escaped from French justice, but I am in fact Belgian. Why didn't you say so in the first place? I didn't think it would make any difference as far as you were concerned. I had committed no offense in your country except to escape, which any prisoner will try to do. Very well, I'll put you in with your friends. But I warn you, Senor Consul, any attempt at escape and I put him right back where he came from. Take him to the barber, then put him in with his gang." "Thank you, Consul. Thank you for going to all this trouble for me. God, how you must have suffered in that ghastly place. Now quick, on your way. Don't give that monster time to change his mind. I'll come see you again. Goodbye." The barber wasn't there, so they took me straight to my friends. I must have looked pretty strange because they kept saying, "It can't be you. It's impossible. What did those bastards do to you to make you look like that? Talk. Say something. Are you blind? What's the matter with your eyes? Why do you blink all the time? I can't get used to the light. It's so bright here. My eyes are used to the dark. They hurt." I sat down with my back to the light. "That's better. You stink something awful." I stripped and put my clothes near the door. My arms, back, thighs and legs were covered with red bites like a bedbug's, plus those from the tiny crabs that came in with the tide. I didn't need a mirror to tell me how horrible I looked. These 5 cons had seen plenty, yet they were so upset at my condition they couldn't speak. Clausiot called tour guard and said that even if there was no barber there was at least some water in the yard. The guard said to wait until it was time to go outside. I went out naked. Clausiot carried the new clothes I was to put on. With the help of Charrière, I washed and washed with the local black soap. The more I washed, the more the scabs came off. Finally, after many soapings and rinsings, I felt clean. 5 minutes in the sun and I was dry. I put on my clothes and the barber appeared. He wanted to shear me like a sheep, but I said, "No. Cut it in the normal way and give me a shave. I'll pay you." "How much?" 1 peso. "Do it well," Clausiot said, "and I'll give you 2. How high did the water come? What about the rats, the centipedes, and the mud? What about the crabs and the crap? And what about the guys who died? Did they die naturally or did they hang themselves? Or did the guards help them commit suicide?" The questions kept coming, and talking so much made me thirsty. There was a man selling coffee in the yard. During our 3 hours there I must have drunk at least 10 cups of strong coffee sweet and with brown sugar. It tasted like the greatest drink in the world. My black friend from the dungeon came to say hello. Under his breath he explained the business of the Belgian consul and his mother. I shook his hand. He was very proud and happy to have helped me get out of 5th notebook, the cavale at Santa Marta, the dungeon, and as he left, he said, "We'll talk more tomorrow. Enough for today." My friend's cell seemed like a palace to me. Clausiot had a hammock he had bought with his own money and insisted I lie in it. I stretched out in it crosswise. He was astonished when I explained that this was the correct way to use a hammock. We ate, we drank, we slept, we played checkers, we played cards. We talked Spanish among ourselves and with the Colombian police and the prisoners in order to learn the language. Our days on into the night were very active. It was hard to go to bed at 9. Then all the details of the cavale from the hospital at San Laurent to Santa Marta would roll before my eyes, demanding a sequel. The movie could not stop there. It must go on. It will go on, Mex. Just give me time to get back my strength and you'll have some new episodes, never fear. I found my small arrows and 2 leaves of coca, one completely dried, the other still a little green. I chewed the green one. Everyone watched me with curiosity. I explained that these were the leaves from which cocaine was made. You're kidding. Have a taste. I can't feel my tongue or my lips. Do they sell it here? I don't know. Hey, Clausiot, how come you have so much dough? I'm a changed man since Rio Hacha. Everybody thinks I'm rich now. I said, I've got 36 gold pieces in the head warden's keeping, and each piece is worth 300 pesos. One of these days I'm going to get it back. I'd make a bargain with him. These people are starving. That's an idea. I spoke to the Belgian consul and the Belgian prisoner on Sunday. The prisoner had broken a contract with an American banana company. The consul promised to help us both. He filled out a form, which stated that I had Belgian parents living in Brussels. I told him about the sisters and the pearls. Being a Protestant, he didn't know the nuns, but he did know the bishop a little. As for the money, he advised me not to claim it now. It was too risky. He would be informed of our departure for Barranquilla 24 hours before. Claim the money in my presence. As I understand it, there were witnesses. That's right. But for now, do nothing. They're quite capable of putting you back in those terrible dungeons, or even killing you. Those gold pieces are Asmal fortune. We mustn't tempt the devil. The pearls are something else again. Let me think about them. I asked the black if he wanted to escape with me, and did he have any ideas on how to go about it. His skin went grey at the very thought. Man, don't you even think of it. If it goes wrong, it means slow death. You've had a taste of it. Wait until you're somewhere else, like Barranquilla. To try it here is suicide. You want to die. Okay, then, take it easy. In all of Colombia there's no dungeon like the one we were in. So why risk it here? Yes, but the wall here is low. It should be pretty easy to climb over. Man, easy or not, don't count on me. I'm not going, and I'm not going to help you. I don't even want to talk about it. Then he added, his eyes full of terror, Frenchie, you're not normal. You're crazy to think of such a thing at Santa Marta. With that he walked away. Every morning and afternoon I watched the Colombians in the prison for serious offenses. They all had the faces of murderers, yet they seemed obsessed by something. They were paralyzed with terror at the thought of those dungeons. 4 or 5 days ago a huge monster of a man had been let out of one of them. He was a good head taller than I and was called El Cayman. He had the reputation of being a very dangerous man. I talked to him, and after 3 or 4 walks together I asked him in Spanish, "Do you want to escape with me?" He looked at me as if I were the devil himself and said, "To end up back where I just came from. No thanks. I'd rather kill my mother than go back down there." That was my last try. I would never discuss escape with anyone again. That afternoon the chief warden came walking by. He stopped, looked at me and asked, "How are you?" Okay, but I'd be better off if I had my gold pieces. Why? Because then I could pay for a lawyer. Come with me. He took me into his office. We were alone. He held out a cigar, not a bad one at all, and lit it for me. Things were getting better and better. "Do you know enough Spanish to talk to me? We'll talk very slowly." "All right." "Good. You say you want to sell your 26 pieces." "No. My 36 pieces." "Ah. Yes. Yes. And with this money you will pay for a lawyer. But only the 2 of us know you have these pieces." "No. There's the sergeant and the 5 men who arrested me and the assistant warden who took them from me before giving them to you. Then there is my consul." "Well, good. It's better if lots of people know. Then everything is out in the open. You know, I did you a great favor. I kept my mouth shut. I didn't even try to find out if there had been a theft of gold pieces in the places you passed through. But you should have. No, for your sake, it was better not to. Thank you, sir. You want me to sell them for you. For how much? Oh, 300 pesos each. That's the price you said they paid you for 3 of them. You give me 100 pesos apiece for the favor I did you. What do you say? No, you give me back the pieces 10 at a time, and I'll give you 200 instead of 100 apiece. That should pay you back for what you've done for me. Frenchie, you're much too clever. I'm only a poor Colombian officer. I'm stupid and too trusting. You're smart and, as I said already, too clever. Okay, then, make me a reasonable offer. Tomorrow I'll have the buyer come here to my office. He looks the pieces over, he makes an offer, and we go 50-50. It's that or nothing. I send you off to Barranquilla with the gold pieces, or I keep them here for the investigation. No, this is my last offer. The man comes here, looks the pieces over, and everything over 350 pesos each goes to you. Good enough. I give you my word. But where are you going to keep all this money? The minute you get the money, you get the Belgian consul to come here. I'll give it to him to pay my lawyer. No, I don't want any witnesses. There's no risk in it for you. I'll sign on the dotted line that you gave me back my 36 pieces. You better accept the proposition, and if you're straight with me, I'll make you still another. What is it? Trust me, it's as good as the other one, and this time we go 50-50. What is it? Tell me. No, not now. Just do your best tomorrow, and at 5 o'clock, when my money is safe in the hands of the consul, I'll tell you about it. Our interview had been a long one. When, very pleased with myself, I returned to the yard, my friends had already gone back to the cell. Well, what goes on? I repeated the whole conversation. We laughed like crazy in spite of our bleak situation. What a fox that Mech is. But you beat him. You think he'll go for it? He'll bet you 100 pesos against 200 that he does. Any takers? No, I think he will too. I thought long and hard the whole night. The first proposal was okay. The second was okay too. He would be only too happy to recover the pearls. The third? What about the third? All right, I'd offer him everything I'd got back if he'd let me steal a boat in the harbor. I could buy the boat with the money in my plan. We'd see how well he could resist that temptation. Was I running too great a risk? Hell, after the first 2 propositions, he couldn't even punish me. But we'd have to see. Don't count your chickens, etc. I could wait until Barranquilla. But why? Bigger city, therefore bigger prison, therefore more guards and higher walls. I should go back and live with Lali and Zorema. I must escape quickly, spend a few years with the Indians, then go up into the mountains with the tribe that keeps its cattle there and make contact with the Venezuelans. This cavale must succeed at all costs. I spent the whole night figuring out the third proposal. The next day things moved fast. At 9 o'clock they came for me to see Aman in the chief warden's office. The police stayed outside. I found myself in front of a man of almost 60 wearing a grey suit and a grey tie. On the table was a large grey felt cowboy hat. A large silvery grey-blue pearl was embedded in his tie as if in a jewel case. Thin and dry, the man was not without a certain elegance. Good morning. Do you speak French? Yes, I'm originally from Lebanon. I hear you have some gold pieces in 100 peso denominations. I'm interested. Would you take 500 for each? No, 650. You've been misinformed, sir. The maximum price per piece is 550. Listen, if you'll take them all, I'll give them to you for 600. No, 550. To cut it short, we agreed on 580. Sold. The warden spoke up, in Spanish. What did you say? How did it go? Chief, we struck a bargain at 580. The sale will take place at noon. The man left. The warden stood up and said, all right. How much for me? 250 apiece. See, I'm giving you 2.5 times what you asked for. He smiled and said, what about the other matter? The consul has to come for the money first. This afternoon, when he's gone, I'll tell you about the second proposition. You mean it when you say there's a second proposition? You have my word. It better be. The consul and the Lebanese were there at 2 o'clock. The latter gave me 20,880 pesos. I gave the consul 12,600 and the chief warden 8,280. I signed a receipt for the warden showing he had given me back my 36 gold pieces. When they'd gone, I told the warden about my meeting with the Mother Superior. How many pearls did you have? Between 500 and 600. That woman's a thief. She should have given them back to you, or sent them here, or turned them over to the police. I'm going to expose her. No, go see her and give her a letter from me written in French. But before you mention the letter, ask her to send for the Irish nun. I get it. The Irish nun will read the letter in French and translate it for the Mother Superior. Very good. I'm off. Hey, wait for the letter. Right, Jose, get the car ready. And I want 2 policemen, he called through the half-open door. I sat down at the warden's desk and wrote the following letter on prison stationery. When God led me to your house where I thought I would receive the help which is owed the persecuted according to Christian law, I entrusted you with a sack of pearls that belonged to me as a pledge that I wouldn't run away. Some vile creature thought it his or her duty to expose me to the police who promptly arrested me on your premises. I hope that the miserable soul who committed this deed is not one of the daughters of God in your house. To tell you that I forgive this vicious soul would be a lie. On the contrary, I pray to God that he will punish whoever was capable of such a monstrous crime. I ask you to give Warden Cesrio the bag of pearls I entrusted to you. I know he will return it to me faithfully. This letter will serve as a receipt. Sincerely yours, etc. The convent was 5 miles from Santa Marta. The car was back in an hour and a half. The warden sent for me. Here they are. Count them, see if any are missing. I think they're all here. You're sure none are missing? I'm sure. Tell me what happened. When I arrived at the convent, the Mother Superior was in the courtyard. With the 2 policemen at my side, I said to her, perhaps you can guess the serious matter that has brought me here. I wish to talk to the Irish sister in your presence. Then what? The sister trembled as she read your letter to the Mother Superior. The Mother Superior said nothing. She looked down, opened the drawer of her desk and said, here is the bag of pearls, untouched. May God forgive the person who committed this terrible crime. Tell Henri that we pray for him. That was all there was to it. The warden beamed with satisfaction. When do we sell the pearls? Tomorrow. I won't ask you where they came from. I know you're a murderer, but I also know that you're a man of your word. Here, please take this ham, the bottle of wine and the French bread. I want you to celebrate this red letter day with your friends. I arrived in our cell with a 2-quart bottle of Chianti, a smoked ham weighing a good 8 pounds and 4 long loaves of French bread. We had a feast. Do you think a lawyer will be able to help us? I burst out laughing. The poor idiots. Even they had fallen for the business about the lawyer. I don't know. We have to study the situation, get some advice, before we give anybody any money. The best thing would be to pay only if the lawyer gets us off, Clausiot said. Good idea. We'll have to find a lawyer who'll go along with that. I said no more. I felt a little ashamed. The Lebanese came back the next day. It's very complicated, he said. First, we have to classify the pearls according to size, color and shape, whether round or baroque. And, in addition, the Lebanese said he'd have to bring along another, more competent buyer. It took us 4 days. He paid 30,000 pesos. At the last moment I took back a pink pearl and 2 black ones to give to the wife of the Belgian consul. They told me that those 3 pearls alone were worth at least 5,000, but I took them all the same. The Belgian consul made a great to-do about accepting the pearls, but he agreed to keep the 15,000 pesos for me. So I was now in possession of over 27,000 pesos. All I had left to do was set up the third deal. Warden, how much would you have to pay to buy a business that would earn you more than you get now? A good business would cost me between 45 and 60,000 pesos. Then why don't you go into business? I haven't got half enough capital. Listen, Warden, this is my third proposition. You're not playing games with me. I'm not, believe me. You want my 27,000 pesos. They're yours for the asking. How so? Make it possible for me to escape. Look, Frenchie, I know you don't trust me. Maybe you were right before. But you've helped me out of the poverty I lived in. I'm able to buy a house, send my children to private school. Now I'm your friend. I don't want to rob you or see you killed, so I'll give it to you straight. Here there's nothing more I can do for you, not for all the money in the world. I can't help you escape with any hope of success. And what if I prove you're wrong? Then we'll see, but think about it first. Warden, do you know any fishermen? Yes. Could you get one of them to sell me his boat and take me out to sea? I don't know. What would a boat be worth? 2,000 pesos. How would it be if I gave the fisherman 7,000 and you 20,000? Frenchie, 10,000 is enough for me. Keep something for yourself. Will you make the arrangements? Are you going alone? No. How many then? Let me talk to my friends. I was astonished at the change in his attitude. Despite his sinister face, there were good things hidden in the bottom of his heart. I talked to Clausiot and Machuret in the yard. They said they'd go with me, whatever I decided. The way they put their lives in my hands gave me deep satisfaction. I would never take advantage of their faith. I would always be prudent. It was a great responsibility. But I had to tell our other companions. We were just finishing a domino tournament. It was almost 9. I called out, "Coffee." And we were served 6 hot ones. I've got to talk to you. This is the way things are. I think I'm going to be able to get away on a cavale. But unfortunately only 3 of us can go. The natural thing is for me to go with Clausiot and Machuret because we escaped from the band together. If any of you don't like this, speak up. I'm listening. No, said the Breton. It seems fair to me. You escaped from the band together. Besides, you wouldn't be here if we hadn't asked to be let off in Colombia. But thanks all the same for asking our opinion. I hope to God you succeed. If you're caught, it's certain death. We know, Clausiot and Machuret agreed. The warden spoke to me the next afternoon. He'd found someone. He wanted to know what supplies we wanted in the boat. A barrel with 12 gallons of fresh water, 50 pounds of cornmeal and 6 quarts of oil. That's all. Good God, the warden exploded. You can't go to sea with only that. I sure as hell can. You're a brave man, Frenchie. So it was settled. Then he added coldly, believe it or not, I'm doing this both for my children and for you. You deserve it because you have courage. I thanked him. How can we arrange this so no one will know I'm involved? You won't be involved. I'll leave at night when your assistant's on duty. What's your plan? Tomorrow I want you to take one of the policemen off night duty. Then, in 3 days, take another one off. When only one's left, install a sentry box facing the cell door. On the first rainy night the guard will take shelter in the sentry box and we'll go out the rear window. The only other thing you have to do is short-circuit the lights on the wall. The way to do that is to take a yard of brass wire weighted with stones at either end and throw it over the two wires connecting the lights on the wall with the utility pole. As for the fisherman, see that he attaches the boat by a chain and that he forces the padlock himself so I don't have to waste time doing it. Also the sails should be ready to hoist and there should be 3 paddles to get us out into the open. But the boat has a small motor. Ah, so much the better. Have him leave the motor running as if he were warming it up, and then go to a nearby cafe for a drink. When he sees us coming, he should stand by the stern of the boat in a black oilskin. What about the money? T'll cut your bills in half. I'll pay the fisherman his 7,000 in advance. I'll give you the halves of your bills ahead of time, and the other halves will be given you by one of the Frenchmen staying behind. I'll tell you which one. I see you don't trust me. That's not good. No, it's not that I don't trust you, but you might not do the short circuit right. Then I don't pay you, because without the short circuit, we can't get out. 0K. Everything was ready. Through the warden I paid the fisherman his 7,000 pesos. For 5 days there had been just one guard, and the sentry box was installed. We waited only for the rain, but it wouldn't come. The bars had been cut with a saw donated by the warden. The cut was well disguised and, in addition, it was hidden by a cage which housed a parrot who had learned to say, "Murd." We were in torment. Each night we waited, but no rain. At this time of year it was unbelievable. The smallest cloud beyond our window filled us with hope, then nothing. It was enough to drive you nuts. We had now been ready for 16 days, 16 nights of watching with our hearts in our mouths. One Sunday morning the warden came for me in the yard and took me back to his office. He gave me a packet of the half bills and 3,000 whole pesos. What goes on? Frenchie, my friend, tonight's your last chance. You leave for Barranquilla tomorrow morning at 6. You get only 3,000 pesos back from the fisherman because he spent the rest. If God means it to rain tonight, the fisherman will be waiting for you, and when you take the boat, you can give him the rest of his money. I trust you. It didn't rain. The CAVALES at BARRANQUILLA. At 6 in the morning 8 soldiers and 2 corporals accompanied by a lieutenant handcuffed us, and we set off for Barranquilla in an army truck. We did the 110 miles in 3.5 hours. At 10 o'clock we were in the prison called the 80, Calle Medellin, in Barranquilla. So much effort to avoid going to Barranquilla, and there we were all the same. It was an important city, the biggest port in Colombia, situated inland on an estuary of the river Magdalena. Its prison was big too. 400 prisoners and nearly 100 guards. It was organized like a European prison, with double walls more than 25 feet high. We were received by the prison's general staff and the director, Don Gregorio. The prison had 4 yards, 2 on one side, 2 on the other, separated by a long chapel which was used for mass as well as the visitors' room. We were put in the yard for the most dangerous pre-runners. When they searched us, they found my 23,000 pesos and the arrows. I thought it was my duty to warn the director that they were poisoned. It didn't exactly help our reputations. These Frenchies even have poisoned arrows. Barranquilla was the most dangerous stage of our adventure. From here we'd be turned over to the French authorities. Yes, Barranquilla was crucial. We had to escape from here no matter what the cost. It was all or nothing. Our cell was in the middle of the yard. And it wasn't a cell. It was a cage. It had a cement roof resting on thick iron bars with the toilets and washstands in one corner. The other prisoners, about 100 of them, were in cells recessed into the 4 walls, the grills opening onto the yard, which was about 60 by 120 feet. At the top of each grill was a sort of metal overhang to keep the rain from coming into the cells. We 6 Frenchmen were the only occupants of the central cage and we were exposed night and day to the view of both prisoners and guards. We spent the day in the yard, from 6 in the morning until 6 at night. We could enter or leave the cage whenever we wanted. We could talk, walk about, even eat in the yard. 2 days after our arrival, the 6 of us were taken to the chapel, where we found ourselves in the presence of the director, some policemen and 7 or 8 newspaper reporters and photographers. You are escaped prisoners from the ban in French Guiana. We never said we weren't. What were your crimes? That's of no importance. What is important is that we've committed no offense on Colombian territory and that your country has not only refused to let us start a new life but has played bloodhound for the French government. Colombia doesn't want you in its territory. And we don't want to remain. We were arrested on the high seas. We weren't trying to come here. In fact, we were making every effort to get as far away from here as possible. A journalist from a Catholic newspaper said, "The French, like the Colombians, are almost all Catholics. You may be baptized Catholics, but the way you act is hardly Christian," I said. "What do you have against us? You collaborated with the authorities who were out for our necks. You did their work for them. You seized our boat with everything we owned. A gift, I might add, from the Catholics of Curaçao, represented by the noble bishop, Henri de Bruyne. You weren't willing to let us try to rehabilitate ourselves, and, still worse, you prevented us from going anywhere else, to a country that might be willing to take that risk. You hold this against us Colombians. Not the Colombian people, but their police and the judicial system." "What do you mean by that?" "That if there's a will, all errors can be corrected. Give us a chance to sail to another country. We'll try." Once back in the yard, Machuret said, well. Did you get that? Let's have no illusions this time, Mex. We're in the soup all right, and it's not going to be easy to get out. Well, friends, I don't know whether we're stronger going it together or not. But remember, you're all free to do what you think best. As for me, I've got to get out of here, and that's that. I was called to the visitor's room on Thursday, where a well-dressed man of about 45 was waiting for me. I looked at him hard. He had an uncanny resemblance to Louis Degas. "Are you Papillon?" "Yes. I'm Louis Degas' brother, Joseph. I read about what happened in the newspapers." "Thank you. You saw my brother over there. You know him." I described Degas' odyssey in detail right up to the moment we separated at the hospital. Then he told me he had learned via Marseilles that his brother was on the Les du Salut. He also told me there were about a dozen Frenchmen in Barranquilla who had come here with their women to seek their fortune. They were all pimps. In a special quarter of the town, about 20 ladies carried on the distinguished French tradition of skilled prostitution. From Cairo to Lebanon, from England to Australia, from Buenos Aires to Caracas, from Saigon to Brazzaville, you found the same men and the same women practicing their specialty. So much for that. He also told me that the Barranquilla pimps were worried. They were afraid our arrival might disturb their peace and endanger their flourishing trade. If one or all of us escaped, the police would immediately go after them, even if they were in no way involved. In the process, the police might uncover a lot of things, such as false papers and invalid or expired visitors' permits. A few would be in serious difficulties if they were discovered. He gave me all kinds of information, then added that he was at my disposal for anything I had in mind and would come to see me in the chapel every Thursday and Sunday. I thanked this stalwart friend, who was to give proof many times over that he was a man of his word. He also told me that, according to the newspapers, France had received permission to have us extradited. When I got back to the cell, I gave them the news. "Gentlemen, let us cherish no illusions. Our extradition is on the books. A special boat is coming from French Guiana to take us back. In addition, our presence here appears to be a source of anxiety to some French pimps who have a nice business going on in this city. Not the man who just came to see me. He couldn't care less what happens to them, but his colleagues are afraid that if one of us escapes, they might all be in trouble." Everyone laughed. They thought I was joking. Clausiot mimicked, "Dear Mr. Pimp, May I please have your permission to escape? It's not funny. If any of the pimps come to see us, we must send them away. Okay. Okay. As I've already mentioned, there were about 100 Colombian prisoners in our yard. They were far from stupid. There were clever thieves, distinguished forgers, ingenious and spirited crooks, specialists in assault and battery, narcotics smugglers and a few specially trained assassins. In this part of the world the services of these assassins were in demand by the rich, the politicians and successful adventurers. There was great variety in the color of their skin, from the black of the Senegalese to the tea color of the Martinique Creoles, from the brick red of the Indians with their straight, almost purple hair, to pure white. I made some contacts among them and tried to size up the desire or ability to make a break. Most of them were like me. They expected, or already had, long sentences and therefore were always ready for a cavale. There was a walk along the top of the 4 walls that enclosed our yard. It was brightly lit at night, and at each of the 4 corners there was a small tower for the guard. So, night and day, there were 4 guards on duty, plus 1 more at the door to the chapel. This guard wasn't armed. The food was adequate, and several prisoners sold food, coffee, or fruit juices, orange, pineapple, papaya etc., they got from the outside. From time to time they were the victims of assaults executed with amazing speed. Too fast for them to see it coming, a large napkin would be tied over their faces to keep them from crying out, and a knife held against their backs or necks, ready to plunge in at their slightest move. Before they knew what had hit them, they'd be cleaned out. Then they'd be given a sharp whack at the nape of the neck and the napkin removed. And that would be the end of it. No one ever mentioned it again. Sometimes, though, the shopkeeper would put away his goods, somewhat like closing shop, and go looking for his assailant. If he found him, there was always a battle with knives. 2 Colombian thieves came to me with a proposition, and I listened carefully. It appeared that some of the policemen doubled as thieves. When they were on duty in the town, they alerted their accomplices to come and go to work. My visitors knew them all and explained that during the coming week it would be very likely that one of these policemen would be stationed at the door of the chapel. I should get hold of a revolver during visitors' hours. The policeman thief could easily be persuaded to knock on the back door of the chapel, which opened on a small guardhouse. There were never more than 6 men in it. They'd be taken by surprise, and with the revolver in my hand, they wouldn't stop us from reaching the street. After that it would be a simple matter to get lost in the heavy traffic. I didn't like the plan much. For me to hide a revolver, it would have to be a very small one, hardly big enough to intimidate the guards. Or one of them might have the wrong reaction and I'd be forced to kill him. So I said no. I wasn't the only one tormented by a desire for action. My friends were too. Except that they had off days when they seemed all too ready to accept the arrival of the boat. From there to giving up altogether was a very short step. They even discussed what sentences we might get when we arrived at the ban and what kind of treatment we could expect. I don't even want to listen to that crap. If you're going to talk like that, do it somewhere else. Do it in a corner where I can't hear you. What's happened to your balls? Have they been cut off? If so, please tell me. Because I want you mechs to know something. When I think cavale for all of us. And when my brain is bursting from planning how to escape, I'm thinking for all of us. I'll tell you something else. When I see our time is almost up and we still haven't got going, I'll kill a Colombian policeman to gain some more. They won't turn me over to the French if I've killed one of their own. That'll get me extra time. And then I'll be escaping alone, so it'll be that much easier. The Colombians had another plan in the works and this was a good one. On Sunday mornings the chapel was always full of visitors and prisoners. First there was Mass, and when that was over, the prisoners with visitors stayed on in the chapel. The Colombians asked me to go to Mass the following Sunday to see how things went so that I could coordinate our actions on the Sunday afterward. They suggested I be the leader of the revolt. I declined the honor. I didn't know the men involved. I answered for us 4 Frenchmen. The Breton and the man of the Flatiron wanted no part of it. No problem there. They wouldn't go to the chapel. We did. The chapel was rectangular. At the back, the chancel. In the middle on either side, 2 doors that opened on the yards. The main door opened on the guardhouse. It was covered by a grille behind which stood 20 guards. Behind them was the door to the street. Since the chapel was full to bursting, the guards left the grille open and stood in close ranks during Mass. Among the visitors would be 2 men, and their women would be carrying the weapons between their legs. They'd give them 2 guns, either .38 or .45 caliber, to the men as soon as the chapel was full. The leader of the plot was to get a heavy caliber revolver from some other woman who would then leave. When the altar boy rang the bell the second time, we were all to attack at once. I was to put a large knife to the director's throat and say, "Give the order to let us pass or I kill you." Another man was to do the same to the priest. The 3 others, from 3 different angles, were to aim the guns at the police standing at the grille of the main entrance. They were to kill the first guard who failed to drop his weapon. Those who weren't armed would go out first. The priest and the director would serve as shields for the last ones out. If everything went as expected, all the police would have laid down their arms. Then the men with revolvers would force them into the chapel. We'd leave, closing the grille first, then the wooden door. The guardhouse would be empty because the guards were obliged to attend Mass. Outside, at a distance of 50 yards, there'd be a truck with a small ladder at the back to help us climb in faster. The truck would start up only after our leader was in. He would be the last one to leave the chapel. I observed the Mass and agreed to the plan. Joseph Deeger did not visit me on Sunday. He was preparing a fake taxi so that we wouldn't have to go in the truck but to a hideout instead. I was excited all week. I couldn't wait for the action to begin. Fernando, our leader, was able to get the revolver, a .45 belonging to the Colombian Civil Guard and a fearsome weapon. Thursday, one of Joseph's women came to see me. She was very nice. She told me the taxi would be yellow and that we couldn't miss it. She said, "Good luck," and kissed me gently on both cheeks. She seemed quite moved. Enter, enter. Let this chapel be filled so that we may listen to the voice of God, said the priest. Feeling very calm, I took my place. Clausiot stood close to me on one side, Machuret, his eyes glistening, on the other. Don Gregorio, the director, was right in front, sitting next to a fat woman. All of us were inconspicuously dressed in case we reached the street. The knife was open against my right forearm and held in place by a thick elastic band. It was covered by the sleeve of my khaki shirt, which was tightly buttoned at the wrist. Now it was time for the raising of the host. Everybody bowed their heads as if they were looking for something on the floor. The altar boy gave the bell a quick shake, then let out 3 distinct peals. The second one was our signal. Each of us knew what to do. First ring, second. I threw myself on Don Gregorio, the knife against his thick, wrinkled neck. The priest cried out, "God have mercy on me, don't kill me." I couldn't see the others, but I heard him order the guards to drop the guns. Everything was working fine. I took Don Gregorio by the collar of his suit and said, "Follow me. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." The priest had a razor at his throat. Fernando said to me, "Come on, Frenchie, let's make for the door." Feeling triumphant, I was pushing my group toward the door to the street when I heard 2 shots at once. Fernando and one of the armed prisoners fell to the ground. I moved forward another 3 feet, but now the guards had picked themselves up and were barring the passage. Fortunately some women stood between us so they didn't dare shoot. More gunfire. Our third companion collapsed after shooting wild and wounding a young girl. Don Gregorio, pale as death, said to me, "Give me that knife." I handed it to him. There was no point in continuing the battle. In less than 30 seconds the situation had been reversed. More than a week later I learned that the revolt had failed because of a prisoner from another court who had been looking in at the mass from outside the chapel. During the first seconds of action he had alerted the guards on top of the wall. They jumped the 20 feet into the yard, took positions on either side of the chapel and shot between the bars of the side doors at the two men who were standing on a bench threatening the police. The third man was shot down a few seconds later when he happened to come within their range. What followed was a fine corridor. I stayed next to the director, who was shouting orders. 16 of us, we Frenchmen included, were put in a dungeon on bread and water. Joseph Diga visited Don Gregorio. He called me in and said that to please Joseph he was putting me and my comrades back in the yard. So, thanks to Diga, 10 days after the revolt we were once again in our cage in the yard. When we'd all got together, I asked for a few minutes silence for Fernando and his two friends who had died in the revolt. During one of his visits Joseph told me that he had passed the hat among the pimps and had collected 5,000 pesos to bring Don Gregorio around. The pimps went way up in our estimation. But what to do now? What new plan could we dream up? I had no intention of admitting defeat, and I wasn't going to just sit there waiting for that boat. I lay down in the washroom out of reach of the broiling sun where I could examine the guards on the wall without attracting attention. During the night, at intervals of 10 minutes, they took turns shouting, "Guards, attention." This was so the head guard would be certain that none of the four was asleep. If one of them failed to answer, the guard kept on shouting until there was a response. I thought I'd found a vital flaw in the system. At each of the four corners of the wall a can hung by a cord from the sentry box. When the guard wanted some coffee, he called out, "Coffee," and a prisoner poured some in the can. Then the guard pulled it up by the cord. Now the sentry box at the extreme right was a tower that hung out over the yard. If I could make a thick hook and attach it to a strong braided cord, it would catch on the overhang and in a few seconds I'd be over the wall and into the street. The only problem was how to neutralize the guard. I saw him stand up and take a few steps along the wall. He seemed affected by the heat, fighting to stay awake. That was it. He must be put to sleep. First I'd make the cord, and when I found a strong enough hook, I'd put him to sleep and try my luck. In 2 days I had braided a cord almost 7 yards long, using all the heavy cotton shirts I could lay my hands on, especially khaki ones. The hook was relatively easy to find. I took the bracket from one of the overhangs that protected the cells from rain. Joseph Diga brought me a bottle containing a powerful sleeping draught. The directions said that not more than 10 drops should be taken at one time. The bottle held about 6 big spoonfuls. I got the guard to accept me as his coffee boy. He'd let down the can and I'd send him up 3 cups at a time. Since all Colombians loved alcohol and the sleeping potion tasted a little like anise, I got hold of a bottle of anisette. "How would you like some coffee de la Française?" I asked the guard. "What's it like?" "It has anisette in it." "T'll try it." Several of the guards had a taste of my coffee anisette. Now when I offered them their coffee, they always said, "à la Française." And so I'd pour in the anisette. The time had come. It was a Saturday noon. The heat was unbearable. My friends realized there wouldn't be time for 2 people to escape, but a Colombian with the Arab name of Ali said he'd climb up after me. I said okay. This way, at least, none of the Frenchmen would appear to be accomplices. Also, Ali would carry the cord. It would be hard for me to hide the cord and hook while I was giving the guard his coffee. We figured the stuff would knock him out in 5 minutes. It was now, -5. "How goes it?" I called up to the guard. 0K. "Want some coffee?" "Yes. De la Française." "Wait, I'll get it for you." I went to the coffee boy and said, 2 coffees. I had already poured the whole bottle of sleeping potion into the can. If that didn't knock him out, at the foot of the tower I made a big show of pouring in the anisette. Want it strong? Yes. I poured in a little more and he pulled it up. 5 minutes went by, then 10, 15, 20. He still wasn't asleep. Even worse, instead of sitting down, he was walking back and forth, gun in hand. Yet he had drunk the whole can. And his relief would come at 1 o'clock. I watched his movements with a feeling of desperation. He gave no sign of being drugged. He staggered a little. Then he sat down in front of the sentry box, his gun between his legs, his head on one shoulder. All of us followed his reactions like hawks. Go to it, I said to the Colombian. Now for the cord. He was about to throw it when the guard stood up, let his gun fall to the ground, stretched and started working his legs as if he were running in place. The Colombian stopped just in time. 18 minutes until the change of the guard. Inwardly I called on God to help. Just once more, Lord, I beseech you, don't let me down now, but it was in vain that I called to this Christian God, whose ways were sometimes so mysterious, especially to me, an atheist. How do you like that? Clausiot said, coming over to me. Why doesn't the son of a bitch go to sleep? The guard started to pick up his gun and, just as he was bending down for it, he fell in a heap as if struck by lightning. The Colombian threw the cord, but the hook wouldn't hold and the cord fell down. He threw it a second time. It grabbed hold. He pulled on it to make sure it was firm. I checked it again and was just putting my foot against the wall to start climbing when Clausiot said, "Beat it, the relief is here." I just had time to hide before he saw me. Moved by the instinct for self-preservation and the bond between prisoners, a dozen Colombians quickly surrounded me and drew me into their circle. We walked the length of the wall, leaving the cord hanging behind us. The relief took on the hook and the stricken guard at the same time. He ran a few yards and pushed the alarm button, convinced there had been an escape. They came for the sleeping guard with a stretcher. More than 20 police stood on the wall. Don Gregorio was up there too and had the cord pulled up. He had the hook in his hand. A few moments later, the guns at the ready, the police fanned into the yard. They called the roll. After each name its owner was sent to his cell. Surprise! No one was missing. Second check, cell by cell. No, nobody missing. At 3 o'clock we were allowed out in the yard. We learned that the guard was still out cold and that nothing would wake him. My Colombian accomplice was broken-hearted, as was I. He'd been so sure we'd succeed. He cursed all things American, for it turned out that the sleeping potion was American. What are we going to do? Why, begin again, man. It was all I could think of. He thought I meant we should put another guard to sleep. You think these guards are so stupid another one would take his coffre à la française? In spite of our sad situation, I had to laugh. It wouldn't surprise me, mec. Our guard slept 3 days and 4 nights. When he finally woke up, he, of course, said I'd put him to sleep with my coffee à la française. Don Gregorio summoned me, and the guard and I confronted each other. The head guard raised his sword to strike me. I backed into a corner, egging him on. As the sword swung down, Don Gregorio came between us, took the blow on the shoulder and fell to the ground. The fall broke his collarbone. He let out such a yell that the head guard had to turn all his attention to him. He picked him up while Don Gregorio called for help. Civilian employees poured in from neighboring offices. Soon the head guard, 2 other policemen and the guard I had drugged found themselves in a pitched battle with a dozen civilians seeking to revenge the director. Several were slightly wounded. The only one who escaped unscathed was me. My case no longer mattered, only the one involving the director and the head guard. The director's replacement, the director had been taken to the hospital, led me back to my yard. "We'll see about you later, Frenchie," he said. The next day the director was back with his shoulder in a cast. He asked me for a written statement against the guard. I did everything he asked and with pleasure. The business of the sleeping draft was completely forgotten. Luckily for me, they couldn't have cared less. A few days later Joseph Diga offered to try to organize something from the outside. I had told him that a night break was impossible because of the lights on the walls, so he looked into the possibility of cutting the current. With the help of an electrician, he found it could be done by tripping the switch on a transformer outside the prison. I was to buy off the guard on the roadside, the one in the yard and the one at the door to the chapel. It was more complicated than I expected. First I put pressure on Don Gregorio, via Joseph, to give me back 10,000 pesos under the pretext that it was for my family, not to mention persuading him to accept 2,000 pesos to buy a present for his wife. Then I had to find out which guard was in charge of scheduling the tours of duty on the wall and buy him off. He was to get 3,000 pesos, but he wanted no part of the negotiations with the other two guards. It was up to me to find them and deal with them myself. I would then give him the names and he would schedule their watch according to my directions. The preparations for this cavale took over a month. At last every detail was worked out. Since we didn't need to worry about the guard in the yard, we cut the bars with a metal saw. It had 3 blades. The Colombian who had made the hook was alerted. He cut his bar in installments. On the designated night, a friend of his who had been pretending to be nuts for some time was to bang away on a piece of metal while singing at the top of his voice. The Colombian knew that the guard had complied only on condition that the break be limited to 2 Frenchmen. If there was a third man, he'd shoot him. But he wanted to try it all the same and thought that if the 3 of us stuck closely together, the guard wouldn't be able to make out in the dark whether we were 2 or 3. Clausiot and Matred drew lots to see who would go with me. Clausiot won. The first moonless night came. The sergeant and 2 policemen had half their money. This time I didn't need to cut the bills in half. They were already cut. The police were to pick up the other halves at the Barrio Chino where Joseph Diga's wife worked. The light went out. We went to work on the bar. It was sawed through in less than 10 minutes. Wearing dark pants and shirts, we climbed out of the cell. The Colombian, naked except for a black undershirt, joined us in the passageway. I shimmied up the bars of our door, climbed around the overhang and through the hook with its 3 yards of cord. I was on top of the wall in less than 3 minutes. I hadn't made a sound. Flat on my stomach, I waited for Clausiot. The night was blackest black. Suddenly I saw, or imagined I saw, a hand reaching up and pulled. There was a ghastly noise. Clausiot had climbed between the wall and the overhang and had caught the belt loop of his pants on the metal. I stopped pulling. The noise stopped. I pulled again, thinking that Clausiot was unhitched. But the metallic clatter continued. I pulled until he was free, then yanked him up and over. Shots rang out from the other sentry posts. Unnerved by the noise, we jumped from the wrong part of the wall. Here the street was 25 feet below, whereas farther along to the right there was a street only 15 feet below. As a result, Clausiot broke his right leg again. I couldn't get up either. I had broken the arches of both feet. The Colombian dislocated his knee. The rifle shots brought out the guard on the street side. We were picked out by a big electric lantern and guns were aimed at us. I wept with anger. On top of that, the guards wouldn't believe I couldn't stand up. I crawled back to the prison on my knees, prodded on by rifle jabs. Clausiot and the Colombian hopped on one foot. My head was streaming blood from the whack of a rifle butt. The shots had waked Don Gregorio, who luckily was on duty that night and therefore sleeping in his office. Without him the guards would have finished us off. The one who had roughed me up the worst was the sergeant I had paid to post our 2 accomplices. Don Gregorio put a stop to it. He threatened to haul them up before the tribunal if they did us real harm. This magic word brought everyone to heel. The next day Clausiot's leg was put in a cast at the hospital. The Colombian's knee was set by a prisoner and strapped with an ace bandage. During the night my feet swelled as big as my head and turned black and red from the clotted blood. The doctor made me soak my feet in warm salted water and applied leeches 3 times a day. When they were gorged with blood, the leeches let go by themselves and were put in vinegar to disgorge themselves. It took 6 stitches to close my head wound. As a result of all this, a journalist wrote an article about me. He said that I'd been the leader of the chapel revolt, that I had poise under guard, and, to top it off, that I had mounted a mass break with the help of accomplices from the outside, since someone had cut off the electricity by tampering with the transformer. Let us hope that France relieves us as soon as possible of its public enemy number 1, he said in conclusion. Joseph Diga visited me with his wife, Annie. The sergeant and the guards had each come to claim the other half of their money. Annie wanted to know what she should do. I said they should be paid since they had stuck by their word. It was not their fault that we had failed. For a week now I'd been pushed around the yard in an iron wheelbarrow that also served as a couch. My feet were propped up on a length of material stretched taut between 2 sticks attached vertically to the handles of the wheelbarrow. It was the only position I could tolerate. Still swollen and congested with blood, my feet couldn't stand the slightest pressure even when I was lying down. 15 days later the swelling was down about half and I was taken for X-rays. It was then that I learned that I had broken both arches. I've been flat-footed ever since. Today's newspaper announced that the Marne was coming for us at the end of the month with an escort of French police. It was now the 12th of October. We had 18 days left. We must play our last card. But what could we do with me and my broken arches? Joseph was in despair. He told me that all the Frenchmen and the women of the Barrio Chino were dismayed at the thought of how hard I'd fought for my freedom and that in only a few days I'd be back in French hands. I drew comfort from the fact that so many peuples were on my side. I abandoned the idea of killing a Colombian policeman. I couldn't bring myself to kill a man who had done nothing to me. Maybe he was helping out his mother and father. Maybe he had a wife and children. I smiled at the prospect of having to search out an evil policeman with no family. How should I put it to him? If I kill you, are you sure no one will miss you? On the morning of the 13th I was really in the dumps. I examined the picric acid I was supposed to eat to get jaundice. If I was in the hospital, I might be able to escape with the help of some men Joseph would hire. The next day, the 14th, I was a beautiful lemon yellow. Don Gregorio came to see me in the yard. I was in the shade, lying in my wheelbarrow with my feet in the air. Without beating around the bush, I attacked. 10,000 pesos for you if you can get me into the hospital. T'il try, Frenchie. 10,000 pesos don't matter that much, but it hurts me to see you fight so hard and not get anywhere. The trouble is I don't think they'll let you stay at the hospital on account of that story in the paper. They'd be scared. An hour later the doctor had me sent to the hospital. I was in and out in nothing flat. From the ambulance I was placed on a stretcher, and I was back in the prison 2 hours later after a detailed examination and urinalysis. It was now the 19th, a Thursday. Joseph's wife, Annie, came to see me with the wife of a Corsican. They brought me cigarettes and candy. Their friendliness turned the dreary day into pure sunshine. I'll never be able to express how much the support of these people of the Barranquilla underworld meant to me, or how much I owe to Joseph Diga for risking his job and his own freedom to help me escape. In the course of our conversation Annie said something that gave me an idea. "Dear Papillon," she said, "you've done everything humanly possible to get back your freedom. Fate has been cruel to you. All that's left for you is to blow up the prison. How about that? Why don't I blow up this old prison? I'd be doing the Colombians a great service. If I blew it up, maybe they'd build a new and cleaner one." I kissed the charming ladies goodbye for the last time and said to Annie, "Ask Joseph to come see me Sunday." On Sunday, the 22nd, Joseph was there. "Listen, try to bring me a stick of dynamite, a detonator and a Bickford cord on Thursday. I'll see if I can get hold of a drill for brick." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to blow the hell out of this prison wall. And in broad daylight. Promise 5,000 pesos to that yellow taxi. He has to be in the street behind the Calle Medellin every day from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening. He'll get 500 pesos a day if nothing happens and 5,000 if it does. I'll be coming through on the back of a strong Colombian who'll carry me to the taxi. If the taxi driver is willing, send the dynamite. If he's not, then it's the end. I give up. Count on me, Joseph said. At 5 o'clock I had myself carried into the chapel, explaining that I wanted to pray alone. I asked for Don Gregorio to come and see me. He came. It's only 8 days until you go. That's why I wanted to see you. You have 15,000 pesos belonging to me. I want to give them to my friend before I go so that he can send the money to my family, and I want you to take 3,000 pesos in thanks for the way you've protected me from the guards. You'd be doing me a great service if you could get me the money today along with a roll of gum tape so that I can get it ready for my friend by next Thursday. I'll do that. He came back and handed me the 12,000 pesos, still in halves, keeping 3,000 for himself. Back in my wheelbarrow, I called my Colombian friend over to a quiet corner. I described my plan and asked him if he thought he could carry me on his back for the 20 or 30 yards to the taxi. He gave me his word. So that part was all right. I made my plans on the assumption that Joseph would come through. I took up a position in the washhouse early Monday morning, and Machuret, who shared with Clausiot the chauffeuring of my wheelbarrow, went to find the sergeant to whom I had given the 3,000 pesos and who had paid me back with such a savage beating. Sergeant Lopez, I'd like to talk to you. What do you want? For 2,000 pesos, I want a strong 3-speed brace and 6 drills for brick. 2 1/10 of an inch thick, 2 4/10 and 2 1/2 inch. Have no money. Here are 500 pesos. You'll have them tomorrow at 1 when the guard changes. Get the 2,000 pesos ready. The next day at 1 o'clock I received the tools in a waste paper basket that was emptied when the guards changed. Pablo, my Colombian strong man, picked them up and hid them. On Thursday there was no sign of Joseph. Then, toward the end of visiting time, I was called in. Joseph had sent an old wrinkled Frenchman in his place. The things you're expecting are in this piece of bread. Here's 2,000 pesos for the taxi, 500 for each day. The driver of the taxi is an excitable old Peruvian. Don't get into a fight with him. They had put the bread in a big paper bag along with some cigarettes, matches, smoked sausages, a piece of butter and a flask of black olive oil. As the guard at the door was rummaging through the bag, I gave him a pack of cigarettes, some matches and 2 sausages. He said, "How about a piece of bread to go with it?" That was all I needed. "No. Buy your own bread. Here's 5 pesos. Otherwise there won't be enough for the 6 of us." Jesus, that was a close one. Whatever made me offer the mech sausages? We ducked him as fast as possible. I'd been so unprepared for the bread episode that I was covered with sweat. Tomotro. The fireworks. Everything's ready. Pablo, you must make the hole exactly under the overhanging tower so the cop on top won't see you. But he'll hear me. I've thought of that. At 10 in the morning that side of the yard is in the shade. We have to get one of the metal workers to hammer on something against the wall near you and in the sun. 2 men would be even better. I'll give them 500 pesos apiece. Try and find 2 men. He found them. 2 friends of mine have agreed to stand there hammering as long as necessary. The guard won't be able to hear the drill at all. You station yourself in your wheelbarrow a little away from the overhang and get into a discussion with the Frenchman. That way you'll screen me from the guard on the other corner of the wall. In an hour the hole was drilled. Thanks to the hammering and the oil on the drill, the guard suspected nothing. The dynamite was wedged into the hole and the detonator attached to an 8-inch wick. We moved away. If everything went well, the explosion would blow open a big hole, the guard would fall with his sentry box, and I'd be through the hole on Pablo's back and off to the taxi. The others would be on their own. Clausiot and Macheret would probably get to the taxi before me, even though I was going first. Just before we lit the fuse, Pablo alerted a group of Colombians. If you want to make a break, there'll be a nice hole in the wall in a few minutes. That's good, I thought. The police will concentrate on the last ones through. We lit the fuse. A terrific explosion shook the whole area. The tower fell. There were cracks over the whole wall, wide enough to see the street on the other side, but not one wide enough to let a man through. I was finally forced to admit that all was lost. Obviously it was my fate to return to KN. The confusion that followed the explosion can't be described. More than 50 policemen filled the yard. Don Gregorio had a pretty good idea who was responsible. Well, Frenchie, I think this was your last try. The head of the garrison was wild with exasperation. He could hardly order someone to hit a cripple lying in a wheelbarrow. I wanted to protect the others, so I declared in a loud voice that I had done it all by myself. 6 guards were stationed in front of the wall, 6 in the prison yard, and 6 outside in the street. They stayed until the masons had repaired the damage. Fortunately the guard who fell with the tower was unhurt. Return to the BAGNE. 3 days later, at 11 in the morning on October 30th, 12 white uniformed guards from the BAN arrived to take possession of us. Before we left, there was a short official ceremony. Each of us had to be identified. They had brought our descriptions, reports, photographs, fingerprints, the whole lot. Once they had verified our identities, the French consul stepped up to sign a document from the judge of the district, the official charged with giving us back to France. All of us were astonished at the friendly way we were treated by the guards. No animosity, no harsh words. The 3 in our group who had been there longest knew several of the BAN guards and joked with them like old buddies. The head of our escort, Commander Borsal, was worried about my condition. He looked at my feet and said he'd have them examined on the ship. There was a good orderly aboard. We were put in the bottom of the old tub's hold, but the worst of it was the suffocating heat and the bars of justice, to which our chains were attached. Only one interesting thing happened on the trip. The boat had to pick up coal in Trinidad. In port, a British naval officer demanded that our irons be removed. Apparently it was against British law to chain a man on board ship. I took advantage of the incident to slap a British officer in the face. I was trying to get myself arrested so they'd take me ashore. But the officer said, "I'm not going to have you punished for what you just did. Where you're going you'll get punishment enough." Clearly, I was fated to go back to the BAN. It was very sad. 11 months of escapes, all that struggle, and all for nothing. But in spite of everything, my return to the BAN, no matter what happened there, could never wipe out the beautiful moments I had experienced. We had just left Trinidad, which brought back memories of the incomparable Bowen family, and we passed near Curaçao, where that great man, René de Bruyne, served as bishop. We must also have skirted the territory of the Guijeros Indians, where I'd known love in its purest and most spontaneous form. They saw things with the clarity of children, those Indians, and they were rich in human understanding and simple love. And the lepers of the Isle aux Pigeons, those wretched convicts with the terrible scourge, who still had the nobility to help us. And, finally, the spontaneous goodness of the Belgian consul and Joseph Diga, who, without knowing me, constantly risked everything on my behalf. These people had made the cavale worth doing. Even though it was a failure, my escape was also a victory because of the way these extraordinary people had enriched my life. No, I didn't regret any part of it. Now we were back on the Moroni and its muddy waters. It was 9 in the morning and we were standing on the Manas Bridge. The tropical sun was already burning the earth. We were sailing gently up the estuary I had left with such urgency. My comrades and I were silent. The guards were glad to be back. The sea had been rough during the trip, and they were happy to be in calm waters. November 16, 1934. There was a wild crush at the landing. Perhaps everyone was just curious to see men who had been unafraid to make such a long trip. Also, it was Sunday, and we were providing some distraction for people who didn't get much of it. I could hear people saying, "The one who can't walk is Papillon. That one's Clausiot. There, that's Charrière," and so on. In the penitentiary camp 600 men were lined up in front of their barracks. Guards stood beside each group. The first one, fifth notebook, returned to the ban. I recognized was François Charrière. He was leaning from an infirmary window and looking straight at me. He was crying and making no attempt to hide the fact. It was plain that his grief was real. We were brought to a halt in the middle of the camp. The chief warden picked up a loudspeaker. "Transportees, I hope this is proof that it is useless to try to escape. There is no country that will not arrest you and return you to France. Nobody wants any part of you. So it's better to stay here, key alien behave. What lies in store for these men? A heavy sentence in solitary on St. Joseph and then internment for life on the Flies du Salut. That's what their escape got them. I trust you get the idea. Guards, take these men to the disciplinary quarter." A few minutes later we were in a special cell in the Maximum security section. As soon as we arrived, I asked him to look after my swollen feet, and Clausiot complained of the plaster cast on his leg. We could give it one more try. As if they'd ever send us to the hospital again. François Charrière arrived with his guard. "Here's the orderly," the guard said. "How goes it, Pappy?" "I'm sick. I want to go to the hospital." "T'll try to get you in, but after what you did there it'll be just about impossible." Same goes for Clausiot. He massaged my feet, rubbed them with ointment, checked Clausiot's cast and went on his way. We couldn't talk because of the guards, but his eyes were so full of sympathy that I was touched. "No, nothing doing," he told me the next day when he came to give me another massage. "Want me to get you into a communal cell? Do they chain your feet at night?" "Yes. Then it's better you go into a communal cell. You'll still be chained, but you won't be alone. It must be terrible for you to be in isolation at a time like this." It was. Isolation was harder to bear than ever. I was in such a sorry state that I didn't even need to close my eyes to have my mind wander in either the past or the present. And not being able to walk made it that much worse. So there I was right back on the road of the condemned. But hadn't I managed to get away once, and sail toward freedom, toward the joy of being a man again, and toward my revenge too? For I mustn't forget the debt I owed the trio, Pauline, those pigs of policemen, and the prosecutor. As for the trunk, there was no need to hand it over to the police at the entrance to headquarters. I would do it myself, dressed as an employee of Wagenlitz cook, with the fancy company cap on my head. There would be a big tag on the trunk saying, "Commissioner Benoit, 36 Quai des Orfèvres, Paris, Seine." I'd carry it up to the briefing room myself, having fixed it so the alarm wouldn't go off until I'd left. It couldn't possibly fail. Finding this solution took a great load off my mind. As for the prosecutor's tongue, I had plenty of time to work that one out. In fact, it was as good as done. I'd tear it out in small pieces. That's what I'd do. But, meantime, I had to heal my feet so I could walk as soon as possible. I wouldn't go before the tribunal for 3 months, and in 3 months a lot could happen. 1 month to get walking again, 1 month to make arrangements, then good night, gentlemen. Direction: British Honduras. But this time nobody would get his hands on me. Yesterday, 3 days after our return, I was carried into the communal cell. There were 40 men there, awaiting their fate. Among their crimes were theft, looting, arson, murder, attempted escape, and even cannibalism. There were 20 of us on each side, all chained to the same 50-foot long iron bar. At 6 in the evening each man's left foot was shackled to the bar. At 6 in the morning the shackles were removed, and we could spend the whole day sitting, walking about, playing checkers, and talking things over in what we called our promenade, a sort of alley 6 feet wide that went the length of the room. There wasn't time to be bored during the day. I had constant visits from people who wanted to hear about the cavale. They went out of their minds when I told them that of my own free will I had abandoned my tribe of Guijeros, and Lali and Zorema. "What the hell do you want, man?" a guy from Paris asked. "Metros, elevators, movies, electricity, with high-tension wires for working the electric chair. Or did you want to take a bath in the fountain in the Place Pigalle? Are you crazy, man?" The guy continued. "You had 2 chicks, one more stacked than the other. The whole lot of you spent your time running naked through the woods. You ate, you drank, you hunted. You had the sea, the sun, warm sand, you even had the pearls and oysters free, and you couldn't think of anything better to do than give it all up. And for what? Tell me. So that you can dodge cars in the streets, so that you can pay rent, pay your tailor, your electricity and telephone bill, and if you want a second-hand wreck of a car, you steal or else work like a dog for somebody just to make enough to keep from starving. I don't get it, mech. You were in heaven and you willingly returned to hell where, on top of the usual problems, you have to keep all those cops off your tail. It's true you're still full of that fresh French blood and you haven't had time to lose your faculties. I've had 10 years in the ban and I don't understand you. Anyway, you're welcome here, and since I can see you want to start all over again, you can count on us to help you. That's right, isn't it, mechs?" The mechs agreed, and I thanked them all. I could see that these were men to be reckoned with. Because of the way we were jammed in together, it was hard to hide the fact that I had a plan. At night, since we were all chained to the same bar, it was easy to murder someone. All you had to do was slip a little something to the Arab turnkey during the day so he wouldn't quite close your shackle at night. Then when night came, the would-be killer did his bit, came back to his place, lay down quietly and closed his shackle. Since the Arab was indirectly an accomplice, he kept his mouth shut. I'd now been back 3 weeks. The time had gone quite fast. I was beginning to walk a little, holding on to the bar in the passageway between the rows of bunks. Last week, at our interrogation, I caught sight of the 3 hospital guards we'd knocked out and disarmed. They were clearly delighted to see us back and expressed the fervent hope that we might all find ourselves together in some secluded spot where they could return the compliment. After our cavale they had been severely punished. Their 6 months' holiday in France had been cancelled, along with their supplementary colonial pay for a year. You might say that our reunion was not exactly cordial. We thought it wise to report this to our interrogators. The Arab behaved better. He spoke only the truth without exaggerating and skipped over the role played by Charrière. The examining judge kept trying to find out who had provided us with the boat. We didn't help our cause when we told him the unlikely story that we had made a raft ourselves. Because we had assaulted the guards, he said he would try his best to get Clausiot and me 5 years and 3 for Charrière. And since your name is Papillon, I think I'll clip your wings so you won't be flying off again very soon. Only 2 months to go before I went before the tribunal. I was angry I hadn't put the small poisoned arrows in my plan. Maybe if I'd had them, I could have made it from the disciplinary quarter. However, I was making daily progress, walking better and better. François Sierra never missed his morning and evening visits to massage my feet with camphorated oil. He was a great help, both to my feet and to my morale. Thank God for true friends. I've already mentioned that our long cavale had given us great prestige among our fellow convicts. I was certain that we were safe and ran little risk of being killed for our money. Most of the men wouldn't have tolerated it, and I had no doubt that if anybody tried, he'd be killed straight off. Without exception, everybody respected us. They even felt a certain admiration. And since we had dared to knock out the guards, they figured we'd do anything. It was an interesting sensation to feel safe. Every day I walked a little longer, and Sierra left a little bottle with me so that my friends could massage my feet and the muscles of my legs, which were atrophied from long disuse. The CAVALE of the cannibals. They ate the wooden leg. A little wooden leg stew, please. Then a voice imitating a woman's. Waiter, a piece of well-done mech without pepper, please. It was a rare night. One of these strange phrases didn't shatter the silence. Clausiot and I wondered what it was all about. I got the key to the mystery one afternoon when one of the men involved told me the story. His name was Marius de la Ciotat and he was a safecracker, like me. When he learned that I knew his father, Titan, he decided to talk to me. I told him something of my cavale, and then I asked him casually, what about you? Me, man, I'm really screwed up. I'm afraid I'm going to get 5 years for a simple escape. I was in the cavale they call the cannibals' cavale. All that stuff you hear in the night is for the Gravel brothers. There were 6 of us who escaped from kilometer 42. In our cavale were Deda and Jean Gravel, 2 brothers in their 30s from Lyon, an Italian from Marseille, me from La Ciotat, a mech with a wooden leg from Angers and a kid of 23 who acted as his wife. We got out of the Moroni fine, but we could never get going once we reached the sea. In a few hours we were beaten back to the Dutch Guiana coast. We couldn't save anything from the wreck, no food or anything. We found ourselves in the bush. In that area there's no beach and the sea runs right up into the forest. It's a jungle, and impassable because of the fallen trees uprooted by the sea and all tangled together. We walked for a whole day before we reached dry land. Then we split up into 3 groups, the Gravel brothers, me and Giuseppe. And the wooden leg with his little friend each went in different directions. To make a long story short, after 12 days we met up with the Gravel brothers in almost the exact same spot where we'd separated. The whole place was surrounded by a kind of quicksand and we couldn't find a way out. We had spent 13 days with nothing to eat but roots and young shoots. We were dying of hunger and fatigue. We were at the end of our rope. It was decided that with what strength we had left, Giuseppe and I would go back to the coast and hang a shirt as high as possible on a tree and give ourselves up to the first Dutch coast guard that came along. The 2 brothers were to rest a few hours, then try to pick up traces of the other 2. To make things easier, we agreed when we separated that each group would indicate where it had gone by cutting branches along the way. A few hours after we left, they saw the man with the wooden leg coming toward them alone. Where's the boy? T left him way back there. He couldn't walk anymore. You're a son of a bitch to leave him there alone. It was his idea. At that moment Deda noticed that the guy was wearing the queer's boot on his good foot. Along with everything else, you left him barefoot so that you could wear his shoe. Congratulations. And you look in good shape, not like the rest of us at all. You must have been eating well. Yes, I found a big wounded monkey. Lucky you. At that, Deda got up with his knife in his hand. Wooden Leg's knapsack looked well stuffed, too, and Deda was beginning to get the pitch. Open your knapsack. What you got in it? He opened the sack and in it Deda saw a piece of flesh. What's that? A piece of the monkey. You bastard, you killed your boyfriend and ate him. No, Deda, I swear I didn't. He died of exhaustion and I only ate a little bit. Don't hold it against me. He didn't have time to finish. Deda's knife was already in his gut. Then he searched the body and found a leather pouch with matches and a striking pad. Deda was wild with rage at the thought that the man hadn't even shared his matches before they separated originally. Then, with his hunger being what it was. To cut it short, they lit a fire, cooked the mech and started to eat him. Giuseppe arrived in the middle of the feast. They invited him to join in, but he refused. He'd eaten some crabs and raw fish by the edge of the sea. So he watched without taking part as the brothers put more pieces of flesh on the fire, adding the wooden leg to keep the fire going. That day and the next the brothers ate the mech and Giuseppe looked on, even noting which parts they ate, the shinbone, the thigh and the buttocks. I was still waiting by the sea when Giuseppe came for me. We filled a hat with small fish and crabs and cooked them on the Greville's fire. I didn't see the corpse. They must have dragged it off somewhere. But I did see several pieces of meat scattered about in the ashes. 3 days later a Coast Guard boat picked us up and returned us to the penitentiary at Saint Laurent. Giuseppe couldn't keep his mouth shut. Everybody in this room knows the story, even the guards. That's why I've told you, and that's why you hear those voices in the night. Officially, our offense is attempted escape, aggravated by cannibalism. The bad thing is that, to defend myself, I'd have to expose the others, and I can't do that. Everybody, including Giuseppe, would deny it at the interrogation. They'd say that the others disappeared into the bush. And that's my situation, Papillon. I'm sorry for you, mec. Obviously your only defense is to accuse the others. A month later, in the middle of the night, someone plunged a knife into Giuseppe's heart. We didn't need to guess who'd done it. Tonight I took another place along the bar. I replaced a man who had left, and by asking everybody to move over one, I got next to Clausiot. Where I was now, by sitting up I could see what was going on in the yard, even with my left foot shackled to the bar. Surveillance was so tight that the rounds had no rhythm. They never stopped, and guards were relieved at any and all times. My feet bore my weight well now. They hurt only when it rained. I was even considering getting something new underway. But how? There were no windows in the room, only a grill that spanned the entire width and reached up to the roof. It was facing so that it was open to the wind from the northeast. After a week's careful observation I still couldn't find the smallest gap in the surveillance. For the first time I came close to admitting that they'd be locking me up in solitary on St. Joseph after all. Everybody said it was a terrible place. They called it Le Mangeurs d'Hommes, the devourer of men. And another thing, in the 80 years of its existence, no one had ever escaped from it. This partial acceptance that I'd lost the ball game made me look toward the future. I was 28, and the judge was going to give me 5 years in solitary. It would be hard to get away with less. So, by the time I got out, I'd be 33. I still had a lot of money in my plan. Therefore, if I didn't escape, and it didn't appear I was going to, the least I could do was keep myself in good health. 5 years of complete isolation would be hard to bear without going mad. From the first day of my sentence I would discipline my brain according to a carefully thought out and varied program. I would avoid as much as possible all dreams of castles in Spain and, particularly, all dreams of revenge. From that moment on I would prepare to surmount the terrible punishment that lay ahead. Yes, I'd make it a big waste of their time. I'd leave solitary strong and in full possession of my mental and moral faculties. I felt better for having set up my code of behavior and accepted with a certain serenity what lay ahead. I was the first to feel the breeze that penetrated the room. It felt good. Clausiot knew when I didn't want to talk. He just went. Fifth notebook. The Cavale of the Cannibals. On smoking. A few stars were out. I asked him, "Can you see the stars from where you are?" "Yes," he said, leaning forward a little. "I don't like to look at them. They remind me too much of our Cavale. Don't take it so hard. You'll be seeing thousands of them on our next one." "When?" "In 5 years. Clausiot, don't you think the year we've just spent, the adventures and the people we got to know are worth 5 years in solitary? Would you rather have been on the islands all this time, knowing what lies ahead? And I grant you it's going to be tough. How do you really feel about our Cavale? Tell me the truth. Do you regret it or not?" "Pappy, you forget you had something I didn't. Your 7 months with the Indians. If I'd been with you, I might agree. But I was in prison." "I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking." "That's okay, sure. I'm glad we had our Cavale because I had some good times too. It's only that I'm a little worried about what to expect at Le Mangeurs d'Hommes." I don't know if it's possible to last 5 years there. I explained my plan and he seemed to think it a good idea. I was glad to see his spirits pick up. We were to appear before the tribunal in 15 days. According to rumor, the presiding officer was severe but fair. He wouldn't be a pushover for the administration's lies, and that was good news. Clausiot and I refused to use a guard as our lawyer. We decided that I should speak for the three of us and that I'd handle our defense myself. The judgment. I had a haircut and a shave and was dressed in new denims with red stripes. I was even wearing shoes. We were waiting in the courtyard to go before the tribunal. Clausiot had been without his cast for 2 weeks now and walked naturally, with no trace of a limp. The tribunal had begun Monday. It was now Saturday morning. The first 5 days had been spent on a variety of cases. The Graville brothers got only 4 years, for lack of proof. Their case took over half a day. The other murder cases got 4 or 5 years. In general, among the 14 cases tried, the sentences were on the severe side, but in proportion to the crime. The tribunal started at 7:30. We were standing in the room when an officer came in dressed in the uniform of the Camel Corps and accompanied by an old infantry captain and a lieutenant who were to serve as assistant judges. On the president's right sat a captain representing the administration. The case of Charrière, Clausiot and Machuret. We were about 12 feet from the president. I could see the officer's face in detail. It was weathered by the desert, and his hair was silver about the temples. He appeared to be a little over 40 years old, with bushy eyebrows and magnificent black eyes that looked right into your own. A real military man, but without meanness. He just looked at us, taking us in. My eyes met his, then I deliberately lowered mine. The captain representing the administration overstated his case, and that's what lost it for him. He labeled our knocking out the guards as attempted murder and claimed that it was a miracle the Arab hadn't died from our treatment. Another bad move was when he said that we had brought more dishonor on France than any convicts in the history of the ban. Mr. President. These men have covered. Fifth notebook, the judgment. 1,500 miles. Trinidad, Curaçao, Colombia. All these countries have had to listen to their smears and lies about the French penal administration. For Charrière and Clausiot, I ask for 2 sentences to be served consecutively for a total of 8 years, 5 for attempted murder and 3 for escape. For Machuret, I ask only 3 years for escape, as the testimony indicates that he did not participate in the attempted murder. The president spoke. The tribunal would be interested in hearing a very brief recital of your odyssey. So I described our trip to Trinidad, skipping over the Moroni part, and told them about the Bowen family and their kindness. I quoted the chief of police in Trinidad. It's not for British authorities to judge French justice. But what we don't approve of is the way they send their convicts to French Guiana. It's inhuman and unworthy of a civilized nation like France. Then I told them about René de Bruyne of Curaçao, the incident over the bag of florins, then Colombia and why and how we got there. Then I gave them a quick description of my life among the Indians. All the while the president listened without interruption, except when he asked for a few more details about the Indian episode, which seemed to interest him greatly. Then I told him about the Colombian prisons in general, and the underwater dungeon in Santa Marta in particular. Thank you. The court has found your recital both enlightening and interesting. We will now have a 15-minute recess. Where are your lawyers? The lawyers for the defense. I don't see them. We don't have any. I ask that you allow me to speak for our defense. You may. It's within the rules. Thank you. The session resumed 15 minutes later. The president said, Charrière, the tribunal authorizes you to present the defense for your friends and yourself. But we must warn you that the tribunal can revoke your right to speak if you show disrespect. For the administration, you are free to offer your defense, but you must do so in a suitable manner. You may begin. I ask the tribunal to lay aside only the charge of attempted murder. We don't deserve it, and I can prove it. Last year I was 27 and Clausiot 30. We were in very good condition, having just arrived from France. We're both big men. We hit the Arab and the guards with the iron legs from our beds. Not one of the four was seriously hurt. We tried as hard as we could not to do them serious harm, and we were successful. The prosecution forgot to say, or didn't know, that we wrapped the iron legs in cloth for that very reason. You men on the tribunal are career officers and you know what a strong man can do when he hits someone, even if it's only with a bayonet butt. So you can imagine what we could have done with these iron legs if we'd wanted to. I want to remind the tribunal that not one of the four men we attacked had to be hospitalized. On the second charge, since we all have life sentences, I believe that the offense of escaping is less serious than for a man with a short sentence. At our age it's very hard to accept the idea of never returning to a normal life. I beg the tribunal's indulgence. The president whispered to the two assistants, then banged on his desk with the gavel. Will the accused please stand? Stiff as ramrods, we stood, waiting. The president said, the tribunal has set aside the accusation of attempted murder. For the offense of escaping, we find you guilty in the second degree. The tribunal condemns you to 2 years in solitary. We said, thank you, sir, and I added, I thank the tribunal. The guards watching the trial couldn't believe their ears. When we got back to our friends, everybody was pleased with our news. No one seemed jealous, and even those who hadn't been so lucky congratulated us. François Sierra came and hugged me. He was wild with joy. The Isles du Salut. 6th Notebook. The arrival. We were to sail to the islands the next day. For all my long struggle, in a few hours I'd be interned for life, starting with 2 years in solitary on the Le Saint Joseph. I only hoped I could give the lighter its nickname, Le Mangeurs d'Hommes. I had lost the game, but I didn't feel like a loser. I could even be thankful that I'd have only 2 years in this prison within a prison. As I had promised myself, I would not give in to the mental aberrations that complete isolation induced. I had a good remedy. From the very start I would think of myself as free, healthy in mind and body, an ordinary convict on the islands. And I'd be only 30 when I got out. I knew that escapes from the islands were few and far between. But even if you could count them only on one hand, some men had managed it. And so I'd escape, and that was that. I told Clausiot that in 2 years I'd make my escape. Papillon, there's just no way to keep you down, is there? I wish I had as much faith as you do. You've been trying cavales for a year now and you still haven't given up. No sooner does one go up in smoke than you start another. I'm surprised you haven't tried one from here. Mec, from here there's only one way, to start a revolt. And I don't have the time to organize all these bastards. I almost started one, and it damn near swallowed me up. The 40 men here are old cons. They've been taken in by the system. They don't react the way we do. Take those cannibals, and the one who put poison in the soup and killed 7 innocent men just to get one. They aren't like us. But everybody, LL be like that on the islands. Sure. But to escape from the islands, I won't need anybody. I'll do it alone or, at most, with one other man. Why are you smiling? Because of the way you won't give up. Because you're so fired up with the idea of getting back to Paris and getting even with your buddies that you won't believe it can't be done. Good night, Clausiot. See you tomorrow. I guess we're going to see the Les du Salut after all. But what I want to know is why these goddamned islands are called the Islands of Salvation. I turned away from Clausiot and leaned out to catch the night wind. We set off for the islands early the next morning. There were 26 of us on a 40-ton tub called the Tannin, a coastal boat that shuttled between Cayenne, the islands and Saint Laurent. 2 by 2, we were chained by the feet and handcuffed. There were 2 groups of 8 men in the bow with 4 guards, the guns at the ready. Then came a group of 10 at the stern with 6 guards and the 2 escort leaders. Everybody was on deck, and the boat was clearly ready to go under at the first sign of bad weather. I had decided not to think during the trip, so I looked around for some sort of distraction. Just to annoy him, I said to a gloomy-looking guard standing near, "With these chains, we don't have a prayer if the boat sinks. In view of its punk condition, that's very likely in a heavy sea." Barely awake, the guard reacted as I had anticipated he would. "Go ahead and drown. We don't give a damn. We have orders to chain you and that's it. The responsibility is with the people who give the orders. We're in the clear." "Quite right, sir. With or without chains, if this coffin splits open, we'll all go to the bottom together." "Oh," the idiot replied, "this boat's been making this trip for a long time and nothing's happened yet." "Exactly. It's been around so long that something's bound to happen sooner or later." I'd accomplished my goal. The nerve-wracking silence was broken. Other guards and convicts immediately joined the conversation. One of the cons said, "This boat is dangerous, and on top of that, we're in chains. Without chains, we might at least have a chance." The guards replied, "We're no better off. We have our uniforms, boots and guns. They're not all that light either. The guns don't count. If there's a shipwreck, you get rid of them right away." Seeing that I'd hit the mark, I tried a second ploy. "Where are the lifeboats? I can only see one and it will take 8 men at the most. The commander and the crew would fill it straight off. As for the others, who gives a damn?" We were off and running. That's right, there isn't anything. It's the worst kind of irresponsibility to permit fathers of families to risk their lives for this batch of monsters. I was in the group at the stern of the boat with the 2 leaders of the convoy. One of them looked at me and said, "Are you Papillon, the one who came back from Colombia?" "Yes. It doesn't surprise me you got so far. You seem to know a lot about the sea." I stuck out my chest. "Yes, I do know a lot." That cooled him. On top of that, the captain came down off the bridge to meet me. He had stayed at the helm while we were in the Moroni estuary. That was the most dangerous part of the trip. But now that we were out, he had turned it over to someone else. So this fat little black man asked to meet the jokers who had gone all the way to Colombia on a piece of kindling wood. "It was this one, that one, and the one over there," said the convoy leader. "Which one was the captain?" asked the little man. "T was, sir." "Well, kid, I want to congratulate you. You're no ordinary guy. Here," and he put his hand in the pocket of his jacket. "Take this package of tobacco and the cigarette papers. Be my guest." "Thanks, sir, and I congratulate you for having the courage to sail this hearse." He burst out laughing. This was more than the guards could stand. He said, "You're right there. This tub should have been sent to the graveyard long ago, but the company's waiting for it to sink to collect the insurance." I made a final thrust. "Aren't you lucky you and the crew have a lifeboat?" "Yes, aren't we, though?" he said without thinking, and disappeared up the stairs. The sea was fairly calm, but the wind was against us. We were going northeast, which meant heading into the wind and the waves, and this made the boat roll and pitch. Several guards and cons were sick. Luckily the man chained to me was a good sailor. There's nothing worse than having to watch someone throw up. My neighbor was a real street type from Paris. He'd come to the Ban Inn, 27, which meant he'd been on the islands 7 years. He was relatively young, 38. I'm called Titi la Bellette, and if I do say so, Bellette is my strong suit. It's what I live on the islands. Bellette all night at 2 francs a point. You mean there's that much money on the islands? You bet there is, mec. The islands are full of plans bursting with cash. Some have it all on 'em. Others pay half and get the rest from guards who act as brokers. I can see you're new here, friend. You don't seem to know anything." "No, I don't know much about the islands. All I know is it's hard to escape." "Escape," Titi said. "Forget it. I've been on the islands for 7 years, and during that time there's been 2 cavales. Result, 3 dead and 2 caught. And nobody got away. That's why there's not too many candidates willing to take the chance. Why have you been on Grande Terre? I went for X-rays to see if I had an ulcer. And you didn't try to escape from the hospital. Look who's talking. You're the one who ruined everything. What's more, I ended up in the same room you escaped from. You should have seen the security. Every time I went near a window for a breath of air, somebody made me pull back. And when I asked why, they said, just in case you start doing a Papillon. Tell me, Titi, who's the big guy sitting next to the leader of the convoy? Is he a stoolie? Are you crazy? That mech is okay, he may not be a pro, but he knows how to handle himself. He doesn't hang around the guards and he asks no favors. He's very careful about his rank as a con. He gives good advice. He's a good pal, he keeps his distance from the pigs. Even the priest and the doctor can't get to him. He may look like a stoolie, but the fact is he's a descendant of Louis XV. That's right, pal, he's a count, a real count, and his name is Count Jean de Berac. After he arrived, it took him a long time to win the men over because what he did to get here was pretty awful. What did he do? He threw his kid off a bridge into a stream. But the boy landed in a shallow place, so he went down, picked him up and dumped him where the water was deeper. Jesus, that's like killing the kid twice. A friend of mine who's a trustworthy guy saw his file and says the mech was scared stiff because he was a blueblood. The little kid's mother was a servant in the castle, and his mother had kicked her out like a dog. Apparently the guy was dominated by his mother. The arrogant old bitch had humiliated him so much for having relations with a servant girl he didn't know what he was doing. So he threw the kid in the water, although he had told his mother he was taking him to the welfare people. What was his sentence? Only 10 years. I tell you, he's not like the rest of us, Papillon. The mother told the magistrates that killing a servant's kid wasn't really such a serious offense if it was done by a count trying to protect his family's honor. S0R. Well, I'm just a street Arab from Paris, but here's what I think. Basically this Count Jean de Berac was a hick who had been brought up to think that the only thing that mattered was position. Maybe. Their servants weren't exactly serfs, but they were certainly beneath consideration. And his monster of a mother had ground him down and terrorized him to the point where he'd become almost like one of the servants. It's only in the ban that this man with his droits du seigneur has become a true nobleman. It may sound crazy, but it's only now that he's really become Count Jean de Berac. In a few minutes the les du salut would no longer be an unknown quantity. All I knew now was that they were hard to escape from, but not impossible. As I took in great gulps of the sea breeze, I thought, when will this headwind turn into a tailwind and carry me back to freedom? We had arrived. The islands made a triangle, with Royal and St. Joseph at the base and Diable at the top. The sun was already low, but it picked them out with that intensity of light you find only in the tropics. Royal had a flat coastline, then rose 600 feet to a plateau. It looked like a Mexican hat with its crown cut off, floating on the sea. And everywhere, very green coconut palms. Small houses with red roofs gave the island an unusual charm, and if you didn't know what was there besides, you might want to live there the rest of your life. There was also a lighthouse on the coast to keep ships from breaking up on the rocks. Now that we were nearer, I could make out 5 large, long buildings. Titi told me that 2 of them were vast halls where 400 cons lived. Then there was the maximum security quarter with its cells and dungeons surrounded by a high white wall. The 4th building was the cons hospital, and the 5th was where most of the guards lived, the others being scattered over the slopes in the small houses with the red tile roofs. Farther on, but very near the tip of Royal, was St. Joseph. Fewer palms there, less greenery and, on the top, 1 large building. I guessed it must be the reclusion, solitary, and Titi confirmed it. He pointed out, near the water's edge, the camp buildings where the cons with regular sentences lived. The watchtowers and battlements stood out clearly. It also had the tidy little white houses with red roofs. The boat made for Flay Royale from the south and we lost sight of Diable. From what I'd been able to see, it was one enormous rock covered with coconut palms and no buildings of any size, only a few houses by the water's edge painted yellow with grey roofs. I learned later that this was where the political prisoners lived. We were now coming into the port of Royale, which was protected by a big jetty made of huge blocks. To build it must have cost the life of many a con. 3 blasts of the siren and the Tannin dropped anchor about 250 yards from the pier, which was a long, well-built quay 10 feet high made of cement and large pebbles. Facing us was a row of white buildings, with signs painted in black: Poste de Garde, Guard Station, Service de Canets, Navigation, Boulangerie, Bacquerie, Administration du Port, Port Administration. We could see convicts watching the boat come in. They weren't wearing stripes, but pants and a kind of white jacket. Titi La Bellette told me that on the islands, if you had any money, you had yourself done up by the local tailors. They used flour sacks with the printing removed, which made comfortable outfits with even a certain chic. Hardly anybody wore the convict's uniform. A launch approached the Tannin. There was one guard at the tiller, 2 armed guards with carbines on his left and right, and behind him, 6 cons naked from the waist up and standing as they rowed. They made quick work of the crossing. A large empty lifeboat was roped to the stern. Once the launch was tied fast, the 2 convoy leaders got off and took up positions in the stern. They were followed by 2 armed guards who went to the bow. Still handcuffed, but with our feet unshackled, we got into the boat in pairs, first the 10 in my group, then the 8 who had been in the bow. The cons started to row away. They'd return for the rest of the group later. We were let off at the pier and waited in line in front of the building marked Administration du Port. We had no packs. The cons standing about paid no attention to the guards and talked to us in loud voices, though at a safe distance of 5 or 6 yards. Several had been in my convoy and gave me a friendly greeting. Cesar and Essery, 2 Corsican bandits I'd known at St. Martin, told me they were rowers for the navigation service. Then up came Chapa, who I'd known before my arrest in France. Without a thought for the guards, he said, "Don't you worry, Papillon. You can count on your friends. You won't lack for anything in solitary." What did they give you? 2 years. Not bad. It's over fast enough and you'll be back here before you know it. You'll see, things aren't so bad here. Thanks, Chapa. Where's Diga? He's a clerk up on the hill. I'm surprised he isn't here. He'll be sorry he missed you. At that point Galgani came up to me. A guard tried to stop him, but he pushed him aside, saying, "You can't stop me from greeting my brother." He embraced me and said, "Count on me." "What are you doing here?" "I'm in the postal service." "How are things?" "Not bad." The last ones had arrived and joined us. Our handcuffs were removed. A guard said to Titi La Bellette, Berac and a few others, "Let's go." Off to camp. They had their packs from the ban. They slung them over their shoulders and took the path that led to the top of the island. The warden arrived with 6 guards. They took the roll call. Everybody was present. Our escorts withdrew. "Where's the clerk?" the warden asked. "He's on his way, Chief." I saw Diga coming, handsomely dressed in white with a baton jacket. He and the guard accompanying him each carried a big book. One by one we stepped out of the line and were given our new classification. Prisoner in solitary so-and-so, transportee identification number X, you are now solitary, identification number Z. When it came my turn, Diga walked up and hugged me. The warden asked, "Is that Papillon?" "Yes, sir," Diga said. "Good luck in solitary." 2 years passed quickly. Solitary. The boat was ready. Of the 19 of us, 10 were to go in the first lot. I was called. Diga said crisply, "No, he goes on the last trip." I was astonished at the way the Bagnads talked. There seemed to be no discipline. They didn't give a damn for the guards. Diga came over and we started talking. He knew all about my escape. He had heard it from some men I'd known in Saint Laurent who had come to the islands. He didn't say he was sorry for me. That would have been beneath him. What he did say was, "You deserve to succeed, my boy. But you'll make it next time." He didn't say, "Chin up." He knew I didn't need it. I'm the chief clerk and I've got an in with the warden. Take care of yourself in solitary and I'll send you tobacco and food. You'll have everything you need. Papillon, let's go. It was my turn. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for your kind words. I stepped into the boat. 20 minutes later we docked at St. Joseph. I took note of the fact that we had only 3 armed guards aboard for 6 rowers and 10 solitaries. It would have been a cinch to take over the boat. At St. Joseph we were met by a reception committee headed by the warden of the penitentiary on the island and the warden at the reclusion. As we entered the large iron gate with reclusion DISCIPLINAIRE written above, I realized that this prison was no joking matter. The gate and the high surrounding walls obscured at first a little building marked Administration Direction, and 3 other buildings marked A, B and C. We went into direction. It was cold. We were lined up in 2 rows and the warden said, "Reclusiones, as you know, this prison is for the punishment of offenses committed by men already condemned to the ban. Here we don't try rehabilitation. We know it's useless. We try to break you. We have only one rule. Keep your mouth shut. Absolute silence. If you get caught trying to telephone, you risk an even heavier sentence. Unless you're seriously ill, don't ask to go to the infirmary. You'll be punished for an unwarranted medical call. That's all I have to say. Oh, one thing more. Smoking is strictly forbidden. All right, guards, let's get going. Search them thoroughly. Then put each one in a cell. Don't put Charrière, Clausiot and Maturette in the same building. Mr. Santori, will you see to this, please?" 10 minutes later I was locked up in my cell. Number 234 in building A. Clausiot was in B, Maturette in C. We said a mute goodbye. Each of us understood that if we ever wanted to get out of here alive, we would have to obey their beastly rules. I watched them go, my companions of our long cavale, proud and brave comrades who never complained and never regretted what we'd brought off together. The 14 months of our struggle for freedom had forged an unbreakable bond between us. I felt sick at heart. I looked around my cell. It was hard to believe that a country like mine, France, the cradle of liberty for the entire world, the land which gave birth to the rights of man, could maintain, even in French Guiana, on a tiny island lost in the Atlantic, an installation as barbarously repressive as the reclusion of St. Joseph. Imagine 150 cells, back to back, their 4 thick walls pierced only by Asmal iron door with a wicket. Painted above each wicket was the warning: "Do not open this door without special permission." On the left was a wooden bunk with a wooden pillow, just like Bewley. The bunk folded back and hooked to the wall. There was a blanket, a cement block in the corner to sit on, a hand broom, a mug, a wooden spoon, and a metal sheet hiding a pail attached to it by a chain so that it could be pulled outside the cell to empty it, and pulled back in when you needed to use it. The cell was 9 feet high. Its ceiling was made of iron bars as thick as streetcar tracks, so close together that nothing of any size could get through. Above that was the actual roof of the building, about 22 feet above the ground. Above the cells and looking down on them was a walk a yard wide with an iron railing, where 2 guards paced back and forth from opposite ends, stopping when they met and turning to retrace their steps. There was a little light at the top, but at the bottom of the cell you could barely see even in broad daylight. I started immediately to walk, waiting for the whistle to signal the lowering of the bunks. To avoid the slightest noise, both prisoners and guards wore slippers. I said to myself, "Charrière, you're here in number 234. Try to live for 2 years without going crazy." That's 730 days. It's up to you to give the lie to that reclusion nickname. Le Mangeurs d'Hommes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and turn. The guard just passed over my roof. I didn't hear him come. Suddenly he was there. The light came on, but very high up. It hung from the top roof 20 feet above. The walk was lighted, but the cells remained in the dark. I walked. The pendulum was back and swinging. Sleep in peace, you members of the jury who condemned me to this place. Sleep in peace, for I do believe that if you had known what you were really doing, you would have pulled back. It was going to be difficult to keep my imagination from wandering. Almost impossible. Better to direct it toward less depressing subjects than to try to suppress it altogether. The blast of a whistle announced that we could let down our bunks. A deep voice said, "For the new men, now you can let down your bunks and lie down if you want to." He said, "If you want to." Therefore I kept on walking. It was too crucial a moment to sleep. I had to get used to this cage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right away I picked up the rhythm of the pendulum. Head lowered, hands clasped behind my back, the length of the pace is exactly right, a pendulum swinging back and forth, interminably. It was like sleepwalking. At the end of the 5 steps I didn't even see the wall but grazed it on the turn in this marathon without beginning or end. It's a fact, Pappy, Le Mangeurs d'Hommes is no joke. It was a weird effect when the guard's shadow hit the wall. If you lifted up your head to look at him, it was even worse. You felt like a leopard in a pit being watched by the hunter who'd just caught you. It took me months to get used to that awful sensation. 1 year equals 365 days, 2 years, 730 days, unless one's a leap year. I smiled at the thought. 1 day more wouldn't matter much. The hell it wouldn't. 1 day more is 24 hours more. And 24 hours is a long time. And 730 days each made up of 24 hours is one hell of a lot more. How many hours does that make? Can I figure it in my head? No, I can't. It's impossible. Why? Of course, it's possible. Let's see. 100 days, that's 2400 hours. Multiplied by 7. It's easy. It makes 16,800 hours. Plus the 30 remaining days times 24, which makes 720 hours. Total, 16,800, plus 720, which makes, if I haven't made a mistake, 17,520 hours. My dear Mr. Papillon, you have 17,520 hours to kill in this cage with its smooth walls especially designed for wild animals. And how many minutes? Who gives a shit? Hours is one thing, but minutes? To hell with minutes. Why not seconds? What does it matter? What matters is that I have to furnish these days, hours and minutes with something, all by myself, alone. I wonder who's on my right, on my left, behind me. If those cells are occupied, the men in them must be wondering who just moved into 234. I heard the quiet thud of something falling into the cell. What could it be? Could my neighbor be agile enough to throw something through the grill? I tried to figure out what it was. I could just make out something long and thin. Then as I was on the point of picking it up, the thing started to move toward the wall. I jumped back. As it reached the wall, it tried to climb up but fell to the ground. The wall was so smooth it couldn't get a grip. I watched it try 3 times. When it fell on the 4th attempt, I squashed it under my foot. It was soft. What could it be? I got down on my knees to see it as best I could and made out an enormous centipede over 8 inches long and wider than 2 fat fingers. It was so disgusting I couldn't bring myself to pick it up and throw it into the pail. Instead I pushed it under the bunk with my foot. I'd do something about it tomorrow, in the daylight. I was to see plenty of centipedes. They fell from the upper roof. When I was lying down, I learned to let them walk over my naked body without disturbing them. I had learned what a tactical error could cost. One sting from the revolting beast and you had a terrible burn for almost 6 hours and a raging fever for 12. However, it was a distraction. If a centipede fell when I was awake, I'd torment it with the broom, or I'd amuse myself by letting it hide from me. Then a few moments later I'd go find it.